Look, I know that you could watch the first two Lord of the Rings movies in the same time it takes you to watch this. And of course, that is an objectively better use of your time. You should definitely go watch those instead. And then, if you like Assassin's Creed 2 and you're bored, this will be here. Assassin's Creed 2 is just such a story-rich game that not only does it demand more time and attention than the games I've covered previously, but also, it's fun to explore a game in depth, to take your time with a work that deserves it. And that's what this is. An exploration and a critique for its own sake, with some indulgent historical tangents thrown in for good measure. Assassin's Creed 2 is a fun game with a likable protagonist and a mostly competent story. There's a good reason that even after 15 plus years of Ubisoft making these games, AC2 is still a fan favorite. There's a strong argument to be made that this franchise wouldn't exist today were it not for the massive changes made in AC2. And yet, I think this is a game that struggles to become more than the sum of its parts. And there are good parts in this game, a lot of them, especially in the first third. But the longer the story goes on, the harder it is to ignore that we're not really building to anything. Ezio's adventure takes him all over Italy over the course of 2 decades, but despite the laudable ambition in the scope of this adventure, we end up with a story that's less curious than its predecessor, underutilizes the historical setting, and struggles to develop the majority of its original and historical characters. Part of that is deliberate, obviously. AC2 makes the conscious choice to deliver a safer, more standard action story with a more traditionally likable protagonist. But even the streamlined story that they do tell stumbles in the back half with a lack of focus and a series of jarring plot contrivances and massive time jumps that undermine the elements that should work. The result is 20-ish hours of messy Renaissance fun that charms on a first playthrough but can start to wither under closer examination. So this video is my attempt to explore the elements of this game that work, and there are a lot of them, and the ones that end up feeling a little weaker. I love this game, I love this franchise, even though it feels like it has no idea what it's doing, and I had a great time putting this video together. At least for the first few months. Then it felt Sisyphean and excruciating, but I'm guessing that's true for a lot of projects of this scale in any field. A quick note on the visuals before we start. There are 2 versions of Assassin's Creed 2. The launch version on Xbox 360, PS3, and PC, and the remastered version of AC2 that comes included with the Ezio Collection, released for the last-gen consoles. The Ezio Collection version is more colorful, has better draw distance, higher quality textures, but at the expense of some of the style and charm. We'll mostly be pulling from the Ezio Collection, but I thought it'd be interesting to include both. Alright, preamble concluded. Let's go see what Desmond's up to. The majority of AC2's modern-day storyline happens in these opening moments, so it's going to take a minute before we get to Ezio. I know that's not everyone's cup of tea, so if you look at the progress bar or in the description, there should be a timestamp if you just want to jump right to Florence. You can learn a lot about what a game wants to be by how it handles those all-important opening moments, but I think this is doubly true for sequels. Not only are they trying to capture your attention, but they're also setting expectations for how, or even if, this game will be different than the previous one. The introduction to Dark Souls 2 is bonkers and quickly teaches the player that this journey is going to be completely disconnected from the one they undertook in Dark Souls 1. Mass Effect 2 throws you into a big dramatic action set piece and then opens with a fast-paced tutorial that shows off the flashy new combat system, which becomes the game's main emphasis. Where Coder 1's opening deliberately echoes A New Hope with a quick ship encounter before our heroes flee in escape pods, Coder 2 opens with a long, weird, mysterious sequence on a desolate asteroid mining facility. Your new mentor is cynical and strange, your other companion is prickly and hiding a significant amount about his past. You learn the Jedi are being hunted to extinction and that your presence is to blame for everyone on board this facility being killed. It's controversial, but I think it's effective from a narrative perspective in setting expectations for the journey ahead. Coder 2's opening minutes tells the player, yeah, this isn't going to be fast and fun like Coder 1. You're going to sit in this darkness and think about what you've done and what, if anything, you can do to redeem yourself. And that's a vibe that continues through the rest of that weird, brilliant game. So like a lot of sequels, the opening minutes of Assassin's Creed 2 feels like an indirect address to the perceived weaknesses of AC1. Actually, before we even get to a blood-stained Lucy heroically charging into Desmond's room, a lot of creativity and thought went into one of the most underrated and tragically old-fashioned elements of a game: its user manual. The manual for Assassin's Creed 2 is framed as an in-universe document from Lucy to Rebecca, transmitting information about how to set up the Animus and what she wants changed to make things easier for Desmond and, by extension obviously, us, the player. If you read this before the game, the player will understand Lucy's goal before Desmond does from this line here. It's time to try our machine on Desmond. If this works, he'll be one of the most powerful men alive by the time we're done. The manual is very, well, manually, but there are a lot of handwritten annotations from Lucy that are directly addressing some of Assassin's Creed 1's shortcomings, though in the fiction of the game and manual, there are criticisms of the Animus 1.0. My favorite is her note on swimming. Make sure to fix that annoying bug in the Animus 1.0 software which prevents ancestors from swimming. But there's also some jokes that show us a different side of Lucy, hinting at her actual personality underneath that buttoned-up, undercover Abstergo technician doing everything she can to thwart the Templars and keep Desmond alive. Granted, any Lucy discussion is followed by a giant asterisk due to the reveal at the end of Brotherhood, but for now, it's a nice touch. Under the section heading, Low Profile, Offensive Moves, she's written, "Consider changing the title of this section for obvious reasons." You're probably not gonna laugh at that joke, but you know, it's heart, it's personality. I know it's such a small thing, but we're catching glimpses of the biggest change from Assassin's Creed 1 to Assassin's Creed 2, and we're seeing it before we've even started the game. Lucy is also anti-visual glitch, thank God, and in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood we'll be rid of pesky QuickTime events and be all the better for it. And speaking of things we get rid of in Brotherhood, Lucy charges into Desmond's cell, blood staining her shirt. Her dramatic entrance kicks off an opening sequence that sets a completely new tone for the Assassin's Creed series that will mostly be maintained until we hit Black Flag. In Assassin's Creed 1, Abstergo was sterile down to the last detail. White walls, white lab coats, our perspective often coming from grainy security cameras stationed in the corners of rooms. Subject 16's blood on the walls was AC1's bombshell that was about as exciting as the modern day got. But now Lucy charges in tight jeans and a blood-stained tank top. The cameras all around the room are flashing red. She's ushering Desmond into the Animus to steal one more thing from Abstergo before they escape. We're not continuing the cerebral mystery from AC1. This is the opening to an action game, and it's an effective one. Our first moments with Ezio are also markedly different than our early experiences with Altair. In my AC1 video, I expressed my befuddlement at how Ubisoft had the confidence to start the game and this series with such an initially unlikable and unsympathetic character, but didn't have the confidence to leave enough unanswered or to throw the player into the meat of the game more quickly. And here again, Assassin's Creed 2 is plotting a completely different course. We're meant to connect with Ezio, to find him vulnerable, approachable, likable in a way that Altair just wasn't. When we first meet Ezio, he's barely clinging to life. Our first moment of gameplay with him is just a simple struggle to stay in the world, to react to a desperate father urging us to live. Right from the start, Ezio is vulnerable in a way that Altair wasn't, and that vulnerability is such an easy way to get an audience to connect with him. And it works here. We're rooting for this infant to survive, to overcome, and I think that connection is strengthened when we return to him as a teenager, and the first thing we see is his blustering, boyish speech getting interrupted by a rock hitting his face, leaving a scar he'll bear for the rest of his life. Before we pick back up with Ezio though, Desmond and Lucy have to make their escape, and right away it's hard to not be struck by how much the visual style has changed between games. I think it's fair to say that Assassin's Creed 1 was shooting for realism with its visuals. There's something very mundane and sterile about the way the game is presented, particularly the modern day sections. I don't mean that as a negative either. It fits the more grounded tone and makes the science fiction moments at the end of that game stand out all the more. Assassin's Creed 2's visual style is warmer. It feels less like a glimpse into an oft-drab history and more like someone spent millions of dollars bringing a fresco painting to life, which is exactly what Ubisoft did. That style over realism approach also applies to the modern day. It looks less realistic than it did in Assassin's Creed 1, but because we get so much more of it in the escape and the warehouse adventures, it feels more tangible. Assassin's Creed 2 makes you feel like there's a whole wide world out there that you're running from, whereas Assassin's Creed 1 felt like an uncanny little island, a feeling exacerbated by that mysterious white glowing outside of the lab's windows. I think both styles fit their respective games well. AC2 feels like a real world, even though it feels less like our real world. After locating Ezio's memories inside of Desmond's DNA, the two make their bloody escape, and the series introduces the new stakes for the modern day. Abstergo is as big as we were led to believe, and the massive floor full of other animuses.
Is it animuses or animi?
Shows that Desmond was just a small piece of whatever they were planning. He also gets to put his eagle vision to practical use, giving us a glimpse of his potential as an assassin. On a first playthrough, this moment is really cool, but with the context of Brotherhood's twists, I actually think this is one of the only interesting moments that gets a proper reframing. If Desmond is not powerful enough to use eagle vision under pressure at this point, maybe Vidic doesn't believe that he's a good candidate to keep locating pieces of Eden. They could be recaptured here, Desmond might be killed, and they try again with another subject. I bring this up because AC3, which I just replayed to get footage for this video, has a moment where Desmond gets into an Abstergo elevator and Vidic chides him for it, mocking him for getting into a tiny metal box in the middle of this Templar stronghold and thinking they can't control it.
Well, I see you've learned absolutely nothing since you left us. Walking into an elevator in the middle of a hostile environment. Really?
He shuts the elevator down and Desmond has to climb up the shaft before the Templars find him. It's not a huge moment, but it popped into my head doing the voiceover. I think that moment was a reference to this one. On the elevator down to the parking garage, Lucy implies that the Templars aren't the only problem that the world is facing right now.
I think we've been wrong all along. That's why we need to get out of here. Vidic and the Templars, they're only part of the problem.
Back in AC1, I talked about how effective that game was as the first part of a puzzle box story. We come away from that game with so many questions to ask, but it answered just enough of them to satisfy most players. By the end, we knew what the Templars were doing in the modern day and why, even if we didn't know how we'd stop them. We knew Lucy was on our side, big asterisks obviously, and the reveal of the pieces of Eden suddenly made the world seem much bigger and more mysterious than it had been at the start of the game. To cap it all off, Subject 16's mysterious markings indicated that he knew something that we still don't. The stakes kept being raised. AC2 continues that escalation. Abstergo is massive, their evil only part of the threat facing humanity. But this new, dramatic escalation is coming at a cost. Assassin's Creed 2's reframing of the modern day weakens the storytelling of Assassin's Creed 1 in retrospect. A good puzzle box story has to play relatively fair with the audience. All of Assassin's Creed 1, we were finding clues and learning about the Templars, the state of the world outside, and their grand plan to launch a satellite with the Apple of Eden to indoctrinate the masses. Even Subject 16's bloody messages covered this. Everything was pointing to this big Templar plan being the primary threat. Everything. To now, 5 minutes into the direct sequel, have a character say, actually, the big issue isn't even the Templars, it's actually this whole other thing, is frustrating. Assassin's Creed 1 made us feel rewarded for what we thought was detective work, but apparently, while we thought we were hot shit piecing together the corporate scheming of a company fixed on world domination, we were actually just a child in a ball pit of emails, while the grown-ups were off to the side talking about a solar flare that will eradicate all life on Earth without prejudice. Maybe it's tragically fitting that the way they end the satellite story, the big threat that AC1 spent most of its modern day setting up, is in an email at the end of Assassin's Creed 3. It's frustrating in how it retroactively lowers the stakes of Assassin's Creed 1, but it's also frustrating because of how insanely cool it might have been had they planted those apocalyptic seeds in the first game, and the players slowly pieced together information about this larger threat the way that Lucy did. Instead, we're just now having it hinted at in an elevator. It's not the end of the world. I mean, technically it is, but it's an early example of how haphazardly plotted storylines seem to be in this series. In my AC1 video, we talked about the Chris Carter effect, a label for that unsustainable, mysterious crescendo of raising the stakes and introducing new variables that causes fans to lose confidence in the overall vision, because after a certain point, people just lose faith in ever seeing these storylines resolved in a satisfactory way. And, light spoilers, I guess, what happened to the X-Files, the show that gave that effect its name, happens to the Assassin's Creed series. It becomes a mess. We'll look at how and why as we move through these critiques, but I think it's fair to point to this one, out of the blue, wait no, it's so much bigger than you thought moment in the elevator here in AC2 as an early stumble. Lucy and Desmond arrive at the assassin hideout, and Lucy explains part of her plan. She wants to use the bleeding effect to train Desmond, to have him learn from his ancestors and become an elite assassin.
But I'm just one guy.
Sometimes, that's all you need.
It's easy to read this line as Lucy being desperate and naive, but when we look at that line with Ezio's upcoming journey in mind, or even remember how much Altair was able to do, we see that she's absolutely right. Sometimes one person is all you need, and to Lucy's surprise, Desmond is ready to jump right in.
All right, I'm in. Tell me what you need.
Really? You're sure?
I thought you'd be happy about this.
Sorry, I'm just a little surprised. I spent the whole ride over here figuring out how I was gonna convince you to do this.
Save it. After what those Templar bastards put me through, I'm ready, willing, and able.
Thank you.
It's a nice moment that humanizes Lucy and gives Desmond a little moment of heroism. Lucy, portrayed as a scientific genius with Abstergo and talented assassin in her own right, whose undercover work fooled Warren Vidic, obligatory asterisk, is taken aback by Desmond's courage here. She doesn't always know everything, and when she's pleasantly surprised by Desmond, she's not afraid to express her affection. Their interactions since leaving Abstergo are just really well done. It's not explicitly romantic, but there's a playful tension between the two of them that runs underneath their conversations in this game and becomes more central to the plot in Brotherhood. Meanwhile, Desmond gets to actually choose to be a hero for the first time in his story. Him specifically citing, quote, what those Templar bastards put me through is significant, I think, because it means that when we go back in time to Ezio and Desmond's goals are in lockstep. Become an assassin, get revenge on the Templars. Of course, I say that Desmond is choosing to be a hero here, but not everyone in this sanctuary is going to be as generous to him. Time to meet some new friends.
I'm Sean Hastings. This is Rebecca Crane.
Nice to meet you, Desmond.
Right, well, it's been lovely chatting, but if you don't mind, Desmond, it's best we get straight to work. Time is precious. Doubly so these days.
Lucy gives Rebecca the memory core she stole from Abstergo, and while she gets it installed in her Animus, we meet the new team. Rebecca, our new Animus technician, couldn't be further from the cold and calculating Vidic or the buttoned-up Abstergo version of Lucy. Rebecca calls the Animus baby and says that
The Templars might have deeper pockets than us, but they've got no ambition, no passion, no competitive edge. That's why, even with all their resources, anything they can do, I can do better. Faster, too.
We've gone from a sterile, billion-dollar facility to a massive loft with so much exposed brick, you can feel your rent go up just looking at it. The Animus 2 is smaller, sleeker, warmer. Gone is the massive square table, the weirdly cold voice from Animus 1.0, the overlong electronic sound effects every time you navigate a menu. We've got what I think is probably the comfiest Animus we get in the series, Sean and Rebecca in Desmond's ear offering occasional guidance, a new HUD, new map, new inventory wheel, new DNA interface. It just looks and plays better, all with an in-universe explanation that deepens the characterization of the Templars and the Assassins. It's just such a clever way to contextualize the changes, and it makes us look at the Animus as another character, and a character of increasing importance as we move through the rest of the Desmond games. While Rebecca installs the Abstergo memory core into their Animus, Desmond takes a minute to speak to Sean in his corner.
What's all this stuff for?
This stuff, Desmond. Oh, this stuff is nothing special, really, this stuff. It's just the stuff that keeps our entire operation from falling apart, really. It requires a great deal of concentration to keep it all moving, so you'll forgive me if I don't have time to play meet and greet.
We get this immediate characterization of a brilliant but prickly character, undercut just enough by Rebecca's interjection to keep him from seeming like a total caricature. I love Sean's role in this game, his skepticism, his rejection of Desmond's exceptionalism, and his contextualizing their quest in the bigger, darker picture.
I also provide tactical support for the other assassins. You know, Desmond, the ones who are out there, actually doing stuff, risking their lives, little things like that.
The last conversation before we finally hop back in time is with Lucy.
You really think this will work? That I'll become an assassin?
You already are an assassin. You'll just be better at it.
Yeah, hopefully much better at it. I mean, seriously, I saw the tapes from Abstergo. You didn't even try and escape.
What a dick.
It really is impressive how many character beats we hit in this game's opening 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Throughout the escape and now here at the hideout, we're seeing an entirely new side to Lucy. We're seeing how easily she commands this room and comforts Desmond. I love that line of, "You already are an assassin," even though, I guess, yes, he was born into this. We'll find out later in the series that his father is the mentor of the Brotherhood, but also, you know, there's a more generous way to read that line. The first time I played this, I thought that line was more her saying, by sneaking out of that room every night, by stealing Vidic's access pen and going through his emails, by fighting back in the only way you knew how, you showed us who you really were, an assassin. Then, of course, there's Sean, undercutting any attempt to mythologize Desmond in his prickly little way. Never change, you weird and lovable
Dick.
With a new team introduced and the core installed, we're ready to hop back in time to 1476 and reunite with Ezio towards the end of what turns out to be a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad year. I really love the start of this game, and I think it's one of the strongest and most patient opening hours we've gotten in this series. So as Florence unspools beneath us and a young, brash Ezio gets ready to knock some heads together, I want to ask, for those that have played the game, do you remember who Ezio's first kill was? We're going to circle back to that idea in a bit, but for now we have a fight to attend. There's such a momentum to this opening, the way our perspective is brought down from the Florentine skyline to the street level to see young men clapping each other on the shoulders, jogging towards a bridge with short, overconfident strides. We get this big, exaggerated hero shot of Ezio from the boot level before he rallies his friends. The way this scene is framed makes it seem like this is the event happening in Florence right now, because to all these boys, it is.
Silenzio, my friends! Silenzio! Grazie. Do you know what brings us here tonight? Honor. Vieri de Pazzi slanders my family's name and forces his own miseries upon us. If we...
Enough of your nonsense, Grullo!
Buonasera, Vieri. We were just talking about you. I'm surprised to see you here. I thought the Pazzi hired others to do their dirty work.
It's your family that cries for guards when there's trouble, Cotardo. Afraid to handle things yourself?
Your sister seemed quite satisfied with the handling I gave her earlier.
This scene is just so wonderfully done. All of these boys come across like self-important idiots. Dozens of little princelings from the Florentine upper class who decide to spend their evening fist-fighting each other on a bridge because Vieri de Pazzi slanders the Auditore family name. I even love the disparity between the mission title, Boys Will Be Boys, and the mission description, Fight Vieri de Pazzi's Men. They're all kind of both. I think Ezio is 17 here, old enough to care about honor, but too young to understand that punching each other unconscious on a bridge somewhere isn't going to bring honor to anybody. Vieri's line also stands out on repeated playthroughs.
Afraid to handle things yourself?
Yeah, that's gonna age like milk, buddy. Vieri, sensing defeat, tells his boys to fall back. Another detail I love. He's using tactical terminology to order around his fellow boys. You're not an army, you're a group of underworked morons on a bridge, but it feels bigger to these boys. Making Ezio and Vieri's conflict seem so boyish and almost innocent here gives their conflict as adults later in the game an air of inevitability and tragedy. Vieri will seem like a petulant cog in a machine he doesn't understand. Ezio, a wrathful blade landing a major blow in a war he doesn't believe in yet. Ezio's brother, Federico, doesn't let Ezio pursue Vieri.
Your lip.
Just a scratch.
Let the doctor decide.
It's not necessary. Besides, I've no money for this doctor of yours.
Wasted it on women and wine, huh?
I'd hardly call it wasted.
The cut on Ezio's lip isn't that bad, and though Federico convinces Ezio to, quote, let the doctor decide, from an outside perspective, this also comes across like very sneaky big brother behavior. What is Ezio going to do if he chases down the fleeing Vieri? All the boyish glory and bluster of a bridge melee in broad daylight is gone when you're just beating a fleeing rival in an alley somewhere. Federico's intervention gives Ezio a dignified exit, and he protects his brother's innocence without Ezio feeling condescended to. Federico is in this game for about 5 or 6 minutes, and that's not even an exaggeration, but it's written so thoughtfully and so efficiently that his presence looms much larger. After Ezio's checked by a local doctor, the two boys race up a nearby church, and we get one of the more simple but iconic moments in the franchise.
It is a good life we lead, brother.
The best. May it never change.
And may it never change us.
This moment is rightfully adored by pretty much everyone who plays this game. It's just a sweet and simple moment between two brothers clinging to adolescence, soundtracked by that haunting score before all meaning was beaten out of it by Ubisoft. I love the confidence to drop the title card in this moment too. This moment right here, this is Assassin's Creed 2. It could have happened after the execution, it could have happened after Uberto, but they drop it here, in this calm before the storm, this moment that feels meaningful to Ezio now, but will mean infinitely more as time goes on. Ezio doesn't want the night to end, so he pays a visit to Cristina. The dialogue is funny, Ezio's awkward and charming, Cristina's playfully exasperated. It just works.
Oh, Ezio, I should have known.
May I come in?
Fine, but only for a minute.
A minute is all I need.
Indeed.
Well, wait, that came out wrong.
Cristina doesn't come up again in this game, but will in Brotherhood, and what we discover are Ezio's repressed memories. It's such a clever idea that I don't even care if it's technically a retcon. What is curious to me is that in a Tuscany art shop, Ezio can buy a painting of Simonetta Vespucci, and originally when I was playing I thought, I don't know the exact relationship between Simonetta and Cristina, but if Simonetta is Cristina's aunt or something, seems like hanging her half-naked portrait up in his villa would be a bit of a misstep for our boy in white. The Assassin's Creed wiki says that, quote, Cristina appears to be based on Simonetta Vespucci, the cousin-in-law of Amerigo Vespucci, who is known as the greatest beauty of her age in northern Italy. But since Simonetta's painting is in the game, I think we have to treat them as two discrete characters. In Cristina's database entry in AC2, there's a quote where she's referring to Amerigo as her cousin, not cousin-in-law, which, okay, not conclusive, but Simonetta Vespucci dies in 1476. She's 22 at the time. She's dead or close to it when this game starts. Cristina obviously isn't. She'll pass away in 1498 at the age of 39. Events we'll see in Ezio's repressed memories in Brotherhood. What does this mean? I don't know. I'm just saying that since they are definitely two different characters, it seems like an unforced error for Ezio to buy a half-naked portrait of his lover's cousin. It's weird if you're ever planning to see her again, or invite her to your villa, and it's somehow even weirder if you're not planning to see her again. Ezio's chased out of Cristina's bedroom and returns home to find his father, Giovanni, waiting at the door to their palazzo, arms crossed.
Do you think me blind and deaf, son? I know all about your fight with Vieri Pazzi last night, and then this little visit to Cristina. Your behavior is unacceptable. It reminds me of myself when I was your age. I assume these misadventures won't interfere with your work today.
No, padre. Avete la mia parola.
In the few moments we've known Ezio, he's led a brawl in the streets, stolen money from this rival gang, climbed up this church in a race with his brother, and then slept with a woman out of wedlock. His brother, Federico, was fired from a job at the Medici Bank after he was caught stealing money. He loses the job, obviously, but his status as an auditore keeps him from being punished any more than that. The auditore boys have spending money from their wealthy family. Federico's wasn't a crime of necessity. Their behavior is reminiscent of that famous line from St. Augustine, and I think I'm paraphrasing, God make me good, but not yet. They're not morally bankrupt individuals. They kind of know what the right thing to do is. They're just choosing to pursue a life of pleasure instead. But they're clearly aware of it. At least that's how I read their exchange atop the church. I think there's an awareness that while they don't want this life of simple pleasures to ever change, they both know it will have to. But ideally, not yet. What's interesting to me about that is that it seems like Giovanni has raised terrible citizens, but good men. There's a couple different ways to read that. It could just be luck, he coddled these boys too much and they developed a strange but functional moral compass despite that, or it's part of their informal assassin upbringing. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. Even if they don't know the words, they were raised with the spirit of that idea. That assassin upbringing also looks nothing like Altair's, and for good reason. In one of the codex pages we'll recover later, Altair writes about being separated from his parents. For my part, so much of my youth was spent in training. There was little time to reflect upon the separation. And so when they were finally lost to me, it seemed no different than the passing of two strangers. Al-Mualim had been as my father, and his was a weak and dishonest love, though at the time it seemed enough. Better, even, or so I thought. Someday I will have a child, such is the way of our order, and I will not make the same mistake, nor any who call themselves an assassin. We shall be allowed to love our children, and, in turn, to be loved. Wallen believes such attachments would weaken us, cause us to falter when our lives were on the line. But if we truly fight for what is just, does love not make such sacrifice simpler, knowing that we do so for their gain? One of the big themes of Assassin's Creed 2, particularly this first act, is legacy. And it's not until you go through the completed codex at the end that it becomes clear just how much Ezio is an embodiment of Altair's legacy. The Reformed Brotherhood encourages love and attachments. Giovanni can be this kind and warm figure to Ezio because of the reformations that Altair makes in between the end of AC1 and his death. Altair's legacy is not just the double blades, or the assassination techniques, or the map at the end. It's also this little Florentine hunk. Ezio's father sends him to deliver a letter to Lorenzo, a letter you can read on the way. The letter references the Milano incident, when a trio of men assassinated the then Duke of Milan, Caterina's father. Giovanni suspects there's something else at play, however, something involving the Pazzi. It's actually all covered in the live-action short film they released before the game came out, and I think they've now put the whole thing on YouTube, so I'll link that in the description if you're curious. It's fine. I think anytime they try to do the assassin robes in live action, they just look kind of tacky, but maybe that's just me. So this is based in real history. This assassination did happen in 1476. The three men Giovanni named in his letters are the three men history remembers for the crime. It's one of the many creative incorporations of real history that occurs in this game and this series. Folding this real assassination into this secret assassin-Templar war helps ground this conflict, makes it more tangible. This isn't a Cold War, this is happening, even if Ezio is blissfully unaware. Reading this ominous letter and then returning to Ezio on the streets of Florence, where it says, "Watch out for Ezio's enemies, the Pazzi," really makes you feel like you're in two different worlds. There's a boyish innocence to Ezio's thinking that the big danger out there in the world is the roving groups of Pazzi supporters. The tension and the unease builds a little more when Ezio discovers that Lorenzo has left the city for a few days. His father sounds worried, his father's friend in the current, oh shit, how do I say this? Gonfalonieri of Florence, Uberto, seems a little more relaxed.
I did not anticipate this.
What does it matter? So you wait another day or two.
Giovanni's letters referenced a request he made to the Gonfalonieri, presumably Uberto, to hold the Pazzi until an investigation into the Milan assassination is concluded. I say presumably because there are multiple men with the title of Gonfalonieri in Florence, and this game doesn't specify whether Uberti is just one of them, or whether he has the slightly higher title, the Gonfalonieri of Justice. I'm so sorry if I am butchering that word. Since the game treats him as a singular authority, I think we have to assume that Uberto is the Gonfalonieri of Justice, and Giovanni being close associates with him means that Lorenzo's absence is troubling, but not a catastrophe. Francesco de Pazzi is currently in prison, after all. But you'd also be forgiven for not knowing that that's Uberto's role here. I remember when I first played this game, I just thought he was the family lawyer, and I was a little confused why he was on the execution platform later, making these declarative statements. Ezio says his title when he first meets him here.
You remember my friend Uberto?
Good morning, Gonfalonieri Alberti.
But most players won't have the context for that title, and there's no database entry that pops up after this interaction that might let them learn more. As effective as I think Sequence 1 is at establishing this world and these characters, this is one element that could have been improved for me. The betrayal is still effective, but knowing his role makes it even more dramatic and unjust. This is not only a man betraying a close friend, this is a man abdicating the responsibilities of his office in the name of, well, we'll get to that, because that's actually one of my favorite parts of this first act. We meet the rest of Ezio's family. Ubisoft put in a lot of work to make sure Federico was warm and sympathetic in our opening to make his death hit harder, but with Petruccio, they kinda know they don't have to. He's an adorable kid that wants to collect feathers for a secret. He gets about 15 seconds of screen time, but honestly that's all we need to be devastated when the floor drops out. Ezio's sister, Claudia, thinks her lover has been unfaithful, and we get this emotional roller coaster.
I loved him.
No, Claudia. You only thought you did.
He should suffer for what he's done.
It's funny and sweet for both of them. Like the feathers for Petruccio, Ezio's little quest to avenge Claudia puts him back in that young adult world again. A world in which he feels confident operating, taking action. He charges after Duccio. It's easy and it feels good for both Ezio and the player. He has the awareness and the agency to do something about this in a way that he doesn't with the adult storyline of the Milan assassination and the persecution of the Pazzi. Ezio easily bests Duccio, the first of a few times these two will meet in their lives, and we move to the most substantial of these missions, the walk to Leonardo's with Ezio's mother. We're still in the young adult world. He's being lectured by his mother, but the real world comes creeping in. The conversation quickly turns to their father's case against Francesco de Pazzi.
I imagine there will be a trial.
Will father speak at it?
He'll have to. He's the one with the evidence.
The two arrive and meet Leonardo da Vinci, a man of a million passions and his own kind of awkward charisma. Leonardo's genius and dedication make Ezio's passions, women and wine, seem immature and hedonistic by comparison, a comparison not lost on Ezio's mother.
He's very talented.
Immagino.
Self-expression is vital to understanding and enjoying life. You should find an outlet.
I have plenty of outlets.
I meant besides vaginas.
Mother.
Having met the family and made a new friend, Ezio returns to his father's study for what he thinks will be his final task for the day: deliver 2 letters and retrieve one from a nearby pigeon coop. These letters are sealed, so we can't read them. He delivers one to a strange pair, a thief and a courtesan, and another to a paranoid mercenary on the roof.
Were you followed?
No. Why would I be followed?
Give me the package. Tell your father that they're moving tonight. He should as well.
The family missions had been a reprieve from the building tension, but this moment sweeps us right back into it. After retrieving the letter from the coop, he sees guards dashing across the plaza below and hurries home to find the small courtyard empty.
What happened? Where is everyone?
They took your father and brothers to the Palazzo della Signoria, to prison.
And my mother, my sister.
Ezio.
Claudia. Are you all right?
Yes, but Mother... She's in shock. When she resisted...
It's not safe here. Is there some place you can take them?
Yes, to my sisters.
Good, do that. In the meantime, I'll go see my father.
Okay, so I wanted to show that whole scene because the game leaves what the guards did to Maria somewhat ambiguous. The updated codex entry for Maria in Brotherhood says, quote, after her husband Giovanni's arrest, during which Maria was mistreated by Florence's guards, she entered a semi-catatonic state. So this is supposed to be a fun video, so I don't want to delve into this too much, but I do think this moment is poorly handled. This assault, of whatever degree, is used as the justification to literally silence Maria for, and this is not an exaggeration, about 20 years. In a game about revenge, there's also no specific effort made to ever take revenge on the guards who did this to Maria. It feels like a sloppy shortcut to set up Ezio as the decision maker, and in a game that does a lot of the little things right, this is just a very big thing that always felt wrong to me. So Maria, matriarch of the Auditore family, is in shock and non-responsive. Ezio immediately takes charge, sends them to a safe place, and then sets off to find his father. It's a good moment for Ezio, who is suddenly and violently thrust into the adult world, and making Maria helpless rather than a Lady Macbeth or a Catelyn Stark figure is part of what lets this moment be solely Ezio's. Ezio races through the Florentine night to find his father, imprisoned in a cell in the Palazzo Vecchio. His father sends him back to their house to find his hidden room with orders to take everything inside the chest and deliver the evidence within to Uberto. Ezio's understandably confused.
Now please, tell me what's happening. Are the Pazzi behind this? There was a note for you at the pigeon. It said, go, Ezio. Go now.
Ezio's read the note he picked up at the pigeon coop and thinks it's relevant to this unfortunate turn of fate. The weird thing is that we can't read it. I double-checked wikis and forums to make sure it wasn't just a glitch, and it seems like this is just a choice Ubisoft made. If the letter warned of a traitor close to Giovanni, or the Pazzi planning an Uno reverse, then the shocking execution at the end of the sequence wouldn't be as impactful. I understand why they keep that information hidden, but it still feels a little cheap in a series that normally rewards curious players. Back in the family home, Ezio finds his father's secret room and opens the chest. It's an iconic scene for a reason. The music, the framing. This is Ezio's transition from that spoiled Florentine princeling to empowered adult. Or is it? Or was it supposed to be, but that doesn't have the same ring to it. For one, this is a boy literally stepping into his father's shoes, taking his father's sword that he doesn't really know how to use yet. He doesn't go into the office a headstrong teenager and leave a man. He goes into the office a headstrong teenager and leaves as a teenager with an ugly outfit and a sword. Apologies to anyone who likes the AC2 robes. Feel free to roast my robe opinions in the comments. It's almost an effective bait and switch, as if we're supposed to believe that now Ezio has geared up, everything is going to be okay. Theoretically, giving us false confidence before it's smashed to bits in 5 or 6 minutes could be interesting storytelling, but also, so much of this game's marketing showed what happened to Ezio's family. It's in almost every trailer. Even if we just look at the game and set aside our awareness of external material or narrative tropes, I think most players already know something is going to go wrong here. It's been foreshadowed in little pieces across the game's first hour. I wish Ezio stepping into his father's robes happened after the execution. I wish it felt like more of a choice for Ezio than it does now. Here, it feels like he's just following Daddy's orders, putting on the outfit, taking the sword so he can deliver the evidence to Uberto and free his father, presumably to then return the robes back to their rightful owner. But if we waited to have this moment after the Uberto betrayal, that moment is elevated in a couple ways. For one, there's more agency to it. He's choosing to step into the robes of his father. His wearing them for the rest of the game without significant alterations could be an active decision, a way he's honoring Giovanni. There's also the practical side. He's hiding his appearance after he becomes a wanted man. Most of the guards know this Ezio Auditore. Donning the hood and the robes would have been a savvier way to disguise himself and would make his return to anonymity in Sequence 2 a little more believable. It looks like this was originally the plan as well, as a few of the game's pre-release trailers show Ezio attending the execution in his Florentine noble attire and putting on the robes later. There's 2 other things that make me think this moment was reworked at the last minute. A line from Giovanni at the tower, and then what happens after Ezio leaves the house. When ordered to get stuff from the chest, Giovanni just tells Ezio,
"Beyond lies a chest. Take everything you find inside. Much of it may seem strange to you, but all of it is important."
He says take everything, even if it's strange, not put everything on, even if it's strange. But, you know, that's just phrasing. It's not a smoking gun. What is stranger is that after Ezio leaves the house, he's confronted by 2 guards, and the game uses it as an opportunity to tutorialize sword fighting. I asked back at the start of this section who you remember Ezio's first kill being. It's a guard, it's one of these guys, but you'd be forgiven for answering Uberto because this moment is embarrassingly forgettable. Uberto's death has drama, Ezio displays emotion. It feels as consequential as a young man taking his first life should. This is, well...
So why don't we explore other options?
Ezio kills both these men. Granted, he's desperate, and yes, they're not even trying to arrest him, but Ezio kills 2 people and just runs away without a second thought. This is a 17-year-old, and there's no indication he's killed before, but he takes the life of these 2 guards without a second thought. This is a huge moment in Ezio's life. It's a huge moment in any young hero's life. This, more than anything we've seen, is Ezio leaving the adolescent world behind, but we're not given any indication how he feels about it. But if we moved this sequence to after the execution, things make a lot more sense. He'd be understandably ready to kill anyone who gets in the way of his revenge. He'd be too focused on Uberto to have a moment after this fight to stop and contemplate his actions. I don't know, I just think something's missing here, and I think this last-minute reordering of events may be part of the reason why. Ezio delivers the evidence to Uberto, a dark figure looming in the background. Whether it's luck or trusting his gut instincts, Ezio declines Uberto's offer to come inside for the night, and we jump ahead to the next morning. I like that even the mission description tries to give players false hope. Attend the acquittal of Petruccio, Giovanni, and Federico, with a picture of empty gallows. The mission title, Last Man Standing, not so much.
Giovanni Auditore, you and your accomplices stand accused of the crime of treason.
Have you any evidence to counter this charge?
Yes, the documents that were delivered to you last night.
I'm afraid I know nothing of these documents.
He's lying! I need to get closer.
In the absence of any compelling evidence to the contrary, I am bound to pronounce you guilty.
This is just such a brutal moment of drama. I still can't believe Ubisoft gave Ezio a little brother, too. Again, fictional families, so they chose to do this to make this betrayal even more unspeakably gut-wrenching, and it works. Uberto is so performative as he betrays not only his friend, but his duty to the city. He knows this isn't justice. Rodrigo Borgia attends in person, an act of hubris, his first of many. The citizens are ravenous, unquestioning, something Ezio will remember when he returns to this piazza in 20-ish years for the Bonfire of the Vanities. I've also always loved the practical heroism of this thief character too.
You'd better run, boy. And fast.
He cares just enough about Ezio to give him the obvious advice as guards close in, but not enough to step in and try to help or nobly sacrifice himself. He's a thief working with the assassins. He's not a saint. Before you escape, if you stop and look under the execution area, there's no bodies hanging. This can seem like an oversight, and maybe it was, but with Brotherhood's recontextualizing of this aftermath as a repressed memory, I actually like the idea that Ezio is just so scarred that the Animus isn't able to reconstruct that visual. After losing the guards, Sequence 1 ends, and the game pulls Desmond and the player out of the moment, but doesn't really take us anywhere. It trips up the narrative momentum a bit. We lose the immediacy of the execution aftermath, and we don't really gain anything except a cleaner sequence break, which, in a game that doesn't let you replay missions, makes little sense to me. Before we move on to Ezio's first act of revenge, I want to pause and note that Giovanni was a fully trained assassin, knew Francesco de Pazzi was a Templar and a threat, but wanted to go through legal channels to take him down, even set himself up to be the key witness to testify against him. And that is fascinating to me. I wish we explored that. Was Giovanni trying to be a new kind of assassin? Was Giovanni trying to evolve the weapons of the Brotherhood for a more civilized age? Did he envision that this conflict would or could become about more than just men jumping out of crowds or straw piles or dark alleys to kill each other? He's already raised Federico and Ezio to be gentlemen before assassins. Was that an extension of his vision for the Brotherhood? Did he dream of a more civilized world? Was his close friendship with Lorenzo de' Medici a cause of that? We don't know. We're left to wonder. I'm compelled by the idea that he wanted something different for his sons. It reminds me of the lines from John Adams in a letter to his wife. I must study politics and war that my sons may have liberty to study mathematics and philosophy. My sons ought to study mathematics and philosophy, geography, natural history, naval architecture, navigation, commerce, and agriculture in order to give their children a right to study painting, poetry, music, architecture, statuary, tapestry, and porcelain. And if we look ahead to the end of the game, I think Ezio would have made his father proud. His most heroic act in this game, at least to me, is how he handles the end of the Bonfire of the Vanities. First with mercy, and then with a wisdom that the people don't want to hear. Then he spares Rodrigo, and we don't really know why, but it feels in the same spirit of somewhat misplaced idealism that I think Giovanni has when he thinks Francesco can be prosecuted and not simply assassinated. But the Templars can play that game, and usually play it better than the Assassins, so when Assassins attempt to operate within the system, they get bested. Giovanni gets half his family killed here, but it won't be until Assassin's Creed 3 that we really explore the idea that you can do everything right, you can be exceptional, you can be virtuous, and you can still lose everything. I do wish Ezio talked about this with Mario though. His response to the Pazzi is sending a pint-sized army at them. I think it's safe to say that these brothers are on opposite ends of the spectrum of extrajudicial justice. The Auditore's maid leads Ezio to La Rosa Colta, the plucked rose, which I think is an unsubtle sexual pun because of how much deflowering presumably takes place here. I guess there's the more chaste interpretation of the he loves me not kind of rose plucking, but from what I can find, that game originated in France in the early 1800s, whereas the word deflower being used in this context emerged in the late 15th century, which makes it the better fit. Ezio meets Paola, who suggests he rest, but Ezio knows he has to do something first.
Where are you going?
To kill Uberto Alberti.
I understand your desire for vengeance, but the Gonfaloniere is a powerful man. You are not a killer, Ezio.
Spare me the lecture.
But I can make you one.
I love this moment for both of them. Ezio's blinded by his need for vengeance. He seems ready to find Uberto and apparently kill him with his bare hands. He also thinks Paola is going to try to turn him away from this, to shelter him from jumping into this new, dark world, probably because that's the only way he's ever been treated by the adults in his life. He's misread Paola completely here. I think a sharper, street-savvier character would have picked up on the nuance in her line.
I understand your desire for vengeance, but the Gonfaloniere is a powerful man. You are not a killer, Ezio.
It's not an argument on moral grounds. She's not lecturing him on the perils of reciprocal justice. She's saying, the Gonfaloniere is powerful, well-guarded, and well-connected. You can't handle that right now, bud. Paola seems deeply familiar with intrigue and violence, something Ezio doesn't notice until she literally tells him. I don't mean that as a criticism of Ezio's character either. He's been sheltered for most of his life. He's just gone through a horrible event. Him kind of numbly stumbling his way through this interaction feels true to the character. It makes sense that he wouldn't guess where Paola is going with this. I think a sober Edward Kenway picks up on that distinction, whereas Ezio doesn't, obviously. It's a great little moment. After she shows him how to blend in and pickpocket coins, he asks,
Why have you given your aid so readily to me, a stranger?
I too know betrayal.
We'll never find out what happened to Paola, and I think it's more powerful that we don't. The scars and her obvious understanding of violence is more than enough to paint the picture of what was probably a brutal, scrappy life. Her database entry tells the player that Ezio's father once represented her in court and got her acquitted in a case where she was accused of killing a city guard. Between that history and Annette the maid apparently having discussed this establishment with Giovanni as a safe spot, there's a connection between Giovanni and Paola to which Ezio is currently blind. Much later in the game, of course, it's revealed that Paola is part of the Brotherhood. For now, she sends Ezio to Leonardo to repair his hidden blade. After the recent betrayal from Uberto, I think Ezio's a little suspicious of Leonardo at first, but you can see Ezio's hesitation vanish when Leonardo gives him this big, awkward, boisterous hug. Leonardo's able to repair the hidden blade by decoding the codex page Giovanni stored with it, but the game doesn't reveal how important they are until a later section.
I managed to decode that parchment of yours. It showed me exactly what to do. Now all that's left is to remove your ring finger.
Really?
I'm sorry, but this is how it must be done. The blade is designed to ensure the commitment of whoever wields it.
Bene. Do it quickly.
I was only having fun, Ezio. Though the blade once required a sacrifice, it's been modified. You can keep your finger.
It's a fun moment. You could probably look at this as a little metatextual wink here on the new, kinder tone of the series, but it also just works so well as a brief moment of levity between two friends. When Ezio kills a guard harassing Leonardo a few minutes later, we also get another playful moment.
What of the body?
Bring it inside and put it with the others.
Others?
The city gives them to me for research.
Is this a vital narrative moment? Of course not, but it's part of what makes this game work. It's these fun, character-driven moments that make the end product so easy to connect with. It's also not even historically accurate. Most sources that I can find seem to agree that Leonardo did dissect around 30 corpses in his lifetime, but that those dissections happened between 1489 and 1513, and it's only 1476 right now. It is very believable to me that he would want a corpse to examine though, so I almost like this moment better if he's bending the truth a bit here. Armed with his new skills and repaired blade, Ezio returns to Paola.
Where can I find Uberto?
According to my girls, he'll be attending an unveiling tonight of Verrocchio's latest work. It will be held at the Santa Croce cloister.
Now, if you've played the first game, you're probably noting that something is missing here. Ezio doesn't have the same investigation phase that Altair did. Throughout the game, he's just told by an ally where his target can be found. The little investigation Ezio does is usually a big structured tailing mission where he eavesdrops on his enemies, but those are almost always more about fleshing out the conspiracy and the conspirators rather than locating a specific target or a specific opportunity to strike. Abandoning AC1's investigation phase means there's more flexibility from a pacing perspective, but it also lets Ezio off the hook for a lot of the more morally compromising work that Altair had to do. One of the main ways Altair would get information is he would tail an unarmed herald or a messenger into a dark alley, beat information out of them, and then kill them so they couldn't warn the target. Ezio will never have to do anything that dark, which means he's allowed to be a much more overtly heroic character than Altair was. On the surface, it lets him be a much more uncomplicated, virtuous character, but it's also another indicator of the massive shift in tone from AC1. Assassin's Creed 1 wanted you to ask questions about the type of man Altair was and the order that shaped him. AC1 was implicitly and explicitly prompting you to question everything in both the past and the present. AC2 goes in a different direction. Despite being a game set in a time of massive social, intellectual, and spiritual upheaval, and heavily emphasizing this big Templar conspiracy, AC2 is unapologetically simpler, more straightforward, and more focused on cinematic pacing and moments rather than asking questions. And it works. Again, I'm not using simple as a criticism, it's just a less intellectually and philosophically curious text than its predecessor. Before he starts his infiltration, Ezio overhears a conversation between Uberto and Lorenzo de' Medici.
You have overstepped your bounds, Uberto. Who are you to speak of bounds? You, who have crowned yourself Lorenzo di Medici, Principe of Firenze.
I've done no such thing.
Of course not. Ever innocent. How convenient. At least now we see how far your reach extends, which is to say, nowhere at all. It has proved a valuable lesson for me and my allies.
Yes. Your allies, the Pazzi. Is that what this is about?
Be careful with your words, Lorenzo. You might attract the wrong sort of attention.
If you hadn't already picked up on the amount of power that Uberto wields as the Gonfaloniere, this conversation where he's not only holding his own against Lorenzo de' Medici, but fearlessly threatening him, really drives home just how important this man is. Lorenzo has more soft power than any other individual in Florence, and Uberto is essentially telling him to stand down or else. Uberto's clearly confident that he and his associates can destroy the Medici line, and in a couple of sequences will return to Florence to stop the Templars from doing just that. This first assassination is easy to the point where it kind of undermines the narrative a bit. You start off right near a leap of faith point, which you're likely going to take since there are archers all along the roof. There's a constant stream of people on the road going to the main entrance, and once you arrive and see it's guarded by two brutes, you turn the corner and see courtesans ready to step in and distract them. A confident Ezio can make this happen in about 90 seconds, though I'm sure superfans could probably do it even faster.
A minute is all I need.
We can perhaps assume Paola is responsible for ensuring a group of courtesans are there to help, and that maybe even La Volpe is working behind the scenes too, but the game won't really give us any answers. It just doesn't really feel like a dangerous mission to assassinate one of the most powerful men in Florence, but it's easy to forgive that because of how raw the emotion is here. Ezio is brutal, he goes right for Uberto's chest and gut.
You would have done the same. To save the ones you love.
Yes, I would. And I have.
The Auditori are not dead! I'm still here! Me! Ezio! Ezio Auditore!
Uberto's peace and acceptance here doesn't pique Ezio's interest, but it might pique the players. Like the Templars in AC1, this isn't an evil man devastated he can no longer continue some nefarious scheme. But unlike the Templars in AC1, this doesn't seem like a man who believes in a unified vision, who believes in a new world order. He's done what he's done to save the ones he loves, an idea we'll expand on after the escape because I love what they've done with this character. Ezio shouts his family name with defiance as the people look onward, aghast. It doesn't seem like he's found any kind of peace or that this was a moment of catharsis for him. It feels like revenge, something that Mario will help him with down the line. Ezio's response also makes more sense if you let Uberto live longer at the party.
I think I once thought of Giovanni as a brother.
Don't blame yourself. How could you have known what evils he planned?
I say we strike that traitor's name from the record books. Let history forget he ever even existed.
Yes, if you'll excuse me for a moment.
Having that extra context makes Ezio's Auditore speech work even better. There's just so much I love about this detail. For one, at the end of the game, he'll have a moment of genuine heroism and will then reject this kind of prideful act. He'll address the people not as Ezio Auditore, powerful nobleman, but as a nameless assassin working in the dark. And another detail, the Auditore family name was mostly removed from the history books, so the in-universe explanation is kind of clever. It also shows how the Templars are often thinking about how history will remember things, and how to manipulate that for their own gain. Uberto is open to it here, and when Ezio escapes and reads the letters he recovered from Uberto's corpse, he's openly reflecting on his legacy.
History will likely judge this to have been a matter of politics and greed. Know that it was not hate that forced my hand, but fear. When the Medici robbed us of all we owned, I found myself afraid. For you, for our son, for the future. What hope in this world for a man without proper means? They offered me money, land, and title in exchange for my collaboration. And so this is how I came to betray my closest friend.
If you think he's being honest here, it adds to the tragedy of this character. He didn't choose to be a Templar, he didn't scheme for power for its own sake. Desperate circumstances forced him to take a bloody path because he thought it best for his family. Uberto was a self-taught lawyer. He came from nothing. He had to make an impossible choice to secure his family's welfare. But, and this is what I love about this series, he could be lying. The Templars know that how they're remembered is important. Uberto could be making himself out to be a sympathetic character, a victim of circumstances and his own lack of privilege. The part about the Medici taking all they own, however, is at least partially corroborated by Sean in the database.
Apparently, Uberto's family was evicted by the Medici Bank. Uberto's been aching for revenge ever since. And the Templars promised him support.
So we're left to judge for ourselves what kind of man Uberto Alberti was. Whoever that was, they're dead now, stabbed 5 times in the chest and gut by a 17-year-old who just watched his family die the night before. This isn't a triumph, but it's an action, and that seems to be enough for Ezio as he returns to La Rosa Colta to get his family to safety. Before they can flee the city, Ezio has to lower his notoriety. The conspiracy against his family and the killing of Uberto has understandably made him a wanted man. The posters are gamey but useful. I actually love the option to bribe heralds, and I love that they recorded a decent amount of audio for them warning the people about Ezio.
His reign of blood strikes terror into us all.
He must be caught and terminated quickly.
Execrable agent of Satan
is enough to make strong men tremble. Must be put to death with all haste.
Since their shouting is a huge part of the sound profile of this game, committing crimes changes the auditory landscape in a fun and immersive way. The bit that deserves a little scrutiny is the assassination of corrupt officials. Paula says,
Or you could hunt those who bear false witness against you. They traded dignity for coin. Their loss would not be mourned.
I mean, okay, but Ezio is actually stealing and stabbing and assassinating. Notoriety only goes up when he's done something illegal. Aside from the scripted sequence here in the opening, when he's notorious because of the conspiracy against his family, and I guess a later snafu in Venice, he's literally never undeservedly notorious. So even if these officials can't directly testify to Ezio's killing of, like, Florentine Archer number 54, are they morally wrong in saying, yeah, that one guy who's real sneaky but leaves a massive trail of bodies wherever he goes? Yeah, I'll testify against him. I guess I didn't see it, but we all know it's him. I guess that's technically against the letter of the law, but working around an exploitable and imperfect legal process in the name of justice was an entire era of American television. In other media, these officials might be heroes. She says they traded dignity for coin, so I guess they're doing this because they've been bribed? But even so, Ezio is committing these crimes. I've always found
their loss would not be mourned
to be a kind of cheap way to hand-wave away how morally dubious Ezio's killing of them is. I think it would have been more interesting to leave this a morally gray action, the way that Altair's tracking, interrogating, and killing of informants was. But I think this is again a deliberate effort to keep Ezio and his story more positive and approachable. These aren't officials doing their jobs to stop a dangerous, deadly assassin. These are evil men who took bribes to testify against you. Falsely testifying, of course, because, we don't usually leave witnesses. Ezio reunites with his family, and the three of them flee the city. I've always loved Ezio's frustrated response to Claudia as they escape.
How could this have happened to us?
I don't know.
Will we ever be back?
I don't know.
What will happen to our house?
I don't know.
Were they given a proper burial?
Yes, they were.
You can hear the frustration and the worry in Ezio's voice. We're reminded that this is just a 17-year-old. It strikes that delicate balance of making him seem competent but vulnerable. He also tells her that their father and brothers were given a proper burial, which I actually really like in this moment as a lie, even though Brotherhood goes back and makes that event canon. Either way, it's a great moment of uncertainty that is, in part, setting up his more formal refusal of the call later. I think it's worth pausing here and noting just how effectively this game has established Ezio's character in the opening hours. In AC1, you could be, and probably were, bored of Altair. Actually, I'll stop hiding. I'll speak for myself here. I was bored of Altair. His characterization was both minimal and not very good, and the voice acting never clicked for me. But the novelty and the thematic ambition of AC1 made it tolerable to play, but very enjoyable to think about and discuss. But here in AC2, we get off to a blazing start. Ezio is well-rounded. We see him thrive, find joy in the Florence of his youth, before events push him across a dark threshold, and he's forced to navigate a world of conspiracy and death. We know the life he wanted, we experienced a small fraction of the life that was taken from him, and we've seen him make mistakes, lose fights, misread situations. AC2 is telling a more character-focused, more familiar action story, and their exceptional development of Ezio in the early game is partly why it feels so successful, even though things stagnate at the midpoint and start to go off the rails towards the end. But for now, Ezio and his family leave Florence behind. He thinks they'll make a brief stop at their uncle's villa before sailing for Spain. The Pazzi have other ideas. On the outskirts of the villa, the surviving auditores are ambushed by Vieri de Pazzi. It's the first time Ezio and Vieri are seeing each other since their boyish brawl on the bridge a few days ago. And what I love about this is that you can tell that to Vieri, this is the same kind of conflict, even his body language is similar. He's performative, brash, obnoxious. But Ezio's been forced to grow up quite a bit. Ezio has none of his usual swagger. His first instinct is to bring his family close and to try to defuse the situation, to no avail.
What do you want, Vieri? So many things. A larger palazzo, 2 new steeds, a prettier bride. Oh, and yes, your life.
It's part of what makes Vieri so effective as an early antagonist. He's not that different from this version of Ezio. It's just that Vieri went home to a Pazzi family that encouraged his pettiness, violence, and arrogance, and Ezio went home to Giovanni and Maria. When Mario expresses his shock that Giovanni kept Ezio sheltered from the world of assassins and Templars, as players, I think we have more perspective on the wisdom of that decision. Vieri as a dark mirror is partially why. Ezio defends his family until Mario arrives with reinforcements. As Vieri flees, we get a tragically iconic line that I genuinely think makes this game worse.
Don't you recognize me? It's me, Mario!
I don't want to be the fun police, but this is just annoying. It's not funny enough to make anyone laugh, but it's fourth wall breaking enough to break players' immersions in what up to this point had been a pretty grounded and thoughtful narrative. This story takes itself seriously enough to kill a child and have Ezio's mother endure something it won't even name, but oh no, let's stop for a Mario joke. It feels like the kind of joke you put in during the drafting process to make your collaborators chuckle before taking it out of the finished product. Instead, when most AC players think of Mario, a character we're asked to take seriously, they'll think of this moment. After the walk through the villa, during which Claudia says nothing by the way, nor does Mario ever address her or Maria, who is his sister-in-law, though maybe he's heard about what happened to her, Mario asks Ezio about his plans.
I thought you'd come here to train.
No, uncle. I came here to escape Firenze, and I intend to take my family further still.
But what about your father? He'd want you to finish his work.
What work? My father was a banker.
Wait, he did not tell you?
This kicks off the primary tension of this sequence. Ezio, even after he learns about the assassins, doesn't want to become one and finish his father's work. He agrees to stay in Monteriggioni and train so he can keep his family safe, so Mario starts chipping away at Ezio's resolve.
Of your father's blade. I figured you have the Codex page he was holding as well.
Codex?
See, a guide to the inner workings of the Order, its origin, purpose, and techniques. Our creed is your father believed the Codex contained a powerful secret. Something that would change the world. Perhaps that's why they came for him.
Assassins, Templars, Codex pages. This is a lot to take in.
You need to open your mind, Ezio. Always remember, nothing is true, everything is permitted.
Ezio is introduced to the famous "nothing is true, everything is permitted," but Mario also refers to the entirety of the Codex as the Creed, though it's unclear if this is the Creed with a capital C or just, the Creed. I don't know.
I figured you have the Codex page he was holding as well.
Codex?
See, a guide to the inner workings of the Order, its origin, purpose, and techniques. Our creed is
The casual way he throws that word in there, along with how broad the Codex ends up being, makes me think that he's not referring to the entirety of it as part of the Creed. But with how important the Creed is supposed to be in this series, it's a little weird that they're not more careful with that word. I also think it's interesting that we're essentially yada-yadaing over the new, evolved Assassin's Creed here. One of the main elements of AC1's story was that the Creed had to evolve, and now it has, obviously. But to learn how or why, we'll have to delve into the Codex pages as we recover them. But Ezio doesn't really care in this game, nor does he really care in Brotherhood. Not until Revelations do we get an Ezio that actively engages with the evolved Creed in the narrative. Players and Desmond can learn more by reading the Codex as they acquire it, but Ezio won't really share their curiosity for decades. Ezio's disinterest in exploring the Creed is also shared by Mario and others, unlike in Assassin's Creed 1, where the Creed, faith, and discussion on the Templar ideology dominated the conversations. AC2 and its characters seem intent on glossing over that as fast as possible so they can throw you back into the historical action. There's a moment here on their walk that I think exemplifies this different approach.
There is a chapel here too. The prete seems a nice enough fellow, but I've never been much of a believer.
And that's it. No discussion on a non-existent or absent god. No small pontification on the illusion of religion. This line is so casually slipped in here that if you hadn't played AC1, you'd be forgiven for missing it, or for thinking that Mario just happened to be agnostic and that it's not a central idea of the Assassin Brotherhood. Or I should say, it was. Because AC2 starts a trend that the rest of the series largely follows. More of the sizzle, less of the steak. More assassins versus Templars, but their respective ideologies seem to get thinner. We'll be told often that assassins fight for freedom, but they never interrogate the question of what's oppressing people and how, the way that they did in Assassin's Creed 1. It's a choice that ends up working for this game's simpler, more focused emotional story, but it still feels like the setting would have been perfect for a much more spiritually interested game. Ideas around God and the church won't really come up until a ridiculous conversation Ezio has in Venice, and then a pair of moments closer to the game's climax. Ezio received his training and learns about the assassins and the Templars, but to Mario's dismay, he's still set on leaving.
We sail for Spain in 3 days.
But Nipote, I have given you these skills that you might be better prepared to strike against our enemies.
And if they find me, I will.
I said earlier that this was a refusal of the call moment, but you could probably debate the validity of this call to begin with. Ezio's priority was to get his family out of the Italian peninsula and into Spain, where he believes they'll be safer. For a man who just watched the Templars kill half his family, that would be a perfectly valid call. Choosing a less glamorous exile over standing your ground and launching a doomed counteroffensive has a certain maturity to it. But something in between this moment and his killing of Vieri changes his mind. So let's keep going. Mario has left for San Gimignano to try to attack Vieri, and Ezio, feeling responsible, follows to assist. Something strange that this mission does is that it takes a moment to humanize the local guards. Literally seconds after both Mario and the Animus objective tells the player to kill the guards, we hear this.
A signal again when you should follow. Instead, he's turned us into nursemaids. And why?
Shooting his mouth off again, no doubt. Angering the wrong sorts of people. And so now, we pay the price.
Careful. Or do you want to strike before him like Bernardo was?
Poor bastard. I heard Vieri took his eyes.
I'd like to keep mine. So let's end this conversation.
So it sets up Vieri's cruelty, something the game puts even more emphasis on after you kill him. But by having the guards pretty directly express their displeasure with the Pazzi family, and imply that many of the remaining guards are too afraid to leave or speak out, it makes Ezio's running up to them and killing them seem much less heroic. And given what seems like the obvious intentionality here, I think we have to assume that's the point. This is less of an assassination mission and more of an invasion. Mario's idea for killing Vieri de Pazzi was to march a group of mercenaries through the city's main gate, find the young Templar in a city full of citizens and guards, and kill him. With cunning like that, it's pretty easy to understand why the Templars seem to be winning this war.
It's a me, Mario!
It also shows the pitfalls of this version of the Assassin Brotherhood. The shift away from the blade in the crowd to more traditional combat tactics leaves a much longer trail of bodies. That's an idea this game seems to acknowledge, but never interrogates, which is a choice made even stranger when we reach the end of the game, and Ezio's final act is sparing his greatest enemy, but only after killing dozens of guards to get to him.
Killing you won't bring my family back.
A dark stain on human history. Rodrigo left a trail of blood a mile wide, and then there were the rumoured X-rated atrocities. Hundreds of courtesans brought to the Vatican by the cartload, and the Pope's close friendship with his illegitimate daughter, Lucrezia.
Killing you won't bring my family back.
This is so terrible.
After killing these guards, getting information from a dying mercenary, and killing even more guards, Ezio is sent after Vieri alone. En route, he overhears an important Templar meeting, something that happens in every act of this game. In the game's defense, Ezio overhearing most of their other meetings is a result of his labor. This is the only one that he, accidentally stumbles into. But oh boy, what a big moment to accidentally overhear, because I believe this is the moment that changes Ezio's mind about sailing for Spain.
Francesco will organize our forces in the city and send word when it's time to strike. Jacopo, your job is to calm the citizens once the deed is done.
What of that ubriacone Mario? He continues to harass my forces, and I fear he'll discover what we intend.
He's always been trouble. Just like that bastardo brother of his.
Then let me reunite them, father.
There will be plenty of time to clean up the rifiuti when we're finished. Now, is there anything else? Muy bien.
Here, Ezio learns the Pazzi are cooking up a violent little scheme involving his home city of Florence, and to add insult to injury, Rodrigo Borgia refers to his family, both living and deceased, as trash. Both of these are understandable motivations for Ezio changing his mind. There's the nobler idea of a man stirred to protect his home from dangerous, corrupt men, and then there's the much more emotional, primal drive of a man realizing that Uberto really was just a cog, and that Rodrigo Borgia was the man ultimately responsible for his family's fate. Which impulse you think is stronger probably depends on how you're reading Ezio. Both of them, or even both together, work really well for me. With Vieri now somewhat isolated, Ezio climbs the walls and attacks. The fight turns into a dramatic duel on the tower. This takes place in April of 1478, so a little over a year after their brawl on the bridge that happened in late 1476. It's not a boyish scrap about family honor anymore, it's Ezio out for blood, ready and able to kill a man who directly threatens his family. Unlike the bridge, Ezio doesn't set the scene. He doesn't revel in the glory of combat. He's quiet and he's lethal, and within seconds he shoved a blade through a boy he's known for years. It was a brave move to kill off Vieri as quickly as they did. Unlike his father and grandfather, Vieri was a fictional character. He didn't have to die a certain year or close to it, and he might not have had to die at all. It's easy to see a version of this story where he becomes a longer-term rival for Ezio. The two men are already so similar, and soon Ezio will kill Vieri's father and likely be blamed for killing Vieri's grandfather. So Vieri would have the same drive for revenge for Ezio that Ezio has for him. These two also don't seem to understand or care too much about their respective creeds at this point. Seeing them develop as intellectual parallels as well as physical rivals would have been interesting, but we ended here. And despite my musing on the opportunity cost, I don't mind that we ended here because it's a huge step in Ezio's journey. And in a game that's pretending to be a historical simulation, it works that sometimes violence and death feels random and unable to neatly slot into a character arc. These two fought as boys, now they meet as men, and this time it ends in death. But the added time hasn't exactly brought wisdom, as Ezio's response to the dying Vieri demonstrates.
What are you and your allies planning? Is this what my father discovered? Is this why he was killed?
I'm sorry. Were you hoping for a confession?
Pezzo di merda! Vorrei solo che avesse sofferto di più! Hai avuto la fine che meritavi! Spero che
Enough, Ezio! Show some respect.
Respect? After all that's happened, do you think he would have shown either of us such kindness?
You are not Vieri. Do not become him.
This is probably my favorite Mario moment in the entire series. Not that, there are too many to choose from.
It's a me!
The greater purpose and the respect for the act is what separates the capital A assassins from killers or warriors. Mario's words to Ezio here are essentially his final lesson. Also, hang on, I have to share this horrible nugget. I'll often cross-reference my notes on in-game dates and events with various wiki pages, and on this fandom.com page for Vieri de Pazzi, there's what's supposed to be a quick and helpful at-a-glance table giving us a rundown, and the top half is all fine. I don't think his charisma, leadership, or being an expert strategist is really supported by the text, but whatever. The hobbies section is what I'm curious about. His first hobby, terrorizing the Auditore family. His second hobby, harassing Cristina, something we won't see until the Brotherhood repressed memory. This carries on with his goals as well. Goal number 1, take Cristina forcefully. Yikers! Goal number 2, kill Ezio and his remaining relatives. It's a bit dark, but props to him. His hobbies and his goals are essentially identical. You know what they say, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life. So both the game and his fandom wiki page makes Vieri seem like a violent, evil sociopath who delights in the suffering of others. A monster. But, like Uberto before him, Assassin's Creed 2 makes an interesting, concerted effort to humanize him, but again, like Uberto, only after he's dead. Mario gives Ezio a letter he found, or intercepted, about Vieri. It's intended for Vieri's father, from Fra Giocondo, a character we don't meet in-game, but who I believe was a real Italian scholar. Fra, F-R-A, I hope I'm saying that correctly, is short for monk. It's a title, not a name. If this is the man I think it is, his real first name was Giovanni. And if you look him up, you can see why he was chosen as someone the Templars might be contacting. His Wikipedia page says that, quote, as a young priest, Giocondo was an archaeologist and a draftsman. He visited Rome, sketched its ancient buildings, wrote the story of its great monuments, and recorded, deciphered, and explained many defaced inscriptions. He stimulated the revival of classical learning by making transcriptions of ancient manuscripts, one of which, completed in 1492, he presented to Lorenzo de' Medici. So, a scholar who studies ancient buildings, deciphers inscriptions, and can translate ancient manuscripts is absolutely someone the Templars would try to work with in their hunt for the vault. He's practically tailor-made for it. I think it's also revealed that certain Templars had codex pages on their person too, so it's likely they were intending to decrypt them at some point, and Giovanni Giocondo could have been part of their plans. And I love this. I love that Ubisoft stopped and took the time to find a man like this to bring into their historical fiction. To 90% of players, this is just going to be a name at the bottom of a letter they might not even bother reading. But if you poke and prod the way that AC1 trained players to, you find a little nugget like this that makes the Templars seem even more dangerous and competent. So what does the letter actually say about Vieri? Addressing Francesco, Giocondo writes,
He seeks your approval, your attention. These outbursts of his are a result of insecurities born out of a sense of inadequacy. He speaks of you often and fondly, and expresses a desire to be closer to you. So, if he is loud and foul and angry, I believe it is simply because he wants to be noticed. He wants to be loved.
Think all the way back to the first time we saw teenage Ezio interact with Giovanni. Remember how warm and loving he was, despite Ezio's general rowdiness? It's easy to read that moment as Ubisoft leaning hard into the "he's a cool dad, so his death will hit harder," but this letter changes the way both we and Ezio will remember and appreciate him, because we're seeing what the lack of love and approval can do to a man of similar nature. If you wanted to take it a step further, I noted that Ezio's warm and loving upbringing was a result of Altair's reforming the Brotherhood, but also a violent, dangerous man prone to outbursts, seeking the attention of a father figure whose approval he'll never get. I think it's fair to say that there's some Altair to Vieri. Vieri's 19 when Ezio kills him. In another world, he might have matured into someone different, gained wisdom and perspective despite his flawed order like Altair. And I think Assassin's Creed 2 wants you to think about that. Like Uberto, Ezio's made the kill, and once again, we're left with mixed emotions. If you really squinted, you might make a connection to Ezio's strange choice to spare Rodrigo at the end of the game, but I still don't think that works, and after Vieri, the game stops trying to humanize these targets in the same way. Back in Monteriggioni, Ezio joins the celebrations of Mario and his men. It's another key difference separating this adventure from Assassin's Creed 1. In that game, Altair made his kill and slipped away after a brief chat with the local bureau leader. Here, it's different. We'll see celebrations and congratulations. We see positive and immediate reactions to Ezio's work. It doesn't feel like it's happening in a void, and it makes the process more gratifying. AC1 feels like thankless, violent work, and that choice really works well for the more sterile and cerebral story it was telling. AC2 stops and lingers on these little victories in a way that brings us closer to Ezio and this world, and it works for this game. After a brief celebration, Ezio talks with Mario about the Spaniard and learns his name.
He is Rodrigo Borgia, one of the most powerful men in all of Europe, and leader of the Templar Order.
Which makes him responsible for the murder of my father and brothers.
Yes, and he will kill you too, given the chance.
Then I must stand against him if I wish to be free.
So Ezio vows to continue his father's work, both in stopping the Templars and reassembling Altair's codex. Mario's pleased that Ezio's going to remain in Italy, and lets him take charge of restoring Monteriggioni, and shows him the armor of Altair hidden underneath the villa, locked behind 6 separate locks, each connected to the tomb of a legendary assassin. About here is where I would say our first act ends, though the inclusion of the 2 DLCs kind of throws off the story structure a bit by weighing down the third act. Without the DLC, we have a clean first act, a longish second act, but that's fairly common, and a tight and fast third act. With the DLC, it almost feels closer to Valhalla's arc-style structure, and not necessarily in a good way. But AC2's first act was a triumph. It gives Desmond and Lucy a big, bold, modern-day action set piece. It introduces players to Ezio and builds out his character in minutes that feel like hours in all the best ways. This young Ezio is prideful. He's witty, even if he's not always sharp. He's often out of his depth, and even after donning his father's robes, too often he's wearing his heart on his sleeve. He had a spoiled, carefree life, and he knew it. He loved it. It's easy to care about him and his simple quest to avenge his family, and along the way we're meeting characters that make us look at this world or our hero differently. It's not groundbreaking, but it's great stuff. And despite the dark subject matter, it's fun. Moments of levity, evolving gameplay, changing the urban setting. It feels like an adventure, one that's going to continue as Ezio returns to his home city of Florence, just in time to stop a conspiracy against its most prominent family. Assassin's Creed 2 gets off to a strong start, and for the most part that continues for another few hours. However, the deeper we get into this lengthy second act, the more you'll probably notice a shift in the tone of this critique. Act 1 did such a good job introducing players to Ezio and catapulting him onto this path of violence. His killing of Vieri and Uberto are brutal, emotional acts, given further pathos by the work Ubisoft does to posthumously develop these characters. However, this second act is where the story starts to stall. Despite it making up the bulk of the runtime, Ezio barely grows at all, and we get the dullest Templars in the game. You could break the story down into two major plot lines: Ezio's growth as a man, and Ezio's quest for revenge. Theoretically, of course, these two lines intersect at the climax. I think we're supposed to understand that Ezio spares Rodrigo, letting go of his need for revenge, because he's grown beyond that desire. And on paper, that could work, were it not for the soggy Venetian dumpster fire that is the back half of this second act. To make that plot structure work, we need to be closely tracking Ezio's growth throughout the second act. We don't. Years pass in a blink. We need to see signs of either Ezio maturing, or that the act of killing has a negative effect on either Ezio or the world around him. Ideally both. We don't. Maybe we'd connect Ezio's maturity to his reassembly of Altair's codex full of wisdom, but we don't do that either. I think they do a pretty good job for the first half. I like his return to Florence, and Ezio's display of tenderness and mercy to Jacopo is a great beat. You can see how they'd get to a sparing of Rodrigo from this moment here, but Venice squanders all of that. Ezio spends years hunting targets with little to no emotional or intellectual development occurring. We never confront the Templars' plan or their underlying ideas for Italy, and the game misses countless opportunities to better incorporate history or the characters into the main plot. We end up with an Ezio that feels so two-dimensional and disconnected that the third act seems to recognize this and starts off by just pushing a reset button and just having Ezio literally tell us what is happening inside his head. The personal story gets lost in Venice, and the revenge storyline isn't developed either. This is where the Templars could have become more than just names on a list. This is where we'd understand that they're not just an enemy combatant, they're an ideological opponent. We don't do that either. It feels sloppy, it feels rushed, and it's worth reminding ourselves that it probably was. We don't know how much of a priority the story was for Ubisoft, and we don't know how much time this team had to write it. I don't think anyone writing this was incompetent, they just couldn't wrangle this second act in time. And second acts are incredibly difficult to do well. It's a lot of thankless connective work. You lack the momentum of a first act or the safe structure of the climactic third. We should be testing our protagonist, developing their relationships, learning what they stand for, what they stand against, maybe see them fail. And we kind of do these things, but in the shallowest way. Ezio will fail to save all the Medici. He'll spend more time with Leonardo, meet La Volpe, Lorenzo, Rosa, Antonio, Teodora, and Bartolomeo. He'll fail to save the Doge and miss an opportunity to kill Rodrigo. But because we never really see him engage with those characters or those failures, at the end of the day, it can ring fairly hollow. But before we get to the rough patch that is most of the Venice story, it's time for Ezio to return to his home city of Florence to stop whatever the Templars are planning. His first stop is to visit an old friend.
Look at this place. The past 2 years have been kind to you.
But you are not the same at all, are you?
Something this game struggles with conveying is how much time passes during Ezio's adventure. Here it's handled fine. We learn it's been about 2 years since Ezio's killing of Uberto, but the later we get in the game, the worse it gets. And I think the most egregious time jump is from Ezio losing the apple during the Siege of Forli in 1488 to the Bonfire The Vanities in 1497, a jump of about a decade that we'll expand on when we get there. That passage of time is important because at its heart, this is supposed to be just as much a story about Ezio becoming a better man and a better assassin as it is about revenge. Here we learn that 2 years have passed, so he's 19-20-ish now I think, but that apparently he's
not the same at all, are you?
And I think what's important to remember about this line is that the last time these two saw each other, Ezio hadn't killed anybody, because remember, the game doesn't care about guards. So Leonardo is maybe commenting on the fact that his friend is now a killer, and it shows. There's a darkness he can see inside of Ezio that wasn't there before. I'm highlighting this line because, as I've alluded to earlier, I find Ezio's choice in the climax fairly unsatisfying. So throughout my playthroughs and this analysis, I've been carefully looking for moments earlier in the narrative where they set up this idea that killing is inherently bad, or that it's taking a toll on Ezio as a man to the extent where sparing his greatest enemy and the Grand Master of the Templars would be justifiable. This is one of those moments, a kind of blink and you miss it line from an old friend about a new darkness inside of him. In isolation, I like it as a quick beat between friends, acknowledging how much Ezio's changed, but as a beat setting up Ezio's decision at the end of the game, I think it's too ambiguous for how much weight it has to carry. Ezio asks Leonardo if there's someone who might know how he can approach Francesco de Pazzi, and Leonardo points him to
La Volpe, the fox.
Leonardo's paranoia about being overheard in his own workshop immediately characterizes La Volpe as a dangerous man with eyes and ears everywhere, which means he's the perfect contact for Ezio. He starts a search at the market, where he gets his pocket picked. Pursuing the thief leads Ezio right to La Volpe, which seems to be exactly what this mysterious figure wanted.
Not so fast. What do you want? Who are you? They call me many things. Murderer, tagliagole, thief. But you may call me La Volpe. At your service, Messer Ezio.
I love how unapologetically dramatic this cutscene is. It's a great tone setter for what's going to be a second act filled with big, cinematic moments that put style and flair over narrative depth. And again, I don't mean that as a negative necessarily. For the most part, it works in this story. Also, hang on. This popped in my head while editing this bit. It's La Volpe's business to know everything in this city? Well, we know of a pretty big surprise betrayal that happened only 2 years ago. It seems like La Volpe's intelligence might have been valuable then. Does that mean he failed? Does he feel partially responsible for what happened to Giovanni? Will we see him reckon with that failure or guilt in this game or Brotherhood? All rhetorical questions, obviously, because the story doesn't care. We kinda just forget La Volpe after this. He is noticeably older than the other assassins though. I like the idea that he was like close to retirement when Giovanni died, and now he feels duty-bound to protect Florence with Paola until he can pass the torch to Ezio or Machiavelli. And I hope you like this moment because that's the most interesting one La Volpe gets in this series. This charismatic leader of thieves is sidelined after this moment, and his return in Brotherhood doesn't do much to salvage things. Ezio and La Volpe race across the Florentine rooftops to reach the building where the Templars apparently plan to meet. When the two arrive, La Volpe stops to survey the entrance, the traversal seemingly effortless, whereas Ezio shows up struggling to catch his breath. And I really like this moment. I like that they're still going out of their way to make Ezio feel like a man and not a killing machine. His training hasn't magically turned him into the best assassin in Italy. This little moment of vulnerability reminds us of the young man beneath the robes, and I just love this beat. Ezio infiltrates the church and spies on the Templar meeting, and what sticks out to me is that they open it with a Latin prayer.
Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, descendat super vos et maneat semper.
So, if Google Translate is to be believed, this seems like a pretty simple prayer. And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit descend upon you and remain forever. This is, I think, our biggest clue so far that the Italian Templars deviate quite a bit from their Crusader ancestors. These brothers do seem to believe in an active God, and we'll find out at the end of the game that Rodrigo thinks he'll find God in the vault beneath the Vatican. That moment can feel like it comes out of left field, since, unlike AC1, we are rarely given a glimpse into what motivates the Italian Templars. But this is one of the rare moments we see a candid meeting between them, and in a moment they think they're alone when presumably they could abandon a performative religiosity and they still open with a prayer. The Templars share weapons and mention that they have the support of the Pope, something we'll touch on when Ezio discusses it with La Volpe in a minute or so. For now, I love the extra characterization of Francesco and Jacopo in this moment here.
What is it, Jacopo? Do you think they suspect something?
Impossible! The Medici are too arrogant or too stupid to even notice. Likely a bit of both.
Do not underestimate our enemies, Francesco. Or have you already forgotten how your son was murdered?
We'll suffer no such surprises this time, Maestro.
You have my word.
Molto bene. I should be off. I've some other business to attend to before I return to Rome.
We can see how unaffected Francesco is by the death of his son, and that, combined with the letter we found about how Vieri always wanted his father's approval, adds another layer of tragedy to Vieri's death. Even dying for the Templars doesn't win his father's approval. Francesco just seems like a cold, arrogant man. Rodrigo's mention of Rome so quickly after the Pope's name is invoked could also be foreshadowing his ultimate goal. But Rome is such a population center that it's hard to read too much into that line. He does reference some other business he has to do, and I kind of wish it involved killing or somehow arresting La Volpe, who, with the death of Giovanni, is now probably the most prominent assassin left in Florence. It would also help justify La Volpe's absence from the upcoming defense of the Medici, and later Savonarola's rise to power. So Ezio now knows when and where to find Francesco, and more importantly, has a chance to stop whatever evil he's planning.
They have weapons, enough for a battalion. Even the Pope has given support.
Typical of Sixtus, but... what the hell are they planning?
They deduce that the Pazzi are planning to attack the Medici as they arrive at the Duomo for Sunday service. And before Ezio flies off to stop it, alone by the way, La Volpe is very concerned about the Medici, but not enough to actually assist in any way we can notice. I want to talk about some of the real history behind this moment. I wanted to check and see why La Volpe might say, typical of Sixtus, and oh boy, this guy had a lot going on. The heftiest part of his Wikipedia page is a section on nepotism, which, you know, doesn't seem ideal. And the more you learn about Sixtus, the more La Volpe's exasperation seems fitting. In The Montefeltro Conspiracy by Marcello Simonetta, a book I was reading to learn more about this attack on the Medici, Simonetta writes, "The Pope's close family members suddenly found a very convenient vocation for the ecclesiastical career. His nephews, in fact, formed a small army of young, go-getting relatives, all eager to jump at anybody's, and at one another's, throat to grab as much money and power as they could. It is no coincidence that the word nepotism, from the Italian nipote, nephew, was coined around this time." There you go, drop that etymological nugget next time you're getting a haircut and there's an awkward silence. A lot of books and websites also discuss Sixtus's rumored homosexuality, but pretty much all of those places cited a chronicle by Italian historian Stefano Infessura, which said that Sixtus was, quote, "a lover of boys and a sodomite." So I went looking for another source and I finally found one here. Contemporary accounts call its creator, Sixtus IV, the lover of his handsome nephew, Pietro Riario, whom he made a cardinal at the age of 25, and upon whom he lavished unheard of wealth so that his extravagance was compared to a Roman emperor's. Sixtus is repeatedly called a sodomite in the diaries of Stefano Infessura, a charge usually discounted by modern historians since Infessura was, quote, "an ardent Republican and the Pope's political enemy," end quote. But a century ago, John Addington Symonds pointed out that the accusation appears also in the dispatches of the Venetian ambassador and is confirmed by the usually reliable diaries of Johann Burchard, the papal master of ceremonies. And if that wasn't enough, there's also this little tidbit that Pope Sixtus, quote, "it was popularly claimed, had given his cardinals license to commit sodomy during hot weather." I guess, sun's out, bums out, lads. So during and after Sixtus's life, there were rumors about his sexuality. The Pope is a deeply political figure at this time, so it wouldn't be unheard of for people to concoct these. However, it is notable that he was unpopular enough for them to spread so widely.
Yeah, bad. We gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle.
Nephews.
Do not diddle.
Nephews.
It's no good diddling.
Nephews.
One of the nephews he might have diddled was Girolamo Riario, who becomes a key player in the conspiracy against the Medici. Had the plot succeeded, he would have become the Lord of Florence. Instead, it fails, and he returns to his home of Forli, where he'll be assassinated in 1488 by a pair of mercenaries. His widow will talk her way out of imprisonment and rally her men and allies to take her city back. She's quite the character, that Caterina Sforza. Simonetta's book also includes a translated account from one of the Pazzi conspirators, Gian Battista, Count of Montesecco, who wrote a confession before his execution. Here is his account of a conversation between himself, Pope Sixtus, Riario, Caterina's current husband, and Salviati, a Pazzi conspirator that Ezio will soon hunt down. This confession does confirm that Sixtus indeed requested that nobody be killed, but in context it sounds very naive. Montesecco. Holy Father, these things will hardly be feasible without killing Lorenzo and Giuliano, and perhaps some others. Sixtus. I don't want the death of anybody at all. It is not part of my office to consent to somebody's death. Although Lorenzo is a villain and is behaving badly with us, I would not want his death, but a regime change. Riario. We'll do what we can so that death does not happen. If it were to happen, your holiness will forgive the ones who will have done it. Sixtus. You are a beast. I'm telling you, I don't want anybody dead, but just a regime change. And I say to you, Gian Battista, that I am longing for a regime change in Florence, and for Lorenzo to get out of the way, because he's a villain and an evil man, and he does not respect us at all. And once he is out of Florence, we can do whatever we like with that republic, and it would indeed be a good thing for us. Riario and Salviati, your holiness says the truth, as when you have Florence under your control and command, and ours, your holiness will control half of Italy, and everybody will kill to be your friend. So then, be content to see that all that is needed for this purpose will be done. Sixtus, I'm telling you, do whatever you want as long as nobody gets killed. I will provide any support and military help or anything that could be necessary. If this account is accurate, we'll never know whether Sixtus was naive or just supportive, yet unwilling to literally sanction assassination. It has shades of Shakespeare's Richard II. Towards the end of that play, Richard is defeated, imprisoned in a tower, a dangerous man to keep alive, but an even more dangerous man for the new regime to directly kill. One of the men of the newly crowned King Henry hears him think aloud, "Have I no friend will rid me of this living fear?" and takes it upon himself to kill Richard, thinking Henry will be pleased. When the murderer returns, expecting to be rewarded for his savvy actions, Henry can instead make a show of his grief and virtue, even though this was the best thing that could have happened for him, and it was probably exactly what he wanted. And I do mean probably, because Shakespeare doesn't tip King Henry's hand here. Depending on the directing and the performance, you might find Henry's reaction genuine or performative. If you're curious, here's the lines from that scene.
Exton, I thank thee not, for thou hast wrought a deed of slander with thy fatal hand. Upon my head and all this famous land.
From your own mouth, my lord, did I this deed.
They love not poison that do poison need, nor do I thee. Though I did wish him dead, I hate the murderer, love him murdered. The guilt of conscience take thee for thy labour, but never my good word nor princely favour. With Cain go wander through the shades of night, and never show thy head by day nor light. Lords, I protest my soul is full of woe, that blood should sprinkle me to make me grow.
So that's partly why this Sixtus situation is so fascinating to me. We don't know if he was more cunning or naive. Had this plot succeeded and Lorenzo been killed alongside his brother, Sixtus's reaction would have been fascinating. All that is to say, La Volpe's exasperated,
typical of Sixtus,
makes a lot of sense with the additional context. So Ezio sets off, blissfully unburdened by most of this information, to cross Francesco's name off his list and to stop the Pazzi conspiracy while he's at it. This night, consciously or unconsciously, echoes the night before Ezio's family was killed. An uncannily large moon illuminates quiet, empty streets. Ezio's scrambling across rooftops trying to stop an injustice, knowing that, thanks to the turns of fate, he's the only one who can. But he's stronger this time, wiser. He knows how cold and cunning the Templars are, but now he's powerful enough to stop them. Or is he? Because depending on what Ezio's objective is, he doesn't succeed. What is Ezio's primary goal here? Is it to save the Medici or to kill Francesco de Pazzi? Back with La Volpe, Ezio said,
"But it's also a chance for me to blend with the crowd, get close, and stop this madness."
If they succeed, if we lose Lorenzo and Firenze falls to the Pazzi,
it will not come to that. I promise.
That conversation made it seem like Ezio's goal has temporarily shifted to protecting the Medici rather than killing Francesco. The Animus doesn't help either. Not for the first time this game, it's giving us mixed messages. The mission description when Desmond is starting the mission says, "Prevent the conspirators from attacking the Medici family." As he approaches the church, the objective the Animus shows us is locate Francesco de Pazzi. as though Ezio's first priority is killing Francesco, with the secondary objective being protecting the Medici from the other conspirators. It's an important question because it determines whether or not Ezio views his mission as a success, and it also shows how different this brotherhood is from Altair's. Altair likely would have used the attack on Lorenzo as an opportunity to kill Francesco in the chaos. Back in AC1, Altair frequently watched people get hurt or killed and still waited to strike when it was most advantageous to him. Ezio using Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano as bait, possibly letting them die in order to kill his target, wouldn't be out of character for Altair or Altair's brotherhood. But it does seem to be out of character for the Italian brotherhood, the brotherhood that Ezio doesn't even know about yet. La Volpe says if we lose Lorenzo, that could just be one Florentine to another talking about their popular leader, but we know from the letters in Sequence 1 that Lorenzo was working with Ezio's father. Lorenzo seems more important to the assassins than just a political figure blocking the Pazzi's rise to power. And that's a really interesting development because it shows how much the Assassin Brotherhood has evolved since Altair. Altair's killing of Templars destabilized the region to the point where Robert was almost able to unite the Crusaders and the Saracens against the Assassins as a common threat. Altair's Brotherhood didn't think about the consequences of destabilization because their ultimate goal was to break the whole illusion, to fight for free will whatever the cost and give the people a chance to be free and to hopefully choose a path of virtue. In AC1, I called that philosophy a little naive, but also praised the game and this series for observing that in the fiction. Here in AC2, hundreds of years later, the Brotherhood seems to have adapted a bit, though whether it's an evolution or a regression is up to the player's interpretation. The assassins seem comfortable and happy to protect Lorenzo de' Medici, even though, and we'll touch on this more when we get to the Bonfire the Vanities, he is not a figure that embodies or shares their worldview. Lorenzo is undoubtedly the lesser of many evils, but his constant work to grow his own political power, often by weakening the integrity of the Florentine Republic, should hypothetically be something to which the assassins are opposed. But they're not here, because there seems to have been a shift in the Brotherhood. They've learned from Altair and the mess of the Crusades and appear content to work more slowly, to work with figures like Lorenzo, who might be a half step forward, rather than stab anyone who isn't ready to let humanity take that leap of faith. When he arrives, Ezio spots the conspirators and mumbles to himself that it's time to strike. He seems to think the assassination is going to be measured, that the Templars might stalk their prey and wait for a quiet moment to strike. They don't. They attack almost instantly, with a frothing hatred that borders on the rabid.
Crepa! Traditore! Giuliano! No!
To the extent that this attack could be called timed, it is interesting that the Templars time their strike for just before either of the Medici have crossed the church's threshold. Maybe it's a coincidence, but that, coupled with their opening prayers to God at their meeting last night, reinforces that idea that these are men who believe in a god, and probably think their work honors him somehow. The strike taking place outside the church is a change for the game. Historically, the attack took place inside the cathedral, an interior location they've already designed for a tomb section later. Unlike the last time Ezio was in this situation, a horde of guards in between him and the people he's trying to protect, he's capable of outdueling a small army. He defends Lorenzo and is ready to chase down Francesco when Lorenzo asks for his help getting to safety. Ezio doesn't directly reply to that request, so we don't know exactly what he's thinking, but in doing this, he's letting Francesco get away, and you can tell by his body language that he knows that. He's putting Lorenzo and the good of Florence over his personal quest for revenge. It works in this moment. We're seeing a maturing Ezio. And my God, are we seeing a wrathful Lorenzo.
Francesco de' Pazzi! I'll kill him. I'll wipe his entire family from the city. They'll be erased!
It's not hard to see why this man could hold onto power despite his family's waning fortunes. Even with his brother's body still warm and bloody back near the church, he's planning his revenge. Back at his villa, when he's safe again, he is warm and paternal to Ezio, flattering him by praising his father and his family's honor, seconds before asking him to kill the Pazzi in the name of Florence.
You're Giovanni's son. Your father was a good man. He understood honor, loyalty.
The Pazzi thugs are storming the Palazzo della Signoria! We cannot hold them off much longer!
No. If they get inside, they'll murder our supporters and put their own devils in power.
Then my survival would mean nothing. I have to... Francesco de Pazzi. Help save our city, Auditore. Kill him.
Within seconds, Lorenzo has solidified his connection with Ezio, a connection that's both timely and invaluable to him since Ezio is the only one who can preserve the Medici rule in Florence right now. You can take this scene at face value and see this as a budding friendship between two men on the same side of a secret war, but I think it'd be naive to not at least note how quick Lorenzo is to use Ezio as an attack dog, both here and down the line. I think it's all of them, but definitely most of the Pigeon Coop assassination missions are given by Lorenzo. So it's not just the major targets that we know for sure are Templars. Ezio is taking orders from Lorenzo to kill men all over Italy. It's a little thing, and Ezio never seems to be too taken in by Lorenzo, but I wish it was acknowledged or discussed in the fiction before the bonfire. But I still love how this little arc ends when we get there. I mentioned earlier how this mission to save the Medici echoed Ezio's doomed quest to save his family. Well, we've moved from echoes to figurative shouts. Francesco de Pazzi is hiding atop the Palazzo Vecchio, the same building in which Ezio's family was imprisoned. His body will be dragged back there after Ezio kills him, to be hanged overlooking the Palazzo della Signoria, the same square where Ezio's father and brothers were hanged. It's one of the most visually satisfying moments in the game, so I want to let that roll in case it's been a while since you've seen it.
Libertà! 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 Popolo e libertà!
Libertà!
Francesco?
Despite the crowd of people and Jacopo de Pazzi charging in on a white horse, it's the gallows that dominate the frame here, drawing our attention, forcing players to remember what happened in the square a year or so ago. Jacopo sees Francesco and flees. Historically, Jacopo did escape the city, like he does in the game, but he's caught in the countryside and is hauled back to be hanged in the square with his servants. Francesco was hanged from these windows, though in AC2's history, we know at least he was killed first. Then there's Ezio, looming over it all in his father's robes like a vengeful ghost. It's one of my favorite shots in the game. For a split second, we're seeing Ezio the way that others probably see him. They're not seeing the conflicted young man beneath the hood. They're seeing the assassin, capital T, capital A. It's here that the myth of the assassin is born, a myth that only grows until Ezio returns to Florence once more during the Bonfire The Vanities. Before we move on to Lorenzo's final appearance, I wanted to explore the possible narrative implications behind the inclusion and the emphasis of this one statue here in the piazza.
The citizens of Pisa are here.
This sculpture in the piazza is Perseus with the head of Medusa, and it's here about 75 years too early. That, combined with the emphasis on the statue in this cutscene here, makes it feel like a deliberate creative choice by Ubisoft, and one that's fitting given the similarities between the legendary hero and Ezio, which I wasn't originally going to cover because this video is taking me way too long already.
Then I realized my time is worth nothing.
So I think it's absolutely valid to read this statue's inclusion as something that they did because it looks cool and just move on with your life. However, not only is it years too early, not only is it emphasized in this cutscene, but they also made the choice to include this statue and not others that would have been installed around the same time period. Only Perseus is here early, and it's easy to understand why that might be the case. Perseus is the son of Zeus and a mortal woman, making him part god, part human. At this point in the series, I don't think the Isu DNA explanation had been given for why Desmond's ancestors have the powers that they have, but since Giovanni acknowledges Ezio's eagle vision in the game, we know that Ezio is special, we just don't know why. So they're both kind of descended from gods, even though we don't have that language yet to describe Ezio. As an infant, Perseus and his mother are exiled. I guess technically they're locked into a wooden chest or a crate or something and chucked into the sea. So it's not exactly a one-to-one of Ezio's flight, but there's a bit of a parallel there. Ezio uses a godly tool to kind of defeat his foe. I guess technically he loses that fight. Perseus uses his gifts from the gods to defeat Medusa. Although defeat is a rather generous word, he cuts her head off while she sleeps. Hardly the stuff of heroes, and it's an action that gets even more morally fraught if you're operating in a version of the myth where Medusa was once a beautiful maiden, but was cursed and banished by Athena because she was furious that Poseidon slept with her. Whether or not that encounter was consensual can vary depending on the version too. So there are readings of this myth where Medusa is a victim of Poseidon, punished and exiled for it, has accepted her exile, and is living in a cave with her curse, harming nobody, when Perseus sneaks in a bid for glory and kills her while she's defenseless. This isn't even just a modern interpretation either. Many historical depictions of the scene have some element of tragedy to them. So all this was just another tangent that had a 50-50 shot of making the final cut, until I found what I think is the most striking similarity of all, one that actually improves what I think is AZ2's weakest moment. On his way home from slaying Medusa, Perseus encounters the princess Andromeda, trapped on a rock at sea, chained there to be sacrificed. Perseus falls in love and saves her, rescuing her from the rock and defeating the sea monster that was planning to eat her. It's one of the many times in his journey that Perseus solves all his problems by turning his enemies to stone. Ezio doesn't have that, but he does find a beautiful woman stranded on a rock, and like Perseus, he is immediately smitten. The rescuing of Caterina Sforza always felt like one of the most contrived events of the story to me. Caterina just so happens to be trapped on this rock as Ezio walks by, and he's the only one who gets on a boat to go help her. He's charmed, and she's powerful enough that she helps him board the ship to Venice. And if you don't have the DLC, I think that's the last time you see her in this game. Even with the DLC, it's a moment that feels very written, but I like it more if we see it as an homage to the Perseus myth. The key difference is that Perseus will go on to marry Andromeda. Ezio can't have that ending with Caterina, something Brotherhood and Revelations go on to explore. They certainly didn't lean too hard into this. There are other beats in Perseus' journey that might have aligned with Ezio, but AC2 goes in a different direction. Athena gives Perseus the Cap of Hades to confer invisibility, helping him to slay Medusa. Paula, who teaches Ezio how to become invisible in crowds, could have had Athena imagery associated with her. She doesn't, at least I don't think she does, and it works fine as is. Hermes gives Perseus a pair of winged sandals. It would have been easy to turn that moment into an Ezio learns parkour from a La Volpe figure. They don't, and again, it's fine. We'll touch a bit on Leonardo as a Hermes figure later, but again, it's mostly for fun. This is not a retelling of the Perseus myth, and that's totally okay. But between the ahistoric inclusion of the statue, the choice to emphasize it here, and then the handful of parallels between Perseus and Ezio, there is enough here where it doesn't just feel like coincidence, but they're certainly not just creating a Renaissance Perseus. Ezio and his story feels unique, and these little moments are done with such a light touch that it can go completely unnoticed and the story won't suffer at all. One of the reasons they didn't create a Renaissance Perseus is because Ezio isn't that kind of hero. He's an assassin. There's not going to be this moment of triumph for Ezio when he proudly holds the head of his vanquished foe. He works in the dark to serve the light. It's interesting that the heaviest direct emphasis on this Perseus statue is this moment after he's killed Francesco. Ezio hunts him down and kills him on the Florentine rooftops, bidding him to rest in peace. It appears to be the citizens of Florence that find the body and drag it to be hanged off the top of the Palazzo Vecchio. Ezio just watches before he disappears back into the night to continue his thankless work. So it's this fascinating line where we're evoking Perseus with some heroic similarities, but also differentiating Ezio from him in an important way. As a result, Ezio feels heroic, his heroic deeds feel similar in stature, pun intended, and it feels like he could and perhaps should stand shoulder to shoulder with this legendary hero, but he's choosing to reject that, a choice he makes because he's an assassin. Years later in this same square, with Perseus staring him down after liberating his home city, Ezio will tell a crowd of people who look up to him to stop, to not follow him or any other man. It's a brilliant subversive moment I adore. He's not a capital H hero. Turn around and look at Perseus if that's what you want. Ezio is an assassin. A different hero might have used the killing of Francesco to announce the return of the Auditore family, in a similar vein to the way a youthful Ezio loudly declared his family's survival after killing Uberto. But he doesn't. This is Ezio now, this shadowy figure, and we'll come back to this over a decade down the line during the Bonfire the Vanities. Ezio's heroic-ish nature is not lost on Lorenzo, who, like we mentioned earlier, is all too happy to reforge the bond between their families. The two meet up on the same bridge where years ago Ezio fought Vieri. Without the Bonfire DLC, this is the last big story moment in Florence, and it works.
When I was 6 years old, I fell into the Arno. I soon found myself drifting down and into darkness. Certain my life was at an end. Instead, I woke to the sound of my mother weeping. At her side stood a stranger, soaking and smiling at me. My mother explained that he had saved me. And so began a long and prosperous relationship between two families. Yours and mine. I am sorry I could not save your father and brothers.
You have nothing to apologize for.
I love the visuals of this moment. Lorenzo's story is just a simple reminder of how dangerous this river can be. Its inherent wildness. For the love of God, keep Altair away from it. And yet, here he is, overseeing the construction of a massive stone bridge over top it. I've noted a few times that it seems like Giovanni was charting a different, more civilized course for the assassins. And with that context, this moment is really interesting. Freedom, heroism, virtue, qualities that the assassins fight for and embody, can pull men out of rivers, it can save individuals, but governments can build bridges. Lorenzo is overseeing the betterment of Florence on a scale that the Brotherhood can't hope to match. And that's fascinating to me, but we're just barely engaging with that idea. Not until Assassin's Creed 3 do we really grapple with the limitations of the Assassin playbook. So this moment is another example of this game's heart, why I think it's so successful emotionally, even if these moments don't really unite to become more than the sum of their parts. Ubisoft just cares about these little moments. This could have been Lorenzo just thanking Ezio, giving him a pat on the back and a list of names. Instead, we take a beat, about 30 seconds, to let Lorenzo's character breathe in a moment of peace. We saw his wrath, witnessed his subtle opportunism, and now we can see why Giovanni and so many other Florentines like him. He's warm, he makes Ezio feel like a close friend in seconds, and Florence grows stronger under his watch. This is also the only time the game really indicates how close these two characters are in age. Given his voice, character model, and the paternal tone he takes with Ezio, it's understandable if you thought this character was in his mid-40s. He is not, though. Lorenzo was born in 1449, only about 9.5 years before Ezio. Like Ezio, his father died when he was young, thrusting him into a position of power at the age of 20. And now, like Ezio, he's lost family to the Pazzi. It would be easy and understandable for these two to see each other as brothers. Lorenzo wants to, or at least wants Ezio to see him like that, going out of his way to bring up this long and prosperous relationship between their two families. And what's fascinating to me is that Ezio is friendly, but he's not literally or metaphorically taking the hood down here the way he does with Leonardo. Lorenzo tells this story about his father, their families, and Ezio quickly leads the conversation on to Jacopo. Lorenzo is of course all too happy to send Ezio after the other conspirators. Both men are getting something they want out of this, but Ezio isn't falling for Lorenzo's charms the way Lorenzo thinks he is. Years later, during Ezio's speech following the Bonfire the Vanities, he'll tell the people of Florence that they don't need anyone to tell them what to do. Not Savonarola, not the Medici. That's a beat that can feel like it comes out of left field, since Ezio and Lorenzo seem to leave things in such a cordial place. Giovanni obviously trusted him, La Volpe values the Medici, Lorenzo is warm and familial to Ezio, but Ezio doesn't let that cloud his judgment. He believes in the creed, recognizes how important it is for everyone to be free to choose their own path. We don't really see how Ezio comes to believe so firmly in the creed. I think we have to assume it's his reading of the Codex, but even though it's a less cohesive arc than I would like, I think there are hints of Ezio's independence in this moment of peace on the bridge. So Ezio adds the names of the other conspirators to his list. Before he sets off for Tuscany, he pays a visit to Mario to get his advice and to drop off his newly collected Codex pages. There's a moment here that's easy to miss, unless you're a weirdo who spends months of his life with this game. Mario says,
Let's see what we can learn. What is this? What prophet?
What did you find, Uncle?
Just another damn mystery. The text here roughly translates to only the prophet may open it. There's reference to 2 pieces of Eden, but these pages offer no answers, Nipote. At least, not on their own. You must find more.
But if you go and read all the Codex pages that you found, there's no reference to the prophet yet. There is a reference to the prophet and a message on Codex page 26, which says, "The tale is here, inside the text, not between the lines, but beneath them, where only our eyes might peer. Go and see it for yourself, that you might succeed where I and the others have failed. Time marches on, bringing with it new discoveries and developments, and so at least one day the doorway might be opened and the message delivered. They will have their prophet." But at this point in the game, I don't have that Codex page, despite having all the pages from Florence and Monteriggioni. We could assume that this is something Mario found in the margins and not shown on the actual pages, but that doesn't really work well for me either. It feels a little unsatisfying in a game about piecing together this big historical puzzle that we're simply never shown all the pieces. If we knew the game was doing this on purpose, it could be a clue that the Brotherhood is manipulating Ezio to get him into the right place at the right time to be the prophet, and that Mario knew of this before he allegedly found it in the Codex, but that's just unsupported by the text too. It's not a huge deal, it's just part of why this game's story never really comes close to true greatness or honestly even competence for me. Its big mystery happens in the background, and even if you try to look at all the pieces, it doesn't play fair. We can step on the gas for most of Ezio's Tuscany adventures. Like the rest of these assassinations, most of the gritty, morally compromising work of locating his targets has been done for him, so Ezio just sneaks in and makes the kill. It's fun to play, albeit light on the story side, and we're seeing Ezio continue to come into his own as an assassin. Since we're tracking the Templars' relationship to God, it's worth noting that in the Abbey where Ezio is hunting Stefano, you can overhear him saying this.
But to deny his most exalted existence is the only rational response when faced with the declaration that there exists some invisible madman in the sky. And believe me, if your precious Bible is anything to go by, he has completely lost his mind.
And okay, sure, he sounds like an edgy teenager ready to dismantle Catholicism with his facts and logic, but I find this absence of faith really interesting, and it's something I wish we explored more. Has he lost his faith after the assassination failed? He was at the Templar meeting and he didn't really object to the prayer there, or was he hiding that from his Templar brothers who seem to be genuine believers? We don't know, we'll never know, and while not knowing about Stefano's personal faith is fine, I do feel like this game is shying away from confronting religion at a period in time when its confrontation is getting louder and louder. It's not just pulling punches, it's usually avoiding throwing them at all. At this time of massive intellectual and social upheaval, AC2 shies away from confronting religion's effects on the world until, I guess, the climax? But even then, it's a plot device. In the meat of the game we get morsels, moments like this, or Mario's offhand comment about not being a believer, or Sister Theodora in Venice that I'll talk way too long about, but it's jarring that this game constantly chooses to look away from this subject, since its predecessor made the bold and confident choice to stare at God. The conspirator hiding on the tower hasn't lost his faith. He preaches till the grisly end. If you engage him in open combat, you can actually get this exchange.
By the light of the Lord, be cleansed!
No grazie.
I will put you on your knees, sinner!
You would enjoy that, wouldn't you?
Can you imagine how embarrassing it would be for those to be your last words? Oof, death is almost a mercy. In a letter Ezio finds on his corpse, he's written,
Maestro, it's with fear in my heart that I write this letter. The prophet has arrived. I feel it.
So the Templars know about the prophet as well, and since they refer to Ezio separately as a demon, it tracks that this conspirator is actually referring to Rodrigo's arrival in Tuscany, and that the maestro he's referring to in the letter is actually Jacopo. It's a little ambiguous. You could even read this as the man believing Ezio is the prophet, but either way, I like this. We're raising the stakes. It's clear now that the Templars know of this same prophecy, and whatever they're planning, it's probably not anything good. Bernardo Baroncelli is found frantically pacing the markets with a pair of armed guards, loudly muttering paranoid musings to himself. His fear and budding insanity is a result of Ezio's growing myth. He knows he's unsafe because he's heard of the assassin, capital T, capital A. I wanted to cover Francesco Salviati last, because this guy is probably the most memorable character in this slew of targets. He's brash, overconfident, and immediately calls out to Ezio when the memory begins.
I see you there, assassin. These walls have stood for 100 years, and will stand for 100 more.
While reading the Montefeltro conspiracy for the Florence section, these two paragraphs on Salviati caught my eye, and I thought they'd be a fun ad. Simonetta writes, in October 1474, Salviati was elected Archbishop of Pisa, but the Pope made this appointment without Florentine approval, which it was customary to obtain. Sixtus had done this deliberately to embarrass Lorenzo, the putative leader of the Republic. If the all-powerful Medici accepted the appointment of Salviati, he would look weak. If he rejected it, he would appear arrogant. Since in politics there is nothing worse than looking weak, Lorenzo chose the latter course after close consultation with his allies in Milan. And then I'm jumping ahead a bit. As he now earned 4,000 ducats a year from the richest church of Tuscany outside Florence, Salviati stopped watching his tongue and played a nasty practical joke on Lorenzo. As part of his personal dues to him, in June of 1476, he sent along 100 pounds of rotten fish, accompanied with a mocking note. If the fish is not worthy of you, nor of my desire and debt, I apologize to you, since fishing is a game of fortune, and she often does not satisfy our great longings. I'm sure that stung more in Italian, but you get the idea. Salviati was cocky and provocative, something that absolutely comes through in his depiction here in AC2. Unlike many of these other conspirators, he's also still obviously wealthy. He has an estate, he has his own private army. It doesn't end up helping him though. Ezio and his mercenaries can still breach the walls and take him down. Each of the conspirators gave up a small piece of information about where the Templars were planning to meet. So now Ezio knows enough to find Jacopo de Pazzi and to follow him to his Templar brothers. It takes Jacopo about 5 minutes to saunter from a church in town to the secret meeting place. It's the simplest tailing mission in the game, being relatively uninteresting from both a story and gameplay perspective. Unlike the mission later in this act, we're not learning anything during the tale, it's just Jacopo walking in silence with Ezio occasionally muttering to himself. We don't know it yet, but these are the final moments of the patriarch of the Pazzi family, and he spends them in silence. It feels like a bit of a missed opportunity to humanize him, or to let us overhear his perspective on events. This is a man who's lost a son and a grandson within the last year or so. Giving us more of a connection with him before he's killed would make that moment hit a little harder, but I recognize that that's also tricky to do because that moment is supposed to be shocking. If it wasn't done very carefully, players might sense that he's about to be killed, and probably not by Ezio. Although, now that I'm thinking about it doing the voiceover, it also works pretty well as is. I think it's a strong choice to have Jacopo be fairly alien to us still, and for Ezio to still extend that kindness and that mercy, and it becomes more a testament to Ezio's wisdom and maturity and grace, and less a cause and effect thing of we saw a softer side of Jacopo, so now Ezio extends kindness. No, Ezio extends kindness because Ezio is a good man, because Ezio is a hero. So it still works for me. Because, of course, Jacopo is about to be killed, because Rodrigo Borgia wants to contend with Al-Mualim for the title of shittiest boss.
We put our faith in your family, and you repay us with inaction and incompetence? Then when asked to account for your failures, you make excuses and insult us? How do you expect me to respond?
I don't know.
It's all right. I do.
You can feel Rodrigo's rage. This is the first time all game we've seen him rattled, openly violent rather than scheming in the background. This is the biggest glimpse we get of Rodrigo's true character until we get close to the climax, and it's as brutal as it is efficient. And he's not without a certain flair for the dramatic either.
So sorry to have claimed your prize, assassin. Did you honestly think I wouldn't expect you to follow? That I didn't plan for it? We've been at this a lot longer than you. Kill him.
I know you're only doing as you're told. So if you release me, I will spare your lives.
Listen to...
As chilling a character moment as the killing of Jacopo was for Rodrigo, this is a charming beat for Ezio. Feet away from the man who killed his family, he's taken a moment to actually give these two guards a chance to live if they let him go. It's such a quick and organic moment of contrast between these two men. Rodrigo also makes the classic villain mistake of relying on his goons to kill the hero and dramatically walking away rather than taking the time to do it himself, but it kinda worked for me here. Rodrigo is a man of pride. We assumed it before, but now his brutal killing of Jacopo when he would be much more useful alive, even if it was just as a piece to hand over to Lorenzo or Pope Sixtus to try to garner favor, confirms it. To take the time to kill Ezio himself is almost legitimizing Ezio as a rival, an equal. We know Ezio's myth is growing with every kill. His Templars know it too. Rodrigo, honestly or dishonestly, choosing to treat Ezio like a fly to swat away is in character for him, and it won't be the last time in this game that he underestimates Ezio. So Ezio fends off the guards and puts Jacopo out of his misery. He's almost tender in the confession dialogue, calling Jacopo friend. It's not hard to see why Ezio might pity him so much. His whole family is dead, and his final moments were marked by Rodrigo's betrayal. Ezio's empathy here is a sign of how much he's grown emotionally. We're leaps and bounds from where we were with Vieri. And you should enjoy it, because this is pretty much the end of Ezio's character development until we hit the third act. That moment ends sequence 5, and Ezio, with his sights set on traveling to Venice, returns to Florence in 1480 to update Lorenzo and say goodbye to Leonardo. It's been 2 years since Ezio was last here, 2 years of tracking down Pazzi conspirators in Tuscany, and again it feels like we're not really feeling those years in the story. We're seeing Ezio grow as a man, and we're seeing the dates change for a new sequence, but everything else feels so stagnant. We're close to the midpoint of our story, and you'd be forgiven for thinking only a year or so has passed. It's been 4. Ezio says goodbye to Lorenzo and learns that Leonardo's only recently left for Venice himself, so Ezio hurries out of the city to try to catch up with his friend. Ezio reunites with Leonardo just in time to help him fix his carriage and get back on the road. This mission kind of epitomizes the AC2 experience. It's got a little heart, the structure is fine, we even set up the flying machine for later in an organic way, and then most of the time and attention goes into the action, which is fun, it works. But the emphasis on fun comes at the cost of largely ignoring things that I think would have been interesting to explore. Like here, for example, Leonardo da Vinci, one of the most brilliant humans to ever grace this planet, starts to talk about inspiration and the famous landmarks of Venice, which is itself a remarkable testament of human innovation. And Ezio literally has to shush him because the bad guys ride up and it's time for an action moment.
Venezia, such a beautiful city, so many sources of inspiration. Ponte di Rialto, Piazza San Marco, L'Arsenale. What's wrong?
We're not alone.
And this is a story beat where you can have your cake and eat it too. It feels like half the missions in Red Dead 2 were like that. You give the story and the characters time to breathe, time for characters to talk, to bond, to share ideas and hopes and fears. And then there's still a 50-50 shot the mission ends in a vicious shootout of some kind that leaves 20 people dead or dying. That's fun. Those moments are fun. I'm not above big dumb fun. I like this mountain mission, but those aren't the moments that linger with me when I set the game down. There's a quote from the late Canadian pianist Glenn Gould that got stuck in my head after I heard it. He said, "The purpose of art is not the release of a momentary ejection of adrenaline, but rather the gradual, lifelong construction of a state of wonder and serenity." And we could probably talk about that line alone for an hour. I think it's an interesting sentiment, even if it's not necessarily one that I agree with, but I like the language he uses there, so I want to adopt it for a minute. This moment seeks to elicit an ejection of adrenaline. So many moments in games are just adrenaline. Games excel at that. And that's fine, that's great. It doesn't mean they're not art to me, and probably most of us, and maybe that's all they want to be. But personally, I prefer when stories try to do more, when they reach for things with patience and ambition. It doesn't have to be either or. Again, I think Red Dead 2 is an example of a game that tries to do both and largely succeeds. But if I had to pick between a relaxed and thoughtful 5-minute conversation with one of history's great geniuses, or a fun but shallow action set piece, particularly in a game where you can't replay missions, I'd prefer the former. The last few hours of gameplay have been dominated by fast-paced, violent missions. And it's fun, it makes for solid gameplay. But years have now passed, and the only measure we have to mark Ezio's growth as a man is in how he reacts to the men he kills in their dying moments. We have no idea how he's reacting to finding and reading Altair's codex. We never find out how he feels about the fact that his father kept all this from him. He never openly grieves his brothers. He never questions what this quest for vengeance is doing to him, what he is sacrificing to continue it so single-mindedly. This moment is fun, but it feels so superfluous, and it's hard to not think of the opportunity cost here. The lonesome work of an assassin gives us so few opportunities to see Ezio open up, to reflect, to lower the cowl, figuratively speaking, and they don't take advantage of that opportunity here. We won't really refocus the story on Ezio's emotional journey until the opening of our third act, years and years down the line. So despite having two of the most interesting characters in the game, together at a point where they'd both be able to let their guard down and just talk, AC2 literally shoves Leonardo da Vinci in the trunk so we can have this set piece to introduce something novel to the gameplay.
I think they want us dead.
Leonardo, hide! Leonardo, hide! Leonardo, hide!
Look, as someone who records his voiceovers sipping tea in a blanket fort, it's safe to say that I'm not an expert on how AAA games do their audio. Maybe this was placeholder audio for the visual team that they forgot to replace with Ezio's actual voice actor. Although this is also something you find in trailers for the game.
Leonardo da Vinci, I am in your debt.
There are certain moments a man never forgets.
So maybe this wasn't a placeholder, but a different voice actor they ended up replacing towards the end of the process? I don't know. I think it's interesting and it's bugged me for years, but you can't replay missions in this game, so I always just thought I was crazy.
Leonardo, hide!
Ezio fends off the baddies on and off the carriage, giving Leonardo time to escape to safety. We pick back up with Ezio on the outskirts of Forli. In the Ezio collection, you get We Have Venice at Home, and the other looks like somebody made the ill-conceived real estate decision to develop in Shrek Swamp. Ezio meets Leonardo by the boat to Venice, but is denied passage without a pass. Before he starts his search, he decides to help a young woman who was stranded on a rock in the lagoon, who, of course, turns out to be Caterina Sforza. We touched on this earlier when discussing Ezio's connection to Perseus. Viewing this as a take on Perseus rescuing Andromeda is the way it works best for me. At face value, this moment always felt strange, but an idea that the back half of this game builds is that something or someone might be pulling the strings to maneuver Ezio into the right place at the right time. He'll argue that he's there of his own free will, and his fellow assassins will disagree, but looking back on this moment with that idea in mind, you could argue that this is part of that fate or unlikely coincidence that those who came before just so happened to foresee. Against all odds, everyone is in the right place at the right time for Ezio to get to Venice when he needs to. Ezio, just trying to do some good in the world, is rewarded. I'm not sure that works for me even then, but it is what it is. It does lead to this endearing moment for the two friends on the ship before we fade out to the modern day.
Be careful, Ezio. Do you know who that was?
My next conquest.
I don't think so, Ezio. That's Caterina Sforza, daughter of the Duca di Milano. Her husband is...
Husband?
Si, her husband is the Lord of Forli. That woman is as powerful and dangerous as she is young and beautiful.
Sempre come una donna per me.
Your next conquest? Ezio, honey, you haven't gotten laid since you were a 17-year-old disappointing aboard Christina. But it's a sweet moment, this glimpse of Ezio's more playful side as he settles in for a long journey with his friend. He's earned a moment of respite, and so has Desmond, who is pulled from the Animus to rest for the night. As Desmond exits the Animus, the team talks about the bleeding effect, and something Sean says here kind of caught my attention.
What we're saying, Desmond, is if you're not careful, you may not need the Animus to visit with your ancestors, which wouldn't be a bad thing, assuming you could control it. Up until now, though, no one has.
The way he phrases that, unless you could control it, stands out, since it's rumored that the original plan for Desmond was to get his character to a place where he could control it. It feels like the setup for a future they ended up changing. That's something Nolan North talked about a few years ago during a Q&A.
The original story, as it was written, it was Desmond goes on these adventures, and they said, we're probably going to do about 6 games. And each game, Desmond will get, this was the original pitch, Desmond would get the abilities of his, Altair, and now he has those. Then it's Ezio, and he has them, and then it's going to be this guy. And ultimately, by the last game, he would be the ultimate assassin with all these, and be able to time travel back.
Oh! I didn't use that!
Well, I know, listen, this was, one person told me this, so I may be speaking out of school, but it was like, that would be, and I was like, oh, that's so cool.
This is just more of a fun fact. It's not really relevant to the critique. I try to just focus on the story told in the game, but after seeing that Q&A during my work on AC1, I think Sean's line there sticks out as foreshadowing that version of Desmond's story, or at least leaving the door open for it. This modern day segment is surprisingly dense. They'd already sketched out Sean and Rebecca's character, but here we're starting to fill those sketches in and challenging Desmond's simplified morality while doing so.
I gotta say, after all the crap I went through at Abstergo, it's nice to be with the good guys.
Good guys? Let's not get carried away.
What's that supposed to mean?
In case you've forgotten, Rebecca, we're assassins. I can look it up for you if you like. Basically, it means we assassinate people.
Only when we have to.
It's a choice. You're choosing to kill.
I haven't killed anyone.
No, not yet. But what do you think all this is for, eh? You think Lucy's giving you Ezio's abilities so you can build schools in South America and deliver rice to starving Indonesians? What are you, Desmond, a vegan? You'd be the first vegan assassin in history.
Look, it's not ideal, and taking a life is never easy. But sometimes, there's no other way. Sometimes, Desmond, people have to die for things to change.
She's got a point. But don't fool yourself into thinking you have no say. I mean, isn't that what we're all about here? Safeguarding free will?
Yes, this is good character work. We're seeing these assassins with slightly different ideas about the necessity and the choice behind an act of violence, but looking back on this moment from the game's ridiculous climax, I think we're supposed to connect this debate to Ezio's choice to spare Rodrigo. Rebecca acknowledges that sometimes people have to die for things to change. Sean largely agrees, but points out that it's still an assassin's duty to question that choice every time they do it. At the end of his journey, I think Ezio comes down more on the Sean side of this and decides to spare Rodrigo for, reasons. I'm not saying that to maintain the narrative suspense or create any drama or tension. I really don't know what Ezio's logic is here, and I don't think the game sets that up either. I've been looking for moments that help justify that choice. This is maybe one of them, but it's still a massive stretch. And the most obvious extra-textual defense is that Rodrigo doesn't die at that point in history, but they fudge the dates with these targets all the time, so I don't find that as compelling. There's another optional conversation with Sean here that's actually kind of charming. When Desmond approaches him with a genuine curiosity and respect for his work, Sean opens up in an equally authentic way.
How do you think the Codex wound up in Italy? I mean, it seems so random.
Dante Alighieri by way of Marco Polo.
Seriously?
something happened in 1321, yeah?
I think it's here he starts to warm up to Desmond a bit. It's a short, optional moment, but it gives some dimensionality to Sean. Desmond also talks to Rebecca and compliments her on her Animus software, including this little winking joke.
And the subtitles? Definitely a big plus.
I'm pretty sure you can see his eyes literally flick to the camera for a frame or two at the end of that. These optional moments with Sean and Rebecca are showing us a maturing Desmond. Like Ezio, he's growing from a combatant that was unwillingly plunged into this Assassin Templar conflict into someone resembling a leader. Curiosity, kindness, empathy, these are traits we didn't necessarily see from AC1's Desmond, but we're starting to see them here. And we'll see that even more with Lucy down in the warehouse. Desmond shows off his new abilities while activating the security system, and Lucy confirms that in addition to training Desmond, they're also trying to beat the Templars to the Codex and the Vault. While the Templars search for them in the present, Lucy is using Desmond to find them through Ezio in the past. It's a neat reveal, if you can call it that, because unlike the hard deadline for the Templar satellite launch, this game's modern day has almost no urgency to it. Lucy hints at a coming apocalyptic event as you're fleeing Abstergo, but it never really comes up again. I mentioned in the opening how the sudden changing of objectives from stopping the Templar satellite launch to stopping a coming apocalypse felt clumsy, but even after they made that big change, they don't then do anything with it. AC1 gradually revealed to the curious player how dangerous and ambitious Abstergo was, and made stopping them feel important, feel urgent. AC2 alludes to this new threat and then kind of shrugs. We're reminded that it's a race to the vault, but we're never reminded why it's important we get there first. Come to think about it, we don't really know the Templars are after this too, because all Lucy says here is,
"So you're after the Codex and the Vault."
I knew you had an ancestor in Italy who was at the center of all of this.
In this clip, you can see my awkward waiting by the final button to make sure I wasn't interrupting more dialogue, because, yeah, it kind of feels like something is missing here. I just praised these optional, somewhat lengthy chats with Rebecca and Sean and the interesting texture it added to their characters, and here, where we're literally talking about the modern-day quest that will take us to the end of Assassin's Creed 3, this is all we get? This game is almost a soft reboot of the modern day, and that's fine, I guess. Then the handoff where we completely changed the stakes was a little awkward, and okay, that happens. But now we have the ball, and instead of running with it, we're kind of lingering near the line of scrimmage for a game, before awkwardly dropping the ball in Brotherhood. It's the narrative equivalent of a Trent Richardson run, and if you're blessed enough to not know who that is, you can probably infer from context that it's less than ideal. Actually, hang on, editing me will find something.
And they pitch it to Trent Richardson. The big acquisition in September for the Colts, and he puts the ball on the ground, and it's picked up by Justin Houston. So the first time Trent Richardson touches the ball, he fumbles it.
And this is all the more frustrating because the one thing this game does do really well is furthering these character relationships. I love the work they do with Sean and Rebecca, and now Desmond has that moment of maturity down here with Lucy as well.
Lucy, what happened to 16 wasn't your fault. You were just as much a prisoner as I was.
Thanks. Good night, Desmond. I'm glad you're here.
Desmond is being a leader, and he's being a friend, and a lot of players are going to read some romantic tension in the way Lucy turns around and adds that last, "I'm glad you're here." And that's great. Good character work can salvage a lackluster plot in a lot of stories, and it carries this game's modern day for me, but we all know what's coming, and it's going to be so unsatisfying that almost all of this feels fruitless. It won't invalidate all the work it put into these relationships, but it will do a disservice to it. But now we get to move on to a storyline that the Ezio trilogy does honor, and that's, surprisingly, Altair's. We've been noting how important Altair's legacy has been to Ezio's story, but now, through Desmond, we're going to return to the man himself. Desmond is overcome by the bleeding effect, and we find ourselves back in Acre, pursuing a woman in every sense of the word. I love this sequence. It's weird, it's surprising. Compared to most of AC1 or AC2, it's unexpectedly subtle. None of the historical characters say anything, which adds to the uncanniness of the scene. But there's also all these little details that I love. When Desmond first takes over as Altair, there are these flecks of blue floating by on the screen, and they look like little cubes of animus data in the same color as the Abstergo animus. They're vague enough to just be atmospheric and almost natural until you pause and squint. It seems like Desmond's brain is connecting Altair's memory with the Abstergo animus, and that's bleeding into the memory he's reliving. Altair pursues the woman to the top of a tower, and Desmond recognizes Maria from AC-1. They smooch before presumably making thunderous love atop this tower, and I think it's funny that the game cuts that section out because there's no animus doing this. So in the fiction of the game, it's Desmond's subconscious that's like, alright, yeah, we really don't need to see this. Jump ahead, please, please jump ahead. Looking at this section more seriously though, I do kind of love the brief glimpse we get into Altair and Maria here. Even their love has this hunter-prey dynamic. It's wordless but surprisingly tender. Altair grew up in an assassin brotherhood that viewed this kind of emotion as weakness. Maria's origins aren't covered in the mainline games yet, but she spent at least a few years of her life with the Templars and now has presumably been through some stuff to leave them. This atypical romance feels on point for both of them. Altair jumps, but Desmond stays with Maria.
That must mean this is one weird dream.
Then he wakes, mercifully, before we can really think that moment through anymore.
Sorry to barge in on you like this, but it's getting late and we were... Hey, you okay?
We've talked a lot about what separates the Assassins from the Templars, but this moment here is one of my favorites. Vidic saw Desmond as a tool, the means to an end, and barged in on him every morning with an imperative demeanor, lecturing Desmond on his ignorance or urging him to move faster. Rebecca's entrance is so similar to all the times Vidic barged in on Desmond, but the second she actually sees him, she stops and asks if he's okay. Vidic wouldn't do that because Vidic doesn't care. Despite having the same goal as Vidic, use Desmond to locate something in time, Rebecca stops and checks in on him. It's such a tiny thing, but it's effective, and again, this is why AC2 feels so good to play, so fun to revisit. It's pleasant, it's good, and in both storylines we get these little snippets of characters just interacting in a warm and genuine way, and it's part of what gives this game its beating heart that keeps it going strong despite some of its weaker plot elements. Desmond and Lucy also have a sweet moment showcasing their evolving dynamic in this game, and you could argue that it foreshadows Brotherhood's ending, though I'm not so sure.
Hey, remember what you told me? You gotta have faith. And look, here we are, safe and sound.
For how long? And when they find us, then what?
When that happens, if that happens, we'll deal with it. I'll keep you safe.
This could work as foreshadowing the moment in Brotherhood when Desmond kills Lucy. But Lucy's fear and anxiety about the Templars feels too organic and genuine to make this feel like a believable setup. Their bond is also growing to the point where I feel like it'd be more in character for Lucy to try to convince Desmond to join the Templars, or to at least abandon the Assassins with her rather than maintain this double agent role. Games from now will learn that she was still in contact with Vidic and will leave information for him when they flee the hideout at the end of the game, but that's not supported by the text of this game at all. And okay, I guess we just have to assume that she's so good at being a double agent that this was all a lie. Of course we didn't notice anything. Okay, cool. Are we at least going to have that devastating moment of drama when Desmond uncovers this, that the woman who saved him, who turned him into a master assassin, the woman he loves, was a Templar? Will Lucy get a chance to explain herself, to defend the Templar ideology, to acknowledge that despite her growing affection for Desmond, she's strong enough in her convictions to stand against him? Because despite having no evidence for that twist in the text of the first two games, that kind of operatic, character-based conflict alone might make this stupid twist worth it. But you know where this is going, and so do I. So let's just move on. Venice awaits. Before Ezio left him in Florence, Lorenzo called it La Bella Venezia, a description only the Venice of the Ezio collection really matches. The Ezio collection gives us the city we're expecting, gorgeous pastel buildings with vibrant orange roofs, towers and churches reaching for a clear sky. Looking down from its heights, you can almost catch the city admiring its own reflection in the clear blue waters, and I don't think we can blame it. The classic AC2 delivers a much more muted experience. A hazy blue seeps through everything, the water and the sky the same graying shade that makes the city feel trapped, stagnant. It's a similar visual palette to AC1's maritime city of Acre. Acre was a scarred, broken city, however, Venice isn't. Or is it? As Ezio walks with Leonardo to his workshop, they see guards harassing a local merchant. First destroying his stand, later arresting him. We'll come to learn from the thief Antonio that this is a city that's struggling to survive under Templar rule. The muted, often sickly atmosphere of the classic AC2's Venice works for the story. In that version, Venice is a jewel stuck in the mud. In the Ezio collection, we get a city that shines despite the darkness. Leonardo asks Ezio to buy him a figurine for modeling, when Ezio is jostled by a thief who seems to recognize him by the way she raises an eyebrow. I know this video is too long already, but can we all pretend it's canon that Ezio goes back and buys this little guy for Leonardo later? He's so excited about it, and by this point in the game, Ezio is just disgustingly rich, so if he doesn't circle back at some point to grab it, that's just really bad friend work on Ezio's part. Leonardo has hidden bodies for Ezio, enthusiastically, I might add. Let's get him the little model, please. I like how this thief, whose name we'll later learn is Rosa, mirrors the unnamed thief back in Florence who actually did steal from Ezio. Rosa doesn't. She recognizes him. The growing myth of Ezio means that even the thieves of Venice know about the man in the white robes. Ezio and Leonardo's tour guide explains why there's been some pushback against Emilio Barbarigo's recent efforts.
And here we have the Palazzo della Seta, home to Emilio Barbarigo. Normally I'd suggest a closer look, but with the way things are now...
Why? What's happened?
He is attempting to unify the merchants beneath a single banner. There's been resistance, some of it violent.
What kind of resistance?
They say they're fighting for the people, for freedom or some such nonsense.
Palazzo della Seta translates to the Palace of Silk, and from what I can find, this is a fictional palace they created for Ezio to infiltrate. Emilio Barbarigo, too, is a fictional character, though the Barbarigo family and his brother Marco are pulled from history. Emilio's evil is so much subtler and more interesting than what we've seen from the other Templars in this game so far, and it reminds me of the Templars in AC1. Emilio has united the merchants through force, and we don't really expand on what that means, but it stands to reason he makes quite the profit from it, and it's terrible for commerce. But even this mundane evil isn't punctuated by shocking violence the way we might expect. When the man from the markets shows up to complain, he's abused but thrown in the dungeons. He's not executed. Now, that's admittedly a low bar for morality, but it's interesting because we've seen how cruel and callous all these other Templars are in this game. Emilio seems more like a Garnier or William from back in Acre, in that the acquisition of power doesn't seem to be his end goal. This is a man who can afford this palace, he can afford guards to guard it, and he's obviously close enough to those holding political power in Venice that he can do this, but not with total impunity. When the merchant threatens to report Emilio to the Doge and the council, he's arrested. Emilio keeps pressuring these merchants despite not having the political cachet to operate without fear, and despite a growing rebellion that's only going to draw more attention to his actions. He's still trying to squeeze as much money out of them as possible when he's clearly already tremendously wealthy. Every time he escalates this, he risks drawing more attention to himself. And yet he continues, and nobody in the Assassins ever asks why. In this game, all about Ezio's uncovering of a conspiracy across Italy, the only investigating he ever does involves tailing the people involved, who just so happen to be loudly broadcasting their evil schemes as they walk through crowded public streets. Why is Emilio, a man with more than enough power and money already, and with connections to the Templars who are slowly and subtly acquiring more, working so aggressively to keep money flowing in? Ezio never asks. Antonio never questions this. They never look at where this money is going. If they did, they'd probably discover that it was funding the Templars' operations to recover the Apple of Eden in Cyprus, and they'd have a chance to beat them to it. It's 1481 when Ezio arrives in Venice. The Templars will return to Venice with the apple in 1488. The sudden introduction of Cyprus and the apple in the third act could have been significantly smoother if we started learning about the Templars' plan for it here in the middle of our second act. Instead, we get some tedious adventures with thieves. Ezio says goodbye to Leonardo, and he hugs him. That's canon. If you don't hug Leonardo, please leave. Please stop the video and get help. Ezio witnesses the thieves from earlier attempt to infiltrate Emilio's palace. A gang distracts the guards, and Rosa attempts to scale the walls when she's shot by a nearby archer. Ezio helps bring her through the streets to a fellow thief in waiting, and then guards the gondola as the thieves row to safety. In the midst of this escape, we learn that Rosa knows who Ezio is.
I never did catch your name.
Rosa.
Onorato, Rosa. I'm Ezio.
I know.
These reminders of Ezio's growing legend are very effectively done, and in the base game, we never really pay off all these little moments of setup. Rosa may know Ezio because Antonio is an assassin, so this could be foreshadowing that, and it works. But Ezio is also developing a reputation among the common folk of Italy, one that goes unremarked on in the base game, but is brought back in a really great way for the Bonfire The Vanities DLC. With Rosa home safe, Ezio meets Antonio, leader of the Venetian thieves and his new ally in the fight against Emilio Barbarigo.
We know all about you, Ser Ezio. Your work in Florence and the rest of Tuscany. Good work, too, if a little unrefined. Can I offer you something? Biscotti, un caffè.
What's caffè?
An interesting concoction brought to me by a Turk merchant. Here, have a taste.
A little bitter, if you ask me. It just seems lacking somehow. I don't know. Have you considered adding sugar, maybe? Or latte?
I suppose it's something of an acquired taste.
I really like this moment. For one, it's just fun. It's a little ridiculous, but so is the idea of one randy little Florentine going around sticking his blade into half the men in Italy. This game isn't taking itself as seriously as AC1, and though there are moments I wish it handled with more curiosity, it is a much more fun experience than AC1, and goofy stuff like this is part of the reason why. It's not just about implying that Ezio revolutionizes Italian coffee consumption though. Antonio says he got the beans from a Turk merchant, and I think it's fair to assume that he got them by going around Emilio's merchant guild. It's not confirmed, he doesn't mention it, but I do like the idea that this is about more than just the drink. It's the rebellion of it.
We gotta get these beans. You gotta get them beans, Larry.
Unfortunately, rebellions involve more than just drinking spiked coffee, so Ezio works with the thieves to get ready for another attack on the Palace of Silk. He learns the climb leap from Rosa, and the dialogue here between them is flirtatious and playful, but it's not just lust. There's a warmth and a natural chemistry that this dialogue makes it seem like we're going to get more of, but we really don't after this.
So, what brings you to me?
I was hoping you could help me with something.
And that would be?
I want to learn to climb the way you do.
Oh. Va bene, I can do that.
The climb leap is a great addition to the gameplay, but it's a great moment for the story too, because we're seeing Ezio become a better assassin. Paula taught him the stealth, Mario the combat, and now, years later, he's perfecting his parkour with the Thieves of Venice. By the end of the game, when Ezio is treated like the ultimate assassin, that feels earned, at least from a physical perspective.
How did I do?
I've seen better.
Ah, you wound me with your cruel, cruel words.
All right, Smargiasso.
This vocal performance by Roger Craig Smith is just excellent. That line is fine as written, but it's that performance that makes it honestly one of my favorite moments in the game. Ezio is being playful here, being performative, and his laughing at his own wit kind of ties it all together, and it becomes more than just a little moment of levity. It's a glimpse at the man that's still under the cowl, one we haven't really seen since his family was killed. It feels like the start of what could blossom into a relationship between Rosa and Ezio, a subplot that would have been a really interesting glimpse into the kind of man Ezio is becoming. But after these little thief missions, we forget about her until she's used as an exposition sounding board at the start of the third act. I haven't read the novelizations of these games because I try to critique them on the story they tell in-game, and on what they choose to include and omit. But it looks like in the novelization, Ezio and Rosa do enter into some kind of relationship. And it's a little weird. It's the second time in the game that both Ezio and the game just seem to forget about the young women in Ezio's life. Christina at least gets those missions added on in Brotherhood, but Rosa just gets mostly ignored. And it's not like there wouldn't be time for something like that to happen, because between this moment and actually assassinating Emilio Barbarigo, 4 years pass. 4 years. A similar amount of time passes between this
It is a good life we lead, brother.
and this
So sorry to have claimed your prize, assassin.
as this
Isn't it amazing?
and this.
Set has fallen and Emilio is no more.
The back half of this game gets very sloppy with its timeline, and this isn't even the most egregious offense. And to be clear, I don't mind that preparing for the assassination takes that long, but I just think we don't use those years effectively in the story, nor does the game actually communicate that that much time is supposed to have passed. Ezio roots out some traitors in the Thieves Guild, rescues some captured thieves from the last failed raid, and steals a gondola and some guard uniforms for the thieves to change into. Despite having all the time in the world, we never really discuss what the ultimate goal of the Venetian thieves is. While rescuing them, you can hear a random thief shout,
The markets belong to the people.
and like, okay, cool. But what does the markets belong to the people mean here? Because even if Emilio is removed and we bring healthy commerce back to the city, that may lower prices, but that's not going to address any of the massive inequities in the city. Before and after Emilio, there will be hordes of thieves and courtesans on the streets. The only real difference is that a few of them now get to live in a palace. When Emilio dies, Antonio tells his men,
Go! Tear down Emilio's banners. Return what he has stolen from the people.
but is that the people in a general sense? Are the thieves going to go out and redistribute all of Emilio's wealth? Or are we just giving it back to the specific merchants who lost a chunk of their profits to Emilio? Because those are two very different outcomes, but the game seems pretty disinterested in actually showing us what the thieves plan to do. Their cause is wrapped in the language of a populist movement. It has the aesthetics of one, but when Antonio claims the palace and just keeps living in it, essentially replacing Emilio to become a more benevolent version, they're not dismantling the exploitable system that led Venice into such a dark place to begin with. And this is an issue that I think it's understandable to have with a lot of games. But part of being a fair and effective critic is reconciling that the ideas that you might find the most interesting might not be the most narratively fortuitous. The problem is the system. Let's address that. Like, okay, that's true in Skyrim, it's true in Oblivion, it's true in AC1, but they do address it. And of course, it's true in AC2. But every game cannot tell that story, or it'd be so horribly dull. It's an exhausting, overwhelming conflict. I think we can set aside that reality for the sake of telling a good story. But in a game of this length, with this ambition and playing with similar themes already, it would have been nice to have at least some lip service paid to that concept. Part of what I love about this series is its ambition, and this series links the Templars and the system so closely together that I feel like we're often pushed to examine it, to question it, to ask who it's profiting and at whose expense. And AC2 tries this, though not very effectively and not for a little while, so let's finally end Emilio's reign and continue with Ezio's quest. And the first part of Ezio's mission to assassinate Emilio after 4 years of intense preparation is just killing literally all of the archers on the roof so they can be replaced with thieves.
What about the guards?
When you finish with the archers, we'll regroup in front of this building here and discuss next steps.
Nessun problema. I'll take care of the archers and return to you.
This is a calamitous moment for our suspension of disbelief, because we know in gameplay that Ezio is capable of literally fighting every single guard in Venice at the same time and probably winning without a scratch. But the whole point of showcasing Rosa's failure and having Ezio and the thieves prepare this extravagant plan was because this place was so well guarded that they needed all these advantages. And step one of this plan is just, Ezio, you go kill all the archers on the roof. After that, the plan is the exact same as it was when Rosa tried it all those years ago. With the archers dead, use the thieves as a distraction on the 4 guards by one of the bridges, climb up, and stabby stab stab, another name off the list. Antonio's men dressing as thieves has pretty much no bearing on the actual mission. I guess it's implied that their presence is what ensures Ezio can escape the palace alive after he's done the deed, but we've just established in the canon that Ezio can clear a few rooftops of archers single-handedly. I don't think a handful of guards in the palace are a major threat here either. It just feels sloppy in a game that's been pretty good about nailing these little action set pieces so far. Given all the time and work that goes into this assassination, it would have been nice to make it feel like it was worth it, and I don't really think they stick that landing. Before killing Emilio, Ezio overhears a conversation between Emilio and Carlo Grimaldi that alludes to a secret Templar meeting taking place in a few days. Carlo also warns Emilio of Ezio's presence in the city, and like his targets back in Tuscany, Emilio is immediately afraid. After he strikes, Ezio comforts the man, and we get a confessional similar in tone to the ones we got back in AC1.
Do not be afraid.
I feel no fear, assassin. Only regret. I sought unity, stability, order.
At too great a cost.
Progress demands sacrifice.
This is that ends justify the means rhetoric we got from Robert's Templars that we heard from Vidic, and it's been surprisingly absent for most of this game. The Pazzi seem to loathe the Medici and sought to overthrow them to further their own power, not to reshape Florence into something better. From what we've seen, Rodrigo Borgia seems arrogant and short-sighted, more focused on his own acquisition of power than on the construction of a new world. We can see that in how he kills Jacopo impulsively, and more prominently by how he decides to make a conspicuous appearance at the execution of Ezio's family, up on the gallows, despite that action clearly tying him to this dark moment for Florence. When Robert set a trap for Altair back in AC1, he used Maria as a decoy to buy time and to hopefully have the guards arrest or kill Altair, while he rode for King Richard to try to unite the Crusaders and Saracens against the assassins. He sets aside his rivalry with Altair for the bigger picture. There was a decent chance Altair would have been killed at that funeral and he wouldn't have been there. Robert was fine with that, and I don't think Rodrigo would have been. These Templars seem pettier, visionless, pretty much up until Emilio here, and it's hard to tell if that's because these Italian Templars are just a shadow of what their Crusader brethren were, or if we're just not getting as much information as Altair was about their ultimate goals. It's somewhat understandable. This is a sequel, and maybe we're expected to know and understand that the Templar philosophy hasn't changed from the Third Crusade to the Italian Renaissance. But this game is twice as long with quite a few filler missions. It's not like they didn't have time to confirm that notion. So with Emilio and his thieves returning what was stolen from the people, whatever that means in this case, Ezio moves to the other names on his list. Fortunately, he knows when and where they're meeting, so learning more is just going to involve another tailing mission. This is probably my favorite one in the game though. We end up learning quite a lot about all of the remaining Templars, and the character work feels organic and efficient. Before Grimaldi and Silvio meet up with the others, we get the impression that Grimaldi is slimy and conniving.
He just... the Doge doesn't like me.
I wonder why.
It's not my fault. I keep trying to please him. I learn what he craves and I have it delivered. The finest jams from the orchards of Sardinia, the newest fashions from Milano.
Yes, and that's called being a sycophant.
None of the Italian Templars seem to be particularly cunning or competent. The men Rodrigo surrounds himself with are petty, power-hungry, and selfish. When Grimaldi and Silvio meet up with Marco Barbarigo and his bodyguard, the conversation quickly devolves into arguing about who will take over as the new Doge.
I didn't know there was a decision to be made. Surely the choice is obvious to all.
Obvious indeed. It should be the one who organized the entire operation. The one who came up with the idea of how to save this city.
I suppose it's to the Templars' small credit that they don't loudly discuss what their plan to save the city is, but from Silvio's actions later in the game, it seems to have been connected to the Arsenal of Venice. Silvio takes control of the arsenal despite the Doge at the time being sympathetic to the assassin cause, but the database entry in the game says that the 1320 renovation was paid for with Templar funds, and they seem to have had an established base there ever since. So if they were going to save the city by encouraging it to maintain its status as a naval and mercantile powerhouse, I guess that's a plan. But we're also given no indication that that's not what's currently happening. Any commercial stagnation in Venice was probably caused by Emilio's merchant guild, and now he's dead. What are they saving Venice from? This is also the first scene where we meet Dante, whose tiny character arc became my favorite subplot of this game's second half.
Signori, we should move a little faster. I feel eyes on us.
Dante is a character whose story really only comes into focus if you've been exploring the database and target videos every time you get a chance. We'll revisit him towards the end of this act. For now, Rodrigo has arrived and tells the men that they need to act tonight and poison the Doge, and that Marco Barbarigo will take his place.
I feel the need to involve myself more directly. The Pazzi disappointed us in Firenze. I pray you will not do the same.
Do not worry this time. The Pazzi were a bunch of foolish...
The Pazzis were a potent and venerable family, reduced to rubble by one young assassin. Do not underestimate this troublesome foe, who now haunts your city. Or the same fate will befall the Barbarigo. I want this done promptly. Bene, I must return to Roma. Time is of the essence. Do not fail us.
Che idiota sono. I should have kept my eyes on them. I need to go and see Antonio if I have any hope of salvaging this mess I've made.
It's probably not an exaggeration to say that this is the weakest moment in the game. Within striking distance of all of these targets, equipped with smoke bombs, double hidden blades, poison, throwing knives, everything, Ezio is apparently distracted by this flock of pigeons to such a dramatic extent that all of these men can disperse and he's left completely empty-handed. There were a lot of different ways they could have written these baddies out of this situation without undermining Ezio's credibility to such an insane degree. So much of the second half has been building Ezio into this mythic figure of vengeance, and he's apparently so distracted by this flock of pigeons that 5 men, half of whom are old or out of shape, all vanish. It is what it is. We kinda just have to let go and let God here. Yes, it's lazy. Yes, it's ridiculous. Everyone's gonna have a different tolerance for this kind of thing. If the story's been fun and structurally sound enough up to this point, I'm usually fine with one of these clunky moments. It happens. I kinda wish they just dropped hints earlier about Ezio being a hardcore birder, and that he finds these pigeons so magnificent that he briefly forgets about his quest for revenge.
Yes, birds.
And it's not crazy, you know, the pigeon can be a stately creature when contemplated in the abstract. On a practical level, they're disgusting, germ-infested sky vermin who shoot out 25 pounds of fecal artillery a year. And that is a real fact, I looked it up. Determined to stop this latest Templar plot, Ezio goes to Antonio to enlist his help. Their first step is to survey the Doge's palace, and on the way there, we get what should be one of the more important and interesting conversations in the game, but bizarrely, we only seem to get half of it.
When I was a child, we were taught that the nobles were just and kind. I believed it, though my father was only a cobbler, and my mother a scullery maid. I aspired to be much more. I studied hard. I persevered. But the nobles would never have me. If you are not born one of them, acceptance is impossible. So I ask you, Ezio, who are the true nobles of Venezia? Men like Carlo Grimaldi and Marco Barbarigo? No! I say we are. The thieves and mercenary and whores. While we work to save this city and its people, the nobles seek to make it their plaything.
And this is brilliant. This is exactly the kind of conversation that I've been wanting from these side characters all game. But of course, it's not a conversation, because Ezio doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything to Antonio here, he doesn't have a reaction to La Volpe exerting power in Florence with a band of thieves, and the only reaction he has to Paola and her courtesans back in Florence is gratitude and titillation. There's never any clashing or exchanging of ideas between characters in this game, because by now it's becoming abundantly clear that Ezio just doesn't have any. The most striking example is his bold choice during the game's climax and its fallout in Brotherhood. Ezio spares Rodrigo, and Machiavelli is furious, demanding to know why. Sorry, I know we're jumping ahead of game here, but this is just such a great example of this problem that I think it's worth it.
Tell me how it ended with Borgia. Did Rodrigo beg forgiveness? Make excuses? Promise power in return?
No, none of those things.
Interesting. I'm surprised he remained so composed.
I let him leave.
The Spaniard lives?
Okay, right here I'm pausing. What do you remember Ezio saying in the scene? I know, it's probably been years since you played it, but what would you guess he's going to say? Yeah, sorry, I was being tricksy and false. He doesn't say anything, he really just stares at Machiavelli. This is the biggest choice of his life so far, a spectacular act of faith and mercy, and Ezio never says a word to actually defend it. I don't even mind the choice either. Obviously the real history of Rodrigo put them in a corner, but if Ezio was going to spare the man, have him defend the quality of mercy here. Or have him talk about his use of the apple and discovery of the vault, igniting a dormant faith in him. Have him explain that he no longer thinks Rodrigo is a threat to Italy, and maybe talk about why. Literally pick anything. You had months between the release of AC2 and Brotherhood to come up with something. Don't have your protagonist gawk awkwardly at Niccolo Machiavelli as if he's just being rude and not rightfully questioning the logic behind this enormous, consequential choice that affects all of Italy. I loved smooth-brained Ezio in Act 1. I love that we saw him do stupid things, be young, be rash, be violent. I appreciate that this is a character who is frequently surrounded by more intelligent people. Rarely is he going to be the sharpest one in the room. But now we're deep into our second act. It's been years that have presumably shaped Ezio, but we don't see what they've shaped him into because he's still just so empty. And I like Ezio. I still like Ezio. He's charming, he's funny, he's a great vessel through which we meet all these interesting side characters and play through this fast and fun adventure. But despite his continual aging, it doesn't exactly feel like he's growing up. Here, Antonio is talking about the hardship of poverty, the unjust ceiling placed over the lives of those not born into nobility. And it's not the first time this idea has come up in this game. Even as the Gonfaloniere of Florence, Uberto Alberti hit that ceiling and felt like he had to betray his friend to secure a future for his wife and family. Ezio knows that the man who betrayed his family did so under pressure from the same unfair system that Antonio despises. And Ezio knows, despite nobody ever having this conversation with him, that he's never gone a day of his life without a safety net. When his rich, noble family loses everything in Florence, they flee to their uncle's massive villa, and when he returns to Florence, he's embraced by Lorenzo de' Medici like an old friend. For the first 17 years of his life, Ezio benefited from the same system that Antonio is describing. It doesn't mean he's a bad person, it doesn't minimize all the horrible things that have happened to him, but it does mean that Ezio has a unique perspective, and he just never talks about it. This is partly why I think a more fleshed out Rosa-Ezio relationship during the build-up to Emilio would have been so interesting. They're similar individuals, they're both young, witty, physically gifted rebels with a cause, but Ezio was raised as a noble in Florence, and Rosa spent her life on the streets of Venice, having been abandoned by her prostitute mother. Ezio lost most of his family, and Rosa never really had one to begin with. Rosa is someone who could and probably would push Ezio to consider his own advantages in life in a way that he hasn't so far this game, despite his interacting with so many characters from Italy's lower class. While I was looking into whether there were plans to bring Rosa back for Brotherhood, I found out that the voice actress, Lida Traciera, tragically passed away after being involved in a car accident in Montreal in June of 2010, a few months before Brotherhood's release. There's speculation online that she was supposed to have a part in Brotherhood, and that maybe this relationship would have continued were it not for this real-life tragedy, but most places that say that link to the same listicle that doesn't include a source or any real evidence, so I think it's still just speculation. So Antonio has just delivered this scrappy little speech about the injustice of being born without wealth or status, and Ezio has nothing to say. And sure, Ezio's not the type of character to stop and give a political monologue, and maybe the game's better for it, but we get no indication that Antonio's words are even affecting him in any way. Because, like this huge conversation early in Brotherhood, Ezio has literally no words.
While we work to save this city and its people, the nobles seek to make it their plaything.
Antonio's just told Ezio about his scrappy backstory, decried the injustice inherent in Venice and by extension most of Italy, and Ezio's silence is basically the "I ain't reading all that, I'm happy for you though," or "sorry that happened" meme. It's just not a very satisfying reaction from a protagonist, especially in a story that's structured around Ezio's personal journey. It's doing nothing with Rosa, it's literally silencing Leonardo in the mountains, it's ignoring religion almost entirely. That keeps this game from being great to me. It's fun, it's often clever, again it's got heart for days, but it's just so frustratingly incurious, and it leaves us with a story that feels underdeveloped and at times immature. Ezio and Antonio survey the Doge's palace and find it impregnable. This inspires Ezio, presumed bird enthusiast,
to see my friend Leonardo.
Leonardo is ready, willing, and able to help, because of course he is. This man is a selfless angel in this game. His flying machine is just a prototype though.
To test it, you'd have to leap off a tower. Who would be mad enough to do a thing like that?
Leonardo, I think you just found your madman.
The plebeians among you will crash this on first flight, leading to Leonardo's inspiration about using fire and the flight the second time, but some of us are simply built different.
Diablo, I give up. I'm gonna end up killing myself before I ever Stop! Signore, don't drink that!
I can't believe it! It worked! It really worked!
But you lesser players will get a second attempt to use the newly lit fires around Venice to fly the glider all the way to the Doge's palace. For a moment, it looks like Ezio has arrived just in time.
Stop! Signore, don't drink that!
You are too late. The Doge is dead.
Carlo's dramatic flair here is so campy, but his sinister declaration of victory, followed by his toppling of the king on the chessboard, just works with the tone of this game. Carlo's karma comes swiftly though, as Ezio leaps out of the window and takes him down. Like Emilio, Carlo speaks of the greater good in his final moments.
We kill thinking it's best for us. Do we not, Messer Ezio?
I do this not for myself.
Ezio's failure to save the Doge is compounded by the dying man staggering out from his study, expressing his outrage and indignation with his dying breath.
You killed me? You killed me?
The guards think he's pointing at Ezio. Grimaldi was a trusted advisor to the Doge, and Ezio just popped up covered in weapons suspiciously soon after the appearance of the flying demon. It's a believable and clever misunderstanding to introduce, as now Ezio becomes the most wanted man in Venice, however unjust it may be. For years now, Ezio has gotten away with all of his extra-legal actions in much the same way that the Templars probably do, by placing bribes and executing public officials. He's been able to push his way through the world whenever and however he wants. Now, for the first time since his family's execution, the world pushes back. Not for long, however. This might have been an interesting way for Ubisoft to increase the difficulty, to change the feel of these cities by having the guards on high alert the way they were for the last act of AC1. But Ezio, in a stroke of luck or fate, is going to have a much easier way out of this.
They say you killed the Doge.
I was trying to save him, Leonardo. But the truth matters little. I failed. And now I'm the most wanted man in Venezia.
Well, perhaps you are in luck. It's Carnival in Venezia. This is the time when everybody goes without a face.
That's why I'm here. Do you have a mask I can wear?
Of course Leonardo has a mask, because he's a saint. He also uses Ezio's newly acquired codex page to create the hidden gun from Altair's blueprints. It's not too hard to see a version of this story where Leonardo might have been a more explicit Hermes figure. In the Perseus myth, Hermes gives Perseus winged sandals to fly with, and the blade Perseus will use to kill Medusa. Here, Leonardo is the one to arm Ezio with the weapons he uses to kill Templars, and years later, of course, he literally gave us wings. But I don't think they're leaning into that. Again, I think if we're doing anything with the Perseus myth, it's setting him up as a foil for Ezio. Ezio actually is the hero that Perseus is perceived to be, though Ezio will never see himself that way, nor will he bask in the same glory. He's not that kind of capital H hero. He's an assassin. Ezio, with his new disguise, goes to find Antonio.
We need to talk.
Ezio! Ezio Auditore!
I'm sorry, he didn't recognize Ezio? They've worked together for literal years. Remember, Antonio was leading the operation to kill Emilio. That took 4 years. Ezio's hood is down, you can see his pretty distinct hair, the extremely distinct robes, the massive assassin insignia on his belt. I'm starting to see why the Venetian thieves might have had a hard time of things. Ezio meets Sister Teodora, but before he can discuss plans, there's a murder in the whorehouse, and Ezio gets his first chance to use his hidden gun. He tracks down the murderer and kills him before he can kill again. You can actually mess this up. If you get too close, he'll kill the hostage and move on to another one, but that doesn't change the dialogue you get back at Sister Teodora's, where the conversation quickly returns to the new Doge.
Antonio, I trust you know why I'm here.
I imagine to rid Venice of Marco Barbarigo. But really, Ezio, we did this once already. And this new Templar Doge is a bigger culo than the last. Never mind that he never leaves the palazzo.
It's easy to miss this, but Antonio refers to Marco Barbarigo as a Templar here, even though Ezio has never actually told him that he was hunting Templars, or even that the Templars still exist. We'll find out later that Antonio is an assassin, obviously, so that's why he knows about Marco and the Templars. But Ezio doesn't know that he knows. The Italian assassins are keeping their identities hidden from Ezio, but Antonio's been drinking and he's feeling frustrated and hopeless. This seems like something that just slips out and Ezio doesn't catch it. They're also talking like a significant amount of time has passed between Ezio's failure to save the previous Doge and now. And again, it's another moment where this game fails to really convey how much time has passed. We don't get an exact date in-game. I looked it up and from what I can tell, this is at least a few months after the flying machine mission, even though it's only been about 10 or 15 minutes in-game. Ezio, Teodora, and Antonio cook up a scheme to take out the new Doge when he leaves the palace to attend Carnival. But it means Ezio is going to have to win a golden mask from a nearby competition. Sorry, going through the edit now, and I think I'm mispronouncing this. You can find it pronounced online a few different ways, but the Venetian festival usually ends on that vowel-y A sound, Carnivale, and for the 6 or so times that I say it in this script, I say Carnival, closer to the Brazilian festival, which doesn't have that E at the end. I'm sorry, know that I am wrong and that I am stewing in my wrongness. Also, while we're here, Doge is another one that's pronounced a few different ways, even in this game. I ended up going with the very soft G, but you'll hear Doge and Doge too.
The Doge Mocenigo will die tonight. And this new Templar Doge is a...
And Girolamo. Oh no, I butcher this name multiple times. Towards the end of the edit, I realized it's supposed to be Girolamo
Savonarola.
And not Giorlamo. It's horrible. I've committed a crime here. I am very sorry. Before he starts on this little road of trials, we finally get a moment of Ezio showing some genuine curiosity in his companions. And there's 2 things to discuss here. One is Ezio's asking him the question, of any question, really, and the other is Teodora's bizarre response.
Forgive me, but why is it you wear a nun's habit if you aren't one?
Whoever said I wasn't? Indeed, I am married to the Lord.
And yet you are also a courtesan.
You run a bordello.
So, I see no contradiction. How I choose to practice my faith, what I choose to do with my body. These are my choices to make. Like many young women, I was drawn to the church, but grew disillusioned by the believers of the city. Men hold God only as an idea in their heads, not in the depth of their hearts and bodies. Men must know how to love in order to reach salvation. My girls and I provide that to our congregation. No church would agree with me, I realized, so I created my own. It may not be traditional, but men's hearts grow firmer in my care.
Among other things, I'm sure.
So, yay, Ezio's finally showing some curiosity, but as the end of the conversation signals, we kinda know why. The only two supporting characters he's ever asked a question of is Paola, asking why she helped him, and now Teodora. And I don't even know if we can make a joke about this, because it's definitely consistent with Ezio's established character that he'd be more interested in the lives of the women he works with than the men. La Volpe helping him? Sure, cool, no questions asked. Antonio telling him his rags to blend tunic sob story? Literally nothing. Bartolomeo coming up? Nada, let's smash some skulls together. Just boys being boys. So it's tempting to make fun of Ezio here, but I honestly think it's just decent, subtle character work by Ubisoft, albeit somewhat unflattering for Ezio. If you look closely, you can see glimpses of that womanizing princeling in there. It's just been overshadowed by the spirit of vengeance he's become. And then there's Teodora's dialogue, which, despite the sexual content matter, ends up sounding fairly immature. And I want to like it. This is the kind of dialogue I wish this game had more of. But in practice, this ends up having a cheap and anachronistic feel to it. This is a game aimed at adults when it comes to the violence and the sex, and it's a little embarrassing that even on the rare occasion it tries to be a more adult game with its dialogue and themes, it ends up stumbling over itself. There is a fascinating conversation to be had about the tension between the pursuit of physical pleasure and historical understandings of God, faith, and human sexuality, especially if you frame that conversation using the real, bonkers historical science. Suffice to say, I don't think this is it.
Men must know how to love in order to reach salvation. My girls and I provide that to our congregation. No church would agree with me, I realized, so I created my own. It may not be traditional, but men's hearts grow firmer in my care.
Even if we accept her dubious premise that men must know how to love in order to reach salvation, she's equating sex with love, which is absolutely not a common viewpoint at this time in history. To briefly establish a baseline, while prostitution was tolerated and, depending on the area, regulated, it was mostly viewed as a necessary evil to give men sexual outlets that wouldn't disparage the quote-unquote honorable women. In 1403, Florence created the Onesta, the Office of Decency, which regulated and taxed prostitution. Over the years, the Onesta tried various tactics to confine this shameful part of society to certain buildings or streets, regulate what prostitutes could wear or where they could live, and try to use the tax gathered for some form of greater public good. Now, that's Florence, this is Venice, different governments obviously, but it gives us a general idea of attitudes at the time. Teodora's rhetoric doesn't pitch this as a necessary evil, as might have been more the custom at the time, but nor does it embody a more modern idea of having and enjoying sex for its own sake. Rather, the game gives her this awkward middle position, declaring that love is vital for men to reach salvation, but not explaining why. The database entry for her makes this worse. In 1473, she deserted the church, leaving a statement nailed to the front door. In it, she wrote that life in the cloisters was sterile and earthly, and that only in partnership with another could one truly enter the arms of God. Teodora opened La Rosa della Virtù the same year. According to the poet Pietro Bembo, who was a frequent customer, her bordello was, quote, the church for a new sect of Catholicism. Nailing a statement to the front door of a church as the start of a new sect of Catholicism. Now, where have we heard that one before? In late 1517, Martin Luther will mail his 95 Theses to the Archbishop of Mainz. Historians are still debating whether or not he actually nailed them to the doors of the All Saints Church or other churches, which is a little ironic because I think that's all most people remember about him from their high school history classes. Luther's act essentially kicks off the Protestant Reformation. AC2 having Theodora do the same thing 44 years earlier, and then making this connection even more explicit by having the database end on a quote about her creating a new sect of Catholicism. This isn't just a wink to Martin Luther, they're inviting a direct comparison. But Martin Luther had 95 theses, Theodora has 1? Men must know how to love in order to reach salvation. Okay, if you're comparing your side character to whom you give 5 minutes of screen time to Martin Luther, her ideas need to be a touch more robust than that. Unaddressed in all of this, by the way, is that women's bodies are being used as tools to help men achieve salvation. At no point in her dialogue does Sister Theodora ever seem to consider the spiritual fulfillment of women. Which I will say, in Ubisoft's defense, is more historically accurate, but they've completely forgotten the history for the rest of this, so I am not gonna let them hide behind that. What are we doing here? But even setting that and the ill-conceived Martin Luther comparisons aside, Theodora is so quick to dismiss the contradiction between her occupation and her faith that we gloss over what should be the most interesting part of this conversation.
Indeed, I am married to the Lord.
And yet you are also a courtesan. You run a bordello.
So, I see no contradiction. How I choose to practice my faith, what I choose to do with my body. These are my choices to make.
This is a woman who felt so passionately about this that she nails a statement to the front door of a church, and all she can conjure here is, "That's my choice." Even the idea that you have flexibility in faith is a radical one at this time. And then the idea that you can be a woman of God while constantly pursuing physical pleasure is pure paradox. I wanted to pull 2 quotes from a really dark and interesting essay by Maria Esposito Frank entitled On Love, the Devil, the Clergy, and Chastity During the Renaissance Witch Craze. In it, she explores historical ideas around sexual desire, writing, "The fact that even carnal desire between spouses ought to be curbed, and conjugal intercourse vigilantly regulated for the exclusive purpose of procreation, shows the degree of vilification to which sex was subject during that time. The enjoyment of venereal pleasures constituted inordinate love, and sensuality led to insanity. These dim views were widespread not only among theologians, canonists, and preachers of the 15th and 16th centuries, as well as the preceding ones, but also among members of society at large." And then I'm jumping ahead a bit. "The ambiguities and oscillations surrounding the definition of sexuality during the Middle Ages persisted in the Renaissance. It was feared that sexual appetite was an infirmity of the flesh and a threat to sanity. Debates centered on the extent and degree to which sex was to be practiced with the blessing of the church and the approval of moralists like Alberti, not our Alberti, that might be confusing, sorry, and the point at which it became a sinful activity. Thinkers asked if erotic desire was intrinsically evil, even when unavoidable, and if, therefore, it should be tolerated to some degree. All forms of coitus, including marital coitus, would remain associated with sin, and sexuality was associated with the loss of grace subsequent to Adam's fall. So this really isn't the kind of contradiction that Theodora can just shrug off. Her view of sex as a key part of spiritual health represents a complete paradigm shift that's just about as far away from contemporary Catholicism as you can get. But neither the game nor Ezio seems to acknowledge this or care. Instead, it's like, oh, we're combining faith and sex. How naughty and original. This is one of the rare moments Assassin's Creed 2 slows down enough to let its characters breathe, and what we end up with is a bad dick joke. It's also a missed opportunity to reintroduce the assassin's secularity, or perhaps introduce explicitly their lost secularity. In AC1, the assassins believed religion was part of the illusion, and that we lived in a world without an active god. Altair will even write about this in the Codex, saying, "How naive to believe there might be a single answer to every question, every mystery, that there exists a lone divine light which rules over all. They say it is a light that brings truth and love. I say it is a light that blinds us and forces us to stumble about in ignorance." I long for the day when men will turn away from invisible monsters and once more embrace a more rational view of the world. But these new religions are so convenient and promise such terrible punishment should one reject them. I worry that fear shall keep us stuck to what is surely the greatest lie ever told. Now, the Italian Brotherhood hasn't had the Codex, so we have to assume that at some point that wisdom has been lost, and that the Italian assassins have become more religious in the same way that the Templars seem to. We never really addressed that either in this game or down the line, which is a shame because I feel like there's a really ambitious and interesting story to be told about why these two groups have returned to a more historically common relationship to faith. The assassins no longer live together in a giant fortress, but now, diffused as they are, they're forgetting their old creed, their old wisdom. Ezio's reassembly of the Codex brings that all back together, but because it's also the literal map for the vault, that's all the game will focus on in this third act. The Codex is a complicated MacGuffin when it could have been the intellectual core of this story. The rediscovery and the sharing of old wisdom is one of the main drivers of the Italian Renaissance, and the rediscovery of the Codex should lead to a rebirth of the Assassin Brotherhood. And despite the thematic and historical parallels, it's completely ignored, and we just focus on the map storyline, which is, admittedly, fun and cool, but we could have done both. If AC2 was as intellectually curious as AC1, I think this Theodora conversation would have been one of those moments we might spend significantly more time on, or at least revisited down the line. But it's not. AC2 prioritizes pacing here. We meet Theodora, our new ally, get a vague idea of what she's about, and continue to our next set-piece mission, competing in a series of trials for Golden Mask. It leads to a fun, creative assassination mission that takes full advantage of Venice and the Carnival. So as much as it bores me personally, Theodora's underwhelming monologue doesn't really negatively impact this story. It's fine. AC2 is still a good game. I personally think that it's significantly more fun than AC1. But this is just one of those many moments that, if done with a little more intention, could have elevated this game. As visually engaging as it is, so much of the Venice storyline in Act 2 doesn't contribute to Ezio's personal journey or add anything to our understanding of the Assassins or Templars. This might have been a moment for Ezio to learn something new, or for us to get clues about what the Italian Brotherhood is fighting for. We don't. Ezio wins a series of games, putting him in prime position to win the Golden Mask. Silvio, Barbarigo, and Dante are attending, however, and seem to recognize Ezio. At the final competition, Silvio directly intervenes, sending Dante in to fight Ezio personally.
Looks like this one thinks himself some kind of campione. Go on, Dante. Show him how sadly mistaken he is.
When that doesn't go well either, Silvio bribes the judge and sends in 4 armed guards to fight the weaponless Ezio.
So that's how it's going to be, eh?
This is essentially a superhero moment for Ezio, unarmed against 4 men after just fighting a line of others in hand-to-hand combat, and he takes them all down in seconds in front of a crowd of people. It's such an obvious show of talent and strength that it should surely win him the Golden Mask. But again, the Templars play dirty, and at the award ceremony, despite Ezio being on the stage, the mask goes to Dante. It's an awkward visual. Ezio's standing next to 2 of his targets, and there's never a moment he seems to consider assassinating them here. His sparing them has to mean Marco Barbarigo is a significantly bigger target, and that it's more important he feels safe enough to come out tonight and make himself vulnerable than it would be for Ezio to cross these 2 easier names off his list now. But because we don't really set up Marco as that level of threat, this moment feels a little contrived. If we had more time between the glider mission and the Carnival mission to feel Marco's effects on the city, or if we knew he was planning something big we had to stop, this would all make more sense. As it stands, Ezio is just ignoring 2 names on his list, although maybe he's not counting Dante, to put himself in a position to get 1. The injustice is remedied swiftly, however. Working with Theodora's courtesans, Ezio distracts Dante and steals the Golden Mask. Still a capable foe, Dante recognizes the mask has been stolen, and Ezio spends his time at the party frantically darting from group to group, trying to avoid the prowling guards long enough for the Doge to arrive and make himself vulnerable. It's a great bit of gameplay that really sells the tension of this moment. For a brief moment, we're the prey, not the predator. In the literal corner of the party, you can even overhear a conversation between a masked stranger and Agostino Barbarigo, the man who will become the new Doge, though Ezio doesn't know him yet.
Honestly, my brother embarrasses himself with these displays.
You have no right to speak of him that way. He's the Doge.
He is Doge in name only, and it's Venetian money he's paying. There are larger things at stake, and you know it.
Marco was the one chosen to lead. Your father may have thought he'd never amount to much, may have foisted his political ambitions on him.
It's a cool detail if you catch it, because it makes Ezio's acceptance of him as an ally in a few minutes make a lot more sense. In a game all about unraveling this conspiracy against his family, immediately accepting the assistance of a man whose siblings are all Templars might be a little naive. Instead, we've overheard his true feelings about Marco, spoken while his brother was still in power when he didn't know Ezio was there. We know his assistance is genuine. Sort of. I read on a wiki somewhere that he apparently starts working with the Borgia, and some assassins in the browser-based Facebook game Assassin's Creed Project Legacy have to kill him, so yeah. When Marco emerges, Ezio and Teodora briefly brainstorm how to reach him. If the player doesn't remember their gun and use it quickly, Teodora just tells Ezio to use his gun since it's the same kind of sound as the explosions. If you let it get that far, which unfortunately I didn't, Ezio says, "I like the way you think, sister." Like, okay, I get that he's not the brightest bulb, but come on. If the player doesn't act quickly enough, Ezio comes out of this moment seeming incredibly stupid. He just got this gun earlier that day, practiced with it in the courtyard, used it in an extremely similar scenario to take out the courtesan murderer, and him needing special prompting to use it here would be very strange. Okay, now that I'm reading this, it obviously is more of an indictment of the player than Ezio, but my next transition is based on Ezio's stupidity, so I'm kind of too lazy to change it. I'm sorry. You deserve better, you really do. You know who wouldn't do this? Peter Jackson. Peter Jackson were, well, the Hobbit movies. This slightly oafish depiction of Ezio continues back at Teodora's church, I guess, when Teodora says something suggestive to him, and his first response is to reach for her breasts while giving them a dead stare. He's 27 at this point.
You've worked hard, my son. I feel your tired body in need of comfort and succor.
But I have such aches and pains, sister. I may need a great deal of comfort and succor.
I think we're supposed to see this as smooth, womanizing Ezio, but the animation is so awkward that it's painful to watch. It's not a huge deal. This is 2009. A lot of the game's cutscenes have aged well. This just, unfortunately, wasn't one of them. Also, while we're here, you know how the only thing we know about this character so far is that she has this aberrant viewpoint about an active sexuality and faith, and it didn't make a ton of sense when she was talking about it. It didn't address the prevailing historical views, and we just kind of glossed over all of it. Well, here they've decided to end this sequence with a literal scene at this bordello where Teodora is inviting Ezio to seek comfort, and the whole faith angle is absent entirely. We could have witnessed, or at least alluded to, that side of things. We don't. Teodora doesn't come across as a woman with a complex view of God, matron of a new sect of Catholicism. She just seems like someone unimaginative at Ubisoft drew a character they found attractive and worked backwards. Teodora's character is just so strange. The faith angle is contrary to what we expect from the assassins, but not in a way that makes it seem like that's the point. Paola and Teodora are the only women in the Italian Brotherhood, and they both run whorehouses. I don't think this was intentionally sexist, though Ubisoft as a company absolutely was at that time and continued to be for many years. Hopefully it's getting better, but who knows? Because these assassins are just embodying the thief, courtesan, and mercenary archetypes. The men are just as shallow as the women. But here it's hard to not observe their failed attempt to have their cake and eat it too. They use Teodora as an attractive sexual character, but try to elevate it by giving her some lofty connections to faith. But then when the chips are down, they forget that side of her and she's just another woman with whom Ezio can flirt. Ironically, she would have seemed more empowered if she was just unapologetically sexual. By trying and failing to believably connect it to a quest for salvation, she just seems naive and poorly written. Sometime later, Ezio meets the incoming Doge, the man whose conversation we overheard at Carnival. Antonio and Agostino tell him that Silvio Barbarigo has used the chaos from Marco's death to seize control of the arsenal. It sets up Ezio's quest to find Bartolomeo and their direct battle with the Templars, but this is the second time this game that the Templars are circumventing Republican forms of government with a coup, and this goes unremarked upon. Remember, they tried the same thing back in Florence during the Pazzi conspiracy.
The Pazzi thugs are storming the Palazzo della Signoria! We cannot hold them off much longer!
No. If they get inside, they'll murder our supporters and put their own devils in power.
And now here,
the Committee of 41 has yet to confirm my ascension. And this little stunt of Silvio's has only made things worse. He has an entire army at his command.
it seems like this would be a great opportunity to reintroduce the Templar ideas around power, how they're comfortable and willing to take control away from the people and the people's chosen leaders through violent force if necessary in order to achieve their goals. I suppose we could intuit that about the Templars since they've now done it twice, first in Florence and now in Venice, but because these Templars are so cartoonishly evil, we don't know if their willingness to usurp power is derived from a more benevolent, ends justify the means viewpoint, or if they're just power-hungry political agents. Because we don't know what their ends are, or even that they have any. We're left in the dark. We won't even understand what the Templars' goal is until we reach the third act, and even then, we don't know what they're planning to do with whatever they find in the vault. Ezio hasn't really developed as a hero or a man since he set foot in Venice. We imply a closeness with Rosa, but never use it to explore his character. We never see him show any curiosity about the Templars' plans or how they intend to achieve them. We gloss over his failure to save the Doge and the ensuing fallout. And now this seems like such a tailor-made opportunity for these characters to briefly discuss the political turmoil and the connections to the Assassin Templar conflict, to ground it, to make it feel real in the way that AC1 works so hard to, and we don't. We've seen Ezio grow emotionally in the first half of this game. Venice and its more complicated Templars would have been a great opportunity to show Ezio grow intellectually, and we don't do that either. But again, it's fun. I know I've said that 100 times, but it's worth reminding ourselves that this is still a fun experience. That's obviously what they're prioritizing over everything, and that might be all that matters to a lot of players, and I honestly respect that. The Arsenal makes for fun gameplay from a parkouring and combat perspective. Bartolomeo is a fun side character. The back half of this game's second act is probably its weakest point, and I still had an enjoyable time playing it through twice back to back. I don't want that to be lost when I'm critiquing it. This game is pretty good, even in its weaker moments. I just think it could have been so much better. So much of AC2 is just style over substance, but the style is fantastic. Liberating the Arsenal is fairly action-heavy, so we can pick up the pace here. Ezio finds and frees Bartolomeo, who's a real historical figure. He looks pretty intense. And then Ezio frees his captured men. With his army restored and Ezio at his side, Bartolomeo is ready to launch another attack. This battle and the ensuing pursuit of Silvio Barbarigo is the best time to talk about my favorite part of this underwhelming back half of the second act, the tragedy of Dante Moro, told mostly in the background. When Ezio first encounters Marco Barbarigo, his database video includes this information about Dante.
Apparently, Marco's wife, Carlotta, used to be married to his bodyguard, Dante Moro. Dante was captain of the city guard and heir to one of the most prestigious families in Venezia. Marco was supposedly his close friend, right? But get this, Marco decides he wants Carlotta. In the Catholic religion, marriage is till death do us part, and Marco's a good Catholic. So, he hires a hit on Dante. Dante gets stabbed 3 times in the body and once in the head. But he doesn't die. He recovers with severe brain damage. Dante becomes like a child. So, what does Marco do? Well, he hires Dante as his personal bodyguard, and he gets him to sign a confession annulling the marriage. Marco takes Carlotta, and keeps Dante as his personal slave. What a lovely fella.
Ezio first sees him when he's tailing the Templars, and he's the first guard to ever have a sense of Ezio's presence during these kinds of missions.
We should move a little faster. I feel eyes on us. Thank you, Dante. We will move at your pace.
This guard's a good find, cousin. How much did you pay for him?
Perhaps not as much as he deserves. He saved my life on 2 occasions, though he's not much of a conversationalist.
What's odd is that the Italian Brotherhood seems to know about Dante's past. It would make sense that Sean does for the database, but after Dante is falsely awarded the Golden Mask and Ezio is planning to get it back, Antonio says,
How? By killing the poor Stronzo?
Antonio's never been bashful about killing before, so this language seems to reveal that there's something about Dante he finds sympathetic. If so, it's a little odd he doesn't tell Ezio about it here, because it might have been both theoretically possible and morally justifiable to spare Dante's life later. As Ezio fights alongside Bartolomeo, Silvio yells down about his cousin's old bodyguard.
A fine specimen, isn't he? You should be honored to die by his hand.
Specimen could have a more positive connotation, but the tone of this really just makes it sound like he's proud that they've taken the mind from this powerful man and can just use his body as they see fit. When Ezio has won the skirmish outside the arsenal and finally takes down Silvio and Dante as they flee, Dante's last moment appears to be one of defiance against his Templar masters.
What's happened here? Why the boats? I thought you sought the Doge's seat.
Just a distraction. We were meant to sail.
Sail where?
I'll never tell. Cyprus is their destination. They want...
It's a little moment of redemption for him, a light at the end of this pretty dark subplot that's easy to miss if you're not paying attention. The moment is made even more bittersweet when Ezio reads the letter he finds on Dante's body from his old wife Carlotta.
Though we could not be together, just knowing you were near was enough. And now, with Marco dead, I may yet find a way for us to be joined again. But, do you even remember me? Or were the wounds too grave? Do my words stir, if not your memory, then your heart? It doesn't matter what they say. I know you're still in there, somewhere. I will find a way, my love, to remind you, to restore you. Love always.
Which is really interesting. Marco was killed recently by Ezio, and she references that in her letter, so this was probably sent to him within the last few weeks or months. Again, this game is terrible at communicating how much time has passed. Dante seemed to be regaining more of himself. He was only 26. Now, there might have been some fresh hope for him to have a life after all, but that's gone. And I don't think we can call him innocent, especially if he really was regaining his faculties and sense of agency, then his continuing to serve the Templars was a choice, one for which he should suffer the consequences. But it's compelling, it's messy, it's tragic, and it's another pair of lives that have been ruined by the Templars. But circling back to my bigger issues with them in this game, not in the name of anything. This happens because Marco wanted Carlotta, and he did anything to have her. He's not ambitious, he's just evil. With Silvio and Dante dead, there's only one name left on Ezio's list, but his quest for vengeance has now taken a turn. He thought the Templars were grabbing power for its own sake, because that's all the game showed us. They weren't. Yes, they were.
Silvio wasn't looking to replace Marco as Doge. He was about to leave Venezia, in fact. This whole thing was just a distraction.
Why?
That is what I need to find out.
And with a new mystery on the horizon, our marathon second act finally comes to a close. The first half of Act 2 ends the Pazzi storyline, sees Ezio work alongside La Volpe and Lorenzo de' Medici, sees him flourish as an assassin, and our attention is subtly drawn to the ways he is and isn't a more traditional hero like Perseus. His first blow against the Pazzi was done with malice, with a coursing hatred back in Act 1. Now, closer to the story's midpoint, when he finally ends the Pazzi line, he does it out of mercy, he does it with genuine compassion. We can see Ezio growing as a man. Then we hit Venice and the narrative wheels fall off. Ironically, this back half of Act 2 has some of this game's most beloved moments of gameplay. The flying machine level and the Carnival assassination are understandably two of this game's most iconic set pieces, but from a story perspective, I think everything around them falls pretty flat. Not only does time fly here, but it's squandered. Interesting characters are introduced and then sidelined. The game had years to fill, and this big reveal planned to end this act, that the Templars are hunting something on the island of Cyprus. And yet there's no clues laid out during Ezio's investigations or assassinations. No moment where Ezio is given anything to do aside from mindlessly hunt and kill. The one time we do have something resembling an investigation, it's during a tailing mission that ends so absurdly that you just have to suspend disbelief and just accept that moment as is in a losing effort to maintain your sanity. It's sloppy, it's incurious, it's narratively superfluous. You could cut out 80% of it and Ezio's story doesn't change. But it's still fun, it's quick, it's varied enough that there's never really a low point. This is close to AC2 at its narrative worst, and even then, it's given you just enough to feel satisfied, even if you're rarely intrigued. That's the frustrating magic of this game, particularly its back half. There's a lot of really good stuff here, and there's never a moment where it feels bad to play. But it's also not hard to see the character moments or subplots that might have helped to elevate it, to take it from, okay, to great. Even setting greatness aside, this second act hasn't done enough to get Ezio where he needs to be to start the third. His sparing of Rodrigo is going to feel absurd. Even his lack of direction and his, whoops, we forgot to develop Ezio, so here's where he's at right now. Conversation with Rosa is going to feel like it's coming out of nowhere because of how little we get from him here. You're not having a bad time running around Venice, going on little adventures, but it's letting down its first and third acts. But Assassin's Creed 2 almost rights the ship with a strong, dramatic start to its third act before the DLC sections derail the pacing. But honestly, the Bonfire the Vanities is so good that I don't even care. So let's move on to our third act, which will, I think, within the space of an hour, give us the best and worst moment of the entire Ezio trilogy. If you're playing a version of AC2 without the DLC, the game absolutely flies from here until the end. Ezio fights Rodrigo, recovers the apple, locates the vault, and then battles Rodrigo again for access to it. It's fast and frantic in the best way, and it helps Ubisoft hide some of the weird time shenanigans they need to perform here. With the DLC, we get a much slower, more episodic back third, and narrative pacing is sacrificed to squeeze in what should be two huge moments in Ezio's adventure. I say should be because really only one of them feels worth it. The Battle of Forli is essentially one prolonged battle sequence. From a narrative angle, it's so poorly executed that I think we were better off cutting it, but the Bonfire the Vanities helps the story recover and gives us a more satisfying conclusion to Ezio's arc than the one we get in the actual climax. Speaking of Ezio's arc, when we return to Ezio, it's 1488. And his birthday, June 24th, by the way, but we basically knew that already because, come on, of course he's a Cancer. So emotional, so tenacious.
I'm joking.
But Ezio's reflecting on his journey, and he's coming to the same conclusion that we were regarding his quest. He doesn't really know what it's all been for.
It's been over 10 years since I watched my father and brothers die. 10 years hunting the men responsible. So close to the end now, but no closer to understanding what any of it was for.
You may not see it, Ezio, but it's better here now because of the things you've done. Basta. Look here. I have a birthday present for you. It's L'Arsenal's shipping manifest. From the day the boat left.
The boat to Cyprus? You're serious?
And guess when it's scheduled to return? Tomorrow.
I love this warm moment between Ezio and Rosa, and it's a shame that I think this is the last time we see her. These two have such a nice chemistry that whether it stayed platonic or became more explicitly romantic, it would have been great to see more of it. Ezio's lamenting that he doesn't understand what it was for is a little harder to swallow. This is a man who hasn't asked any questions since he finished training with his Uncle Mario 9 or so years ago. And the fact that it's followed up by yet another moment where new information is just handed to him by a friend makes it even worse. And this isn't even the most egregious time this will happen in the third act either, because Leonardo is about to come and give Ezio information that completely reshapes this conflict. And okay, in the game's defense, looking back on this moment with the reveal of Antonio being an assassin in mind, it's possible that she's delivering this to Ezio now at Antonio's instruction. But then in that moment later, they make it seem like it's a big surprise that Ezio just happened to show up, and that his presence is essentially confirmation that he's the prophet. With a different character, that could be a fun wrinkle. Maybe this was premeditated, maybe Antonio set this situation up to make Ezio the prophet. But this is Antonio. This guy took 4 years to kill Emilio, even with Ezio at his side. This is the guy who couldn't recognize Ezio because he had a little mask on. Him masterminding Ezio's ascension to prophethood seems, unlikely, shall we say. Like the modern-day storyline, the historical storyline doesn't seem to know what it wants to be. Lucy suddenly introducing the idea of using ancient technology to stop an apocalypse after all of AC-1 was focused on the Templar satellite launch felt like a soft reboot, and it made AC-1's investigations feel less significant as a result. But that was a change between games, and AC-1's modern-day story was minimalist enough that a lot of players wouldn't notice or even care. But here, our historical storyline undergoes a seismic shift. Instead of the third act being Ezio finishing or growing beyond his need for revenge, we're about to leap into a plotline we haven't really set up at all about Ezio being a prophet and searching for the hidden vault somewhere in Italy. The only time this concept of a prophet was mentioned in the actual dialogue of the game so far was here, by Mario, just after Ezio returns to the villa after saving Lorenzo.
What is this? What prophet?
What did you find, Uncle?
Just another damn mystery. The text here roughly translates to only the prophet may open it. There's reference to 2 pieces of Eden, but these pages offer no answers, Nipote. At least, not on their own. You must find more.
We'll have to save it for another day, Uncle.
The letter he finds on one of his targets also mentions a prophet, likely referring to Rodrigo, but that's it, at least that I could find. With the caveat that there may be a reference or two that I missed, I feel like this prophet mystery could have been foreshadowed in a much stronger way throughout the first and second act, especially since the second act doesn't really have a lot going on from a story perspective, and, like we covered, a lot of time passes. We could have had all the same fun, visually engaging set pieces that we have now, but actually used the time in between those moments to set up the story that we're now just going to throw at the player in the opening minutes of the third act. Ezio complains that he doesn't know what any of this was for, but again, he hasn't really questioned anything over the last 8 years. And to its credit, the game acknowledges this. Leonardo finds Ezio just after we learn the boat from Cyprus returns tomorrow, and we get even more timely information.
The prophet will appear when the second piece is brought to the floating city.
Prophet? Only the prophet may open it. 2 pieces of Eden.
What are you saying? Ezio, what is this?
We've known each other a long time, Leonardo. If I can't trust you, there is nobody. My uncle Mario spoke of it long ago. A prophecy hidden in the Codex, leading to an ancient vault that holds something very powerful.
Grandioso. But if you took these pages from the Barbarigo, then maybe they know about this vault too. That's not good.
Wait. What if that's why they sent the ship to Cyprus? To find this piece of Eden and bring it back to Venezia?
When the second piece is brought to the floating city,
the prophet will appear. Only the prophet can open the vault. My God! When my uncle told me about the Codex, I was too young, too brash to imagine it was anything but an old man's fantasy. But now I see. The killing of Mocenigo, even the Medici, my father and brothers. It was all part of his plan. To find the vault. The Spaniard.
And in this moment, it works. It's exciting, and it's absolutely believable that Ezio would be too blinded by his quest, too young and brash, as he calls it, to really care about this old story about a vault, or to invest a lot of energy into finding out why Rodrigo was doing what he was doing. But now we should be able to look back and realize, just like Ezio is, that there was a method to the madness, that all of this makes sense.
The killing of Mocenigo, even the Medici, my father and brothers. It was all part of his plan.
And does it? They killed Mocenigo to put a Templar in power in Venice, but why? The apple was hidden in Cyprus, which was a kingdom that was already mostly controlled by Venetian merchants until 1489 when it was officially sold to Venice. And for reference, it's 1488 right now. Venice was already exerting control in Cyprus during Mocenigo's rule. If we knew the Doge opposed that, say we discovered that information in the 4 years between Ezio's arrival and the death of Emilio and Carlo, suddenly his assassination and his inclusion in this speech would make more sense. But there's nothing indicating that at all. Working backwards from this reveal, we can now assume Emilio was extorting the merchants to help finance their efforts on Cyprus, though that's never confirmed or even hinted at. I guess we're to understand that Rodrigo's plan A was to simply have a lackey rule Venice and use its power to either conquer or purchase Cyprus to search unimpeded.
Even the Medici.
And if that was the plan, how does Ezio know that this involves the Medici? When we later learn that the vault is under the Vatican and that the other piece of Eden is the papal staff, the plot against the Medici makes more sense. The Pazzi ruling Florence gives Rodrigo a powerful base of operations if he has to take any hostile action against Rome, but working against the Medici also ingratiates him to the then Pope Sixtus, who, like we discussed, was all too happy to see them gone. For all we know, that effort, even though it was a failing one, might have won him some friends in Rome and helped set him up for ascension to Pope. But Ezio doesn't know that yet, and we don't even know it for sure. That's all guesswork. This line implies this is a key piece of Rodrigo's plan and that Ezio understands it, but I don't see how. Ezio doesn't know where the vault is or that the Vatican or the papacy will become important.
My father and brothers.
This one is at least supported by the story in the game. We're reminded a few times that Giovanni knew about the prophecy and the vault and was gathering and decoding codex pages, and we know for sure that the Templars were also hunting codex pages. That is a moment where we can look back with this new context and our perception of past events is changed, but that's pretty much it.
It was all part of his plan. To find the vault. The Spaniard.
So, okay, I guess this was Rodrigo's plan all along. Though, it falls apart if you spend almost any time thinking about it. You can play through the game with this knowledge and it changes almost in nothing. You can see where clues should have been, it becomes easier to spot the moments that are missing something, but as far as reveals go, this one is pretty underwhelming. And again, to its small credit, Assassin's Creed 2 seems to know that this moment is pretty weak, and we're quickly pushed along into a dramatic encounter with Rodrigo, and then, if you don't have the DLC, an exciting moment in Monteriggioni before ending the game with a big set-piece fight in Rome, complete with one of the coolest cliffhangers in the series. It works, it's fast, and it's fun, and it's dumb. But it's hard to not think of the game we could have gotten. The same lovable protagonist, this quest for revenge that slowly becomes something more, and as the game goes on, we actually uncover pieces of Rodrigo's plan. You know, like a conspiracy. This game can be really good about distributing information in the margins, letting the player in on its mystery, Uberto Alberti's motivations, the letter about Vieri, this little tragedy of Dante and Carlotta, but we don't do that with the actual mystery. For years, Ezio has been putzing around Venice, and he never investigates what the Templars are actually trying to do with their power and control. If this was a moment we've been slowly and subtly building to all game, and this was the grand reveal, it'd be brilliant. Instead, it's a hasty resetting of the board, with this deus ex machina of the Cyprus boat returning at the exact moment that Ezio's friend recovers the manifest and Leonardo returns with new information. And now the ship has returned, shortly followed by Rodrigo and, to Ezio's surprise, Mario. Ezio follows one of the Templar couriers and kills him. Posing as that guard, he carries the mystery box to Rodrigo, and unlike their encounter back in Tuscany, this time Ezio kills all the guards without hesitation. I don't know if we're supposed to be troubled by how quickly and effortlessly Ezio disposes of these men. This is framed like a cool moment for Ezio, and it is. It looks awesome. But it's such a stark contrast from the moment in Tuscany. In a different story, we'd note how much more confident and lethal Ezio is. He's ready and able to do what needs to be done in order to achieve his goal. But then we hit the climax, and that casts a weird light on the rest of this game. With a climax in mind, this is kind of reframed as a dark moment for Ezio, but it's not. At least I don't think it is. I don't know, it's just very messy. These individuals are knowingly working with the Templars, so his lack of mercy would be understandable. But I also think his ruthlessness is justifiable at this point. After over a decade, he's ready to end things with Rodrigo. He's ready to put the final conspirator in the ground, and he's not going to let him escape again.
So, where is he?
Who?
Your prophet. Doesn't look like anybody showed up, Rodrigo. How many people have died for these? For what's in this box? And look, there's nobody here.
You claim not to be a believer, and yet here you are. Don't you see him? The prophet is already here. I am the prophet. Now give me the apple.
Come and take it from me.
As much as I think the lead up to this moment could have been handled with more intention, I really like this fight, and I like what happens afterwards. A less confident story might have set this moment in the Piazza San Marco or on the Rialto under a dazzling moon, but that's not what we have. This is a dark, almost accidental encounter in a dusty little square next to a canal. It's grimy, it's human. This is a fight between Ezio and Rodrigo, the men, and the setting conveys that beautifully. It's not storybook, it's vengeance. When they meet again years later, they're fighting as champions of the Templar and Assassin cause, dueling above the mysterious vault, each wielding an artifact of those who came before. In that moment, they're practically demigods. Here, they're just angry, violent men.
Is this all you have? Where is the rest of your people?
What people?
You really have no idea, do you?
And now, the payoff to a mystery we didn't even know to look for. The thread that connected all of Ezio's companions. Paola was the sister of his family's maid. La Volpe and Teodora were names familiar to Leonardo. Antonio, the leader of Rosa's band of thieves. Bartolomeo, a connection made through Antonio. They're all assassins.
Volpe? What are you doing here?
We could very well ask you the same thing.
We?
Save your questions, brother. Don't let Borgia leave that box.
This is a reveal that actually works. We can look back on the entire game with a fresh perspective. Ezio's family meeting Paola makes sense as a premeditated contingency by Giovanni in case something happened. But La Volpe was just Ezio following Leonardo's advice. Rosa recognized Ezio, but had she not been shot, we don't know that Antonio or Rosa would have sought him out. The fact that all of Ezio's friends just happened to be assassins is right on the edge of believability, but I think that's exactly what the game is going for. Has Ezio really been running into all of these people of his own free will, his quest leading him from contact to contact and then to this exact point? Or is it something else? For now, we're left to wonder. I also think this line from Rodrigo here is really interesting.
Your brothers didn't need to die. I just killed them to make a point. There is no mercy when you cross the Templar.
And we could read this as the villain being villainous, but I would argue that being merciless is not a core pillar of the Templars, just the Borgia. In AC1, Robert is ruthless, but in a pragmatic way. Almost all of his Templars are working for an end goal that they believe will benefit people. Our first interaction with Robert is seeing him spare Altair to send a message to Al-Malim. Now, I wouldn't say that's an act of mercy, he's doing it to humiliate Altair, but I think a man like Rodrigo lets Altair's severed head send that message instead. Robert has a sense of honor, and at the end of the game he warns Altair about Al-Malim instead of letting him return to Masyaf with his guard down. In AC1's modern day, we heard Lucy talk about the time Vidic spared her life after she was initially useful, showed mercy, and we're gonna talk about the dividends that pays in Brotherhood, I guess. AC3 will show us multiple instances of Templar mercy, and not just between Haytham and Connor either. Again, it's a low bar, but it's there. What I think we're seeing here in these tiny snippets of interactions with Rodrigo is his obsession with power completely blinding him and making him a less effective Templar as a result. The Pazzi may have succeeded had they tactfully and carefully taken out the Medici line in Florence, but when the moment comes, they rush at Lorenzo like wild animals and are ultimately unsuccessful. Perhaps not even considering the possibility of failure, the conspirators have nowhere to go when the plan goes wrong, and Ezio picks them off one by one in Tuscany. Rodrigo then lets Jacopo be killed when the man could have still been useful, even if he was only sent as a political prisoner back to Lorenzo in Florence. And bringing it all back to this line,
Your brothers didn't need to die. I just killed them to make a point.
If Giovanni is the only one to hang there, I don't know that Ezio goes on the quest that he does. For one, it's probable Federico would have assumed his father's cowl, and from the little we know about him, he's not the man Ezio is. Petruccio, still being alive, gives Ezio another vulnerable person to protect, and maybe the family makes the decision to flee to Spain instead of staying in Italy. So this merciless action that he boasts about here, not only does it make him a bad man, but I think it's safe to say that it's part of what makes him a bad Templar. And I think it sticks in Ezio's head, because in a few years, he's gonna find some way to be merciful to Rodrigo. Because, yeah, despite being surrounded by 5 or 6 of Italy's most lethal assassins, Rodrigo gets away here. Oh god, this is almost as bad as the pigeons on the bridge.
This is for my father. Paola.
He's gone, but we have what we came for.
No. I need to go after him.
Do you really now?
Yes, I would say that we do. Rodrigo is a 57-year-old man who, let's be honest, does not appear to be in peak physical condition. Maybe they're superstitious about Ezio staying here to take possession of the apple, but I don't know, can we send one of the less important assassins after him? Antonio? Guy had Ezio at his side and it still took him 4 years to kill Emilio Barbarigo. Are you sure we can't spare this titan of intellect for a few minutes as he goes and sticks a knife in Rodrigo's back? Letting Rodrigo go now will lead to hundreds of on-screen deaths in the Battle of Forli and Ezio's storming of the Vatican, and probably thousands of off-screen deaths.
I need to go after him.
Do you really now?
What are we doing here? Like the pigeons somehow masking the escape for multiple Templars earlier in the game, once again the main revenge story is undermined by suspense-shattering plot contrivances. That's less bothersome in a game that's not built around this more traditional revenge story. If we actually cared more about this rebirth of the Italian Brotherhood, the unification of the Codex, and the rise of Ezio as a prophet, Rodrigo's escape wouldn't feel as cheap. But because all game this has been the story that's gotten all the attention, to let him slip away for no reason for the second time undermines Ezio's revenge story. The game's not taking this seriously, so why should we? And speaking of characters I don't think the game takes seriously, enter Niccolo Machiavelli, apparently.
What are you all doing here?
Perhaps the same thing you are, Ezio. Hoping to see the prophet appear.
I came here to kill the Spaniard. I couldn't care less about your prophet. He never showed up.
No? But you did.
What?
A prophet's arrival was foretold. And unbeknownst to us, here you are. Perhaps all along, you were the one we sought.
Cosa? Who are you?
Niccolò di Bernardo de Machiavelli. I am an assassin, trained in the ancient ways to safeguard mankind's evolution. Just like you, and each one of us here.
Machiavelli's inclusion in this game, and including him as an assassin, warrants a whole discussion on its own, but we'll kick that to the Battle of Forli section because there's almost nothing else going on there. I appreciate that we get a reiteration of the assassin's goal for those who haven't played the first game, to safeguard mankind's evolution. The Templars want to shape mankind's evolution to control it. The assassins want to keep humanity free enough to choose their own path. It's simple, it's vague, but it's compelling.
A prophet's arrival was foretold. And unbeknownst to us, here you are.
This conversation about whether this was a consequence of free will or predetermined by prophecy changes significantly after the final vault conversation, so we'll let the mystery be until the climax. For now, Ezio is inducted formally into the Assassins, but this reveal feels messy and perhaps deliberately so. Half of the assassins seem to think it's pure fate that Ezio is here in this moment, but Mario says they've been guiding him, preparing him for this moment. I guess both things can be true. They were making him an assassin, but not necessarily grooming him to be the prophet.
Where other men blindly follow the truth, remember,
nothing is true.
Where other men are limited by morality or law, remember,
everything is permitted.
We work in the dark to serve the light. We are assassins.
It's a really interesting scene, especially because they made a concerted effort to conceal their true identities from Ezio, except for Mario. Ezio doesn't ask why. He's still too focused on Rodrigo, though not enough to actually chase him down in Venice. It's fine. It is what it is. But I like the idea that just as the assassins seek to safeguard humanity's evolution, to leave them free to make their own choices, that the Italian Brotherhood was doing the same for Ezio. Paola and Mario gave him the tools he needed to survive and avenge his family if he wanted to. But they don't send Ezio after Alberto or Vieri. That's Ezio's choice. All along, this has been Ezio's choice. And if, at any moment, he wanted to leave this path, he could have. In doing what he's been doing, he's chosen the life of an assassin, and they've done their best to give him as much free will in that as they could. It's the best answer I can think of, and perhaps that's why Giovanni didn't bring Ezio into the Order earlier. But at the same time, part of me wishes this game gave Ezio and Mario, or even Ezio and Machiavelli, since they're about to travel together, a quiet moment to talk about that choice.
You are one of us now. Come, we have much to do.
I'm not going to ruin the scene and point out how Theodora, who leaps off the tower first, probably has her spine snapped by Bartolomeo when he lands on her, since he only waited half a second before making his own leap. They all hurl themselves with the same trajectory without really waiting a long enough time, but it's fine. It's a cool scene. Very cool. What follows is also a cool scene. The assassins try to pull Desmond from the Animus to check on him, but he's excited. He's confident. Like the player, he feels like we're on the verge of something really big.
Are you okay? Do you want to stop?
No, I need to go back, right now.
And Lucy trusts him and lets him jump back in, even though she's worried about the bleeding effect. Ignoring the events of Brotherhood, this is Lucy trusting Desmond to take smart risks, trusting her friend and teammate, overcoming her fears after what happened to Subject 16. With Brotherhood's events in mind, this works great for her too. She gets more information more quickly. We have to assume this was Vidic's plan, that Desmond would push himself further and faster in history if he thought he was only helping the assassins.
Of course. How could I have forgotten?
You want to share with the rest of us?
Rodrigo Borgia is elected Pope in 1492, which means Ezio's greatest enemy is now also the most powerful man in Italy.
Always wanted to visit the Vatican.
Well, your luck's in, Desmond. Happy days. Because that's exactly where you're going.
Or it would be if most copies of the game now didn't ship with the DLC installed and throw you into that instead. In the original version, Ezio tracks down the remaining codex pages with a map he now has, though it wasn't originally explained, and he takes after Rodrigo right away. It makes his escape in Venice feel less jarring because we go after him almost immediately. I mean, not immediately, there's an enormous time jump, but because it happens when Desmond is plugging back into the Animus, it feels smoother. Like we're just strategically fast-forwarding over more of the Assassin-Templar struggle to get to the end of Ezio's adventure. Unfortunately, the DLC grinds that momentum down to a halt, and draws our attention to the massive time jumps that occur here. But I still appreciate its presence because I think the Bonfire The Vanities gives Ezio his brightest moment in the series and ends his personal arc better than anything we'll get in Rome. It's just too bad that first we have to slog through the Siege of Forli. I really like how we open this DLC, and I love its final couple of moments as well. But everything in between is Assassin's Creed 2 at its narrative worst. On paper, spending 45 minutes to an hour with Niccolo Machiavelli and Caterina Sforza as they try to use their prowess and wit to reclaim Forli sounds brilliant. In execution, it's as dull as the Forli skybox. There are good moments though. This opening is brilliant. For the first time all game, we actually get a piece of dialogue that acknowledges a tiny fraction of the intellectual upheaval that's taking place at this time.
I could no more explain this than explain to you why the Earth goes around the sun.
You mean the sun around the Earth?
In our history, Copernicus doesn't begin his research on heliocentric theory until 1504, and not until he's close to death in 1543 does he release On the Revolutions of the Heavenly Spheres. It's 1488 right now, so perhaps Leonardo is instead referencing the work of a different scientist. Maybe Aristarchus, the ancient Greek astronomer who lived from 310 BCE to 2030 BCE and is believed to have one of the earliest heliocentrism hypotheses in history. But Copernicus is going to come along in some AC Brotherhood DLC and just tell Ezio that he believes the sun is at the center of the universe, and that's in 1500. So it's more likely that in the canon of Assassin's Creed, Leonardo was just somehow in contact with the Prussian scientists, or that in his short time with the Apple, he's already discovered several scientific revelations for himself. It's great characterization for Leonardo, one that he accepts this theory as truth and folds it into conversation, and two, that in the midst of this exciting moment, he just ignores Mario to keep wondering at the apple. It's not the subtlest moment of genius they could have given him, but I like it all the same.
The Spaniard. He called it the apple.
Like Eve's apple, of forbidden knowledge. Are you then suggesting that this thing... This must never fall into the wrong hands. It would drive weaker minds insane.
We also see Leonardo clearly touch the apple, prompting a small reaction, before Ezio places a palm on it and the room ignites in light. Machiavelli and Mario cower, Leonardo looks around in fascination, and Ezio is able to somehow deactivate it again with a touch. At this point in the story, we don't yet know if Ezio's actually the prophet, but this moment shows us that something about him is special. They agree to send the apple to Forli, where it will be protected as the assassins search for the rest of Altair's codex. The conceit of this DLC is clever. The Orsi brothers, whom Caterina recently hired to kill her husband, have returned to Forli to capture the city.
It's the Spaniard, of course. The Orsi have no worldview bigger than their purse.
But how could he know where we were taking the apple before we even knew?
Because they're not here for the apple, Ezio. They're after Riario's map.
Apparently, before his death, Riario was making a map to the location of the remaining codex pages. Rodrigo wants it, but we're gonna get it first, and it provides an explanation for how Ezio suddenly had the location for every codex page before he confronted Rodrigo in the Vatican. It's also a clever use of the real history, too. Remember back when we discussed Pope Sixtus and the Pazzi conspiracy? That was originally going to benefit Riario. He was supposed to take over as Lord of Florence. The Orsi brothers really did kill Riario in 1480, and even wrote to Lorenzo expecting his approval. But support from Florence never came, and Caterina was able to reclaim control of her city. Here, the Orsi brothers have more sinister motives in their capturing of the city to find the map of the remaining codex pages for Rodrigo, who is still determined to locate the vault. Huh. Really seems like we should have killed him when we had 10 assassins ready to chase down one elderly Templar.
I need to go after him.
You really now?
But I really appreciate the idea of this sequence. The sci-fi mystery storyline is intersecting with the political and historical storyline in a clean and organic way. In practice, though, it's executed about as poorly as I think it could have been. This DLC is about 45 minutes, and half of it is just a big, sloppy battle in the city. And remember, you can't replay missions in this game, so you get this battle once, and then if you want to experience it again, you're gonna have to play through the first 15 hours of this game. Almost every other gameplay mission has more narrative around it. We see Ezio grow as a man, or clash with an enemy we've actually met before in the game. Here it's just, hey, the Orsi brothers are evil, they took the city, and oh yeah, there's a map, we want that, don't forget that. And Ezio resolves matters in under an hour. And what frustrates me the most is that we don't even use these new circumstances to explore Ezio or Machiavelli. Caterina gets a moment or two, but this was such a great opportunity to give players more insight into one of the most fascinating historical figures of his time, who is apparently an assassin. And we don't. We get nothing, and I'm not exaggerating. Here is a transcript of every line Machiavelli has in this game. There is maybe one interesting line in all of that, when he's speaking with Ezio about how Savonarola has managed to maintain such a hold on Florence during the Bonfire the Vanities.
Rare is the man willing to oppose the status quo. And so it falls to us to help them see the truth.
And even that is almost immediately undermined by this conversational monstrosity.
A direct assault would be dangerous.
True. But what other option is there?
Aside from the city leaders, the people's minds are their own, correct?
Si.
And they follow Savonarola not by choice, but force and fear?
Si.
Then I propose we use these to our advantage. We can silence his lieutenants and stir up discontent. He will be distracted, and I will have a chance to strike.
Clever.
He's an assassin. He's kind of held up as the assassin from the deference the others showed him back in Venice, and yet he's mystified that there could be another option aside from a direct assault. And then when Ezio suggests, oh, I don't know, assassinating some key people to turn the tide, Machiavelli thinks that's clever. I really liked how King Richard was handled in AC1. He was used sparingly, but he had wisdom and gravitas. AC2 uses Lorenzo de Medici in a similar way, deploying him sparingly too. Leonardo is okay in this game. He's funny, we hear about his paintings and biology research, see his workshop is full of weird inventions, and he demonstrates an awareness of the seedy characters of Florence and Venice that would only be possessed by someone who isn't exactly spending his evenings in a pure Catholic way. But Machiavelli kicks off an abhorrent trend of these games treating these big historical figures like they're comic book characters to rope into their rapidly devolving IP, rather than the complex and brilliant men and women that they were. I'm not against including a figure like Machiavelli in a game, but this depiction of him is atrocious in my opinion. He's outwitted by every character he shares the screen with, and worse than that, he's just boring. Having a boring and shallow original character isn't ideal, but it happens. Making a historical character boring and shallow, particularly one who wrote multiple books and has been the subject of countless hours of research for centuries, is more difficult to forgive. Today, Machiavelli is probably most associated with his political treatise, The Prince. In it, he advises princes on how to effectively operate in their contemporary political landscape. And if The Prince is the only thing you've read by Machiavelli, his introduction as an assassin probably raised your eyebrows. Here are some snippets from The Prince that don't sound very consistent with the Assassin's Creed at all. And my point isn't to condemn Machiavelli or to imply that this was how he really felt, but to emphasize that this isn't a treatise an assassin would write. A wise man ought always to follow the paths beaten by great men, and to imitate those who have been supreme, so that if his ability does not equal theirs, at least it will savor of it. So, okay, this one is more innocuous, but one of the central ideas of the Assassin's Creed is that one should rarely ever follow. Ezio will say it explicitly during the Bonfire The Vanities, but it's also embodied in the structure of their order. They don't have a leader, they have a mentor. This one is less innocuous. The nature of the people is variable, and whilst it is easy to persuade them, it is difficult to fix them in that persuasion, and thus it is necessary to take such measures that, when they believe no longer, it may be possible to make them believe by force. This is a Templar idea. Making anyone believe anything is against the Assassin's Creed, even making them believe in freedom. As Connor will say in AC3,
"But my enemy is a notion, not a nation. It is wrong to compel obedience, whether to the British crown or the Templar cross."
That's partly why Ezio's speech is so interesting, and I'm so excited because we're getting close to it. A different hero would go up there and say, "Follow me, I will lead you to freedom," but the assassins don't. Interestingly, that last snippet is followed by Machiavelli directly addressing Savonarola's rule in Florence. If Moses, Cyrus, Theseus, and Romulus had been unarmed, they could not have enforced their constitutions for long, as happened in our time to Fra Girolamo Savonarola, who was ruined with his new order of things immediately the multitude believed in him no longer, and he had no means of keeping steadfast those who believed, or of making the unbelievers to believe. Now, part of what's so interesting about Machiavelli is that he explicitly observed the distinction between the political ideal and the political reality. He's not glorifying political wickedness for its own sake, or because princes are above moral judgment. He views it as a necessary evil for a prince to keep power. How one lives is so far distant from how one ought to live that he who neglects what is done for what ought to be done sooner affects his ruin than his preservation. For a man who wishes to act entirely up to his professions of virtue soon meets with what destroys him among so much that is evil. And this, too, is a fundamental departure from what the assassins believe. This is the kind of idea we'll hear from Haytham in AC3. The Assassin's Creed is built on what ought to be done, and their refusal to really change after Altair's reformation is why this faction can never seem to hold any power, or keep a region liberated for long. Literal or philosophical liberation can be spontaneous, can be chosen by the masses. Maintaining that liberated state requires control and power, and we've yet to see a healthy, virtuous brotherhood that can do that while still acting in accordance with their principles. It's why Machiavelli would have been the perfect character to explore those major differences between the Templar and Assassin ideology. They often fight for a similar thing in a similar way, but the Templars operate based on how the world is, and the Assassins operate based on how it ought to be. Some people will claim that The Prince was brilliant satire on Machiavelli's part. That's not a view that's held by the majority of historians at this point though, and if you're curious about why that is, while researching this, I actually found a really informative and interesting r/AskHistorians essay by user JForce that I'll link in the description that brings a lot of sources and opinions together. That subreddit's amazing, by the way. Then there's the more credible idea that this was just Machiavelli attempting to get back in the Medici's good graces. He dedicates the work to Lorenzo de' Medici, not this one, he's been dead for a while, different fellow, and fills the dedication with praise, ending it with a plea. Take then your magnificence, this little gift in the spirit in which I send it, wherein, if it be diligently read and considered by you, you will learn my extreme desire that you should attain that greatness which fortune and your other attributes promise. And if your magnificence from the summit of your greatness will sometimes turn your eyes to these lower regions, you will see how unmeritedly I suffer a great and continued malignity of fortune. So there are really interesting and believable reasons why Machiavelli, the historical figure, expressed seemingly contrasting views across his writings. But despite that, Machiavelli doesn't function very well for me as an assassin, because no assassin would ever write a work like The Prince. Now, in Ubisoft's defense, this is a young Machiavelli. With the character models in this game, it can be hard to tell, but Machiavelli is about 10 years younger than Ezio. He was born on May 3rd, 1469, and the Siege of Forli takes place in 1488. He's 19 or 20 at this time. He's a man in his intellectual and political adolescence. It tracks that he might be a quiet, more passive figure at this point in his life, but that's also not really how he's portrayed. In his introduction back in Venice, he seemed like one of the leaders of the Brotherhood, both by the canals and in the tower at Ezio's induction, a portrayal that stays consistent throughout the rest of this game, though by the time we reach the game's climax, he'll have had another 11 years to grow into that role. So Machiavelli the novice assassin would absolutely work here, but not after you've introduced him as this key figure in the Brotherhood. They're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They introduced Machiavelli and it seems like they made him this big, surprising figure in the third act just because he's a famous name. Now, when there's an opportunity in-game to let us see this sharp mind in action, we get nothing. Watching a formative Machiavelli develop under Ezio, seeing his political philosophies be shaped by the rise and fall of the Medici, or the ascension of Cesare's Rome, would have been fascinating. Instead, it's this weird middle ground that ends up feeling visionless. As much as I enjoy Assassin's Creed 2, and really this franchise as a whole, it's a string of moments like these that pull this series down into narrative mediocrity. There's only so many ways to tell a treasure hunt through time, only so many variations on the same ideological conflict, but the moments around the more generic plots rarely elevate the text. Instead, it's often clumsy and confused, with Ubisoft too focused on roping in as many big historical names as they can to stop and see if they know what to do with them once they're here. Caterina's grand plan to retake the city is to just send Ezio in a side entrance, have him kill some guards, and open the main gate. And it works, because of course it does. It's Ezio. After a lengthy fight through the city streets, they retake the castle, and the Orsi brothers slink out from the soggy streets below for a parley.
Where are my children? Let them go!
Of course, Signora. will happily give them back for something of yours. A certain map.
And a certain apple, brother.
See, a certain apple indeed. Or shall I slice your baby's necks ear to ear?
Bastardi! You think you can threaten me? I'll give you nothing! You want my children? Take them! I have the instrument to make more!
This is such a wild moment, made even more absurd by the fact that Caterina Sforza has been alleged to say something to this effect in our actual history. And to make matters even more interesting, a lot of scholarship points to this rumor starting with Machiavelli. You can go find this in his Discourses. He writes, "And to show them that she did not care for her children, she showed them her genital parts, saying that she still had the mode for making more of them." Historians appear divided on whether or not this happened, or if this was a rumor spread by Machiavelli and others. In a seized version of history, it happens, obviously, though Caterina's bravado fades when she steps down from the ramparts. I really like this moment here because we see two completely different sides of Caterina. Though the cutscene direction is awkward, the way she goes from the lioness of Forli to a scared and worried mother is really humanizing.
Caterina, no. I can't ask you to sacrifice your children.
Nobody's sacrificing anything. Go get them back for me, Ezio.
See, you have my word.
And she seems to believe that Ezio can do this. Maybe she's heard stories about his combat prowess, or maybe she's just trusting the man who saved her from that rock all those years ago, but she has a genuine belief in Ezio. Her belief is well-founded. Ezio easily saves her children and assassinates one of the Orsi brothers, though it turns out that was exactly what they wanted. With Ezio lured away from the city, apparently the other Orsi brother was able to swoop in and grab the apple, somehow, from right under the nose of Caterina Sforza and Niccolo Machiavelli.
It was a trick to lower our defenses.
As soon as you left, they attacked again. Checco Orsi. He has the apple.
So Ezio has to run him down to recover the apple. And he does, rather easily. But this time, there's an incredible twist.
Requiescat in pace.
Checco stabs Ezio, and he watches helplessly as a mysterious four-fingered monk grabs the sack with the apple and opens it as Ezio loses consciousness. The cutscene direction is fantastic. We feel Ezio's vulnerability, looking up at this strange figure who seems indifferent to Ezio's suffering. The apple has fallen into the hands of a stranger, and a dangerous one at that. The apple in the hands of a rogue fanatic is arguably more dangerous than if the Orsi brothers had been able to successfully return it to Rodrigo. And this is all Ezio's mess to clean up. When he wakes, Caterina explains what happened and gives him the map her husband made.
Ex-husband, mio caro.
Ezio's investigations lead him to an abbey inside Forli, where, unfortunately for Ezio, he's recognized.
You're the one who killed Brother Stefano! Brothers, the killer of monks has returned!
I love that we get a callback to one of Ezio's earlier assassinations, especially one of the ones that might have otherwise felt like a throwaway mission. Brother Stefano was one of the many men Ezio tore through in Tuscany, and from both a story and a gameplay perspective, that moment can feel like a blur. This reaction here forces us to remember it, and to see the way that others may see it as well. It's a little thing, but I really like it.
I only kill those who kill others, and your brother Stefano was a killer. I'm sure you are no such thing. Now, listen to me. I'm looking for a black-robed monk who's missing a finger.
Missing a finger, you say? Do you mean like Fra Savonarola?
Savonarola? Who is this? You know him?
I did. He was one of us, for a time.
And then?
We suggested he retire to a hermitage for a good long time.
I'm afraid to say his retreat has come to an end. Where would he have gone?
Oh dear. Santo Spirito? In Firenze? It's where he studied. Perhaps it's where he would return.
And our tension builds. This monk that was apparently too radical for the abbey here in Forli, this monk that did nothing as Ezio was bleeding out feet away from him, now has a piece of Eden and is heading for Florence. Sean's database entry paints an ominous picture.
Calling himself an instrument of God, Savonarola descended on Firenze. His sermons sent people into frenzies. He demanded an end to all personal property, to all progress, a return to Eden. Knowledge became the enemy, and he could erase it all with the piece of Eden at his command. Books, paintings, musical instruments, he burned everything in the bonfire of the Vanities. History unraveled as his legions took control, and Firenze descended into darkness.
It's catastrophic for the assassins. Every minute Savonarola is out there is another minute the Templars might find him, kill him, and recover the apple. Or, perhaps a more terrifying outcome, that Savonarola may use it for his own evil purposes. It's a compelling end to an otherwise underwhelming DLC, setting up a new and unique villain and giving Ezio one last mess to clean up before his showdown with Rodrigo. Every moment counts as Ezio races for... Oh wait, no he doesn't, because it's going to take Ezio about 10 years before he returns to Florence to recover the apple. I've referenced this time jump as the game's most egregious a few times already, and it's really difficult to understand why this didn't just get a line or two of context from Sean or Rebecca. The Siege of Forli ends on such a strong, tense note. The apple has fallen into the hands of an independent radical bound for Florence, and Ezio won't return home to retrieve it for 10 years. They do explain it, just, not in this game.
Press the B button to jump.
That's right. Ezio decides that a better use of his time than getting the apple out of the hands of a madman is to go to Spain and save some assassins from the Spanish Inquisition, but also help Christopher Columbus fund his voyage, apparently. Assassin's Creed 2 Discovery came out in November of 2009 for the Nintendo DS, the same day that the main game was released. 2 months later, the game would also come to iOS. It's fine. I played the early part of it to get some footage for this section, and while it obviously shows its age, it doesn't feel like a soulless cash grab.
Compelled by duty to my order, I have set aside my search for the Spaniard to recover an ancient artifact recently stolen from us. My thirst for vengeance is strong. But my responsibility to the assassins is stronger still.
He meets a Spanish assassin and Christopher Columbus, and the assassin tells Ezio how bad things are going back in Spain. So Ezio decides that helping the Spanish Brotherhood survive the Inquisition takes priority over recovering the apple from Savonarola. It feels a little out of the blue, especially with how dangerous they've made the apple seem. But it's a mobile game, and they're just doing their best to get Ezio to a cool moment in history, so whatever. But it does mean that here in AC2, there's another massive time jump, and now players are dumped at the front gate of Florence with essentially no context for what's happened between Forli and now. It's hard to take Ezio's quest to retrieve the apple seriously when it seems comically low on its list of priorities. And while it is explained if you look for answers outside the game, when I judge a story, I try to look at what's actually present, or at least referenced, in the game itself. And the fact that this is just a gaping hole in the timeline that's never addressed is a small mark against what is otherwise going to be AC2 at its best. So let's move on to what I think is the high point of this strange third act, and the sequence I've been looking forward to all game. The Bonfire of the Vanities, and the moment where Ezio both embodies and subverts his own legend.
Next week's public mass with the Carnival will have to be cancelled due to a small outbreak of...
It's been over 15 years since Ezio was last in Florence, speaking to Lorenzo about the fate of the Pazzi conspirators. He's changed, and from the moment we land outside the city gates, it's obvious that Florence has too. The Medici are gone, Lorenzo has been dead for about 5 years, and his ineffective heir Piero was chased out of the city by the masses after making embarrassing concessions to the invading King Charles VIII of France. It's worth noting, however, that Piero was negotiating from a place of weakness because so many of the Florentine elite had already been taken in by Savonarola. All this is only briefly alluded to outside the gates of Florence. The first thing Ezio overhears is,
If Piero had only a tenth of his father's talent, we'd still have some place to call home.
Piero's talents do seem to have been lacking. His two nicknames were Piero the Fatuous and Piero the Unfortunate. As the son of one of the greatest rulers in your recent history, you probably have some awareness that it's going to be difficult to live up to your father's legend. But having the start of your Wikipedia page be this devastating is really about as bad as it can get. So the Medici are gone, and Florence, whose people had spent decades commissioning and collecting magnificent works of art, now plays host to raging bonfires. Any work of knowledge or art that may tempt one to sin, or that inspired or encouraged vanity, was to be tossed into the flames. It's the perfect moment for an Assassin's Creed story, and it's some of the best narrative work in AC2. And one of my only complaints about this section is that it didn't get to be longer, because there is so much here. Because of the cliffhanger nature of AC2's historical storyline, this is the closest thing we get to a return moment for Ezio in this game. He returns home having changed, and he's able to put his skills to the test and defend his beleaguered home. It's also reminiscent of AC1's final sequence. Altair returns to a Grey Masayoff. Something is stagnant, sickly, wrong. It's the same feeling here before we even make it through the gates. Things are not as they should be. Even entering the city reminds us of Assassin's Creed 1 in a way that feels too deliberate not to mention. For the first time all game, Ezio has to infiltrate the cities the same way Altair did. And what do you know, right next to the entrance is a group of 4 monks for Ezio to blend with. In seconds, we've set the tone for this story. This is something darker, something more casually sinister, a minimalist kind of story more in line with Assassin's Creed 1 than the big, cinematic adventure we've been having all game. And like Altair, Ezio's first goal is to meet up with his assassin contact to learn more about what's going on. And there is a lot going on. There's noticeably more monks on the streets, warring factions of guards spar in seemingly every plaza, and for the first time all game, Ezio will overhear plot-relevant snippets of conversation from the Florentine citizens.
Never should have welcomed that mad monk into the city. Look at all the misery he's wrought.
And then my personal favorite.
Sometimes I wish the Assassino would return to Firenze, that we might be free of his tyranny.
It's just a myth. A story parents tell their children.
No. My father saw him years ago in San Gimignano.
Sure. Se lo dici tu.
This is brilliant. This is one of the only times in the franchise when the people whose evolution the assassins are supposedly safeguarding are represented in the actual text of the story. This moment is why I've been paying extra attention to all these instances where the game builds up the myth of Ezio. Because that's not just something for our benefit, it's not about making him feel cool. This is how the people of Italy see him. He's a mythic figure at this point, a story parents tell their children, the assassin that fights for freedom. He saved Florence from the Pazzi, hunted down the assassins of Giuliano de' Medici, and liberated Venice from a tyrannical doge and his allies. And now he's back in Florence at the height of his powers, with the support of Machiavelli, La Volpe, and Paola. We've already gone over Machiavelli's underwhelming contribution here, but it is fitting that Ezio is the one to come up with this plan. He's stronger, he's wiser, he's ready for this, and he shows it by how quickly he's able to cut through Savonarola's supporters. With every kill, Ezio better understands how Savonarola was able to captivate the masses. It wasn't really the apple. He capitalized on their fears, their insecurities, and presented a vision that felt more secure to them than the Florence under Piero the Unfortunate. I did the preacher first this playthrough, and Ezio's surprised to learn that he's not under the apple's influence the way we might have been expecting.
Your mind, since it is your own.
Not all of us require deception to be convinced. I already believed.
An artist racked by self-doubts followed Savonarola because he offered easy answers. A nobleman because he wasn't content with his money or power and thought Savonarola could offer more. A doctor because he wanted even more power and control. On a ship in the Arno, right next to where Ezio and La Volpe met about 15 years ago to save the Medici, Ezio tracks a merchant supporting Savonarola's cause.
Savonarola will lead us into a new era. One of fraternity, equality, and justice.
That little tripartite motto of his, fraternity, equality, and justice, is something that largely aligns with the goals of the assassins, and that's something that Ezio expresses when he takes him down.
Sometimes, the people must be told what to think.
No good has ever come of that. Benché il mio cuore sia turbato, la mia mente è lucida.
Though my heart may be tormented, my head is clear. There are elements of this faction that he might be willing to support, but he can't support taking the people's choice away. Fraternity, equality, and justice are admirable things to strive towards, but the assassins want to keep humanity free enough to choose those things rather than be steered and starved into them. And humanity will, eventually. Towards the end of the 1700s, the American life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the French revolutions, liberté, égalité, fraternité, will be chosen by the people, and the assassins of both eras will support those ideas. Mostly. Another complicated target is the farmer patrolling the fields with a small group of guards, insisting that
without this most basic resource, they'll lose the means to resist. They will be forced to stand down.
Like the merchant, he's trying to starve the resistance, but unlike the merchant, his reasons aren't remotely noble.
Too long I suffered their insults. They called me simple and low class. I wanted their respect.
I'm afraid you do not have mine.
Ezio's having none of this. After years of being crushed beneath the boot of an unjust system, this farmer's instincts at a time of social upheaval are to try to align and ingratiate himself to oppressors who despise him, not to change the system, but to instead don the boot. It's petty, it's vindictive, and it's short-sighted. But this exchange in which the farmer labels himself low class is notable because we rarely hear about class conflict in the historical dialogue outside of that one moment in Venice with Antonio. That aspect is predominantly found in Sean's historical analysis, in the database entries and the target videos. In the database entry for Lorenzo de' Medici, Sean writes, "Ultimately, Lorenzo was happier writing poetry and shadow governing than directing his family's bank. During his lifetime, several branches of the bank collapsed, and the Medici assets were wasted on frivolities such as jousting tournaments. Lorenzo died in 1492. Nearly broke, he was unable to prevent the popular backlash against his rich lifestyle and the mad monk Savonarola's rise to power. Lorenzo's reckless lifestyle is not something the game ever really shows us, though to be fair, Ezio was absent from Florence for most of the decline. Ezio is present for Francesco's plotting, however, plotting that was apparently motivated by the man's resentment for the emerging Florentine middle class. In the video for Francesco de Pazzi, Sean says,
"Brought up as a noble in a city captivated by the newly rich Medici family, Francesco was taught to hate the middle class and its social climbers. Dismayed, he watched as the Medici bank eclipsed his own, and centuries of influence over the Florentine government slipped away. It looks like the Spaniard offered him a solution. Rather than compete in something as dirty as banking, Francesco only had to do one thing for the Templars, one thing to put the middle class in their place for good. Kill the Medici."
This motivation for Francesco is completely absent in Ezio's experience of events. Neither Vieri, Francesco, nor Jacopo ever allude to this idea around Ezio. Francesco even runs into battle side by side with Bernardo Baroncelli, who was a merchant and would probably be considered a member of that middle class he despised so much. There are enough pieces around this class issue that it feels like the game wanted to address it a little more directly at some point, but all we ever get is this awkward dancing around it in the margins. Also in that weird middle ground is the shocking history of the Auditore family. In the bonus Auditore crypt players could unlock through, I think it was Uplay, Ezio goes through a tomb under Monteriggioni and at the end finds a note from his ancestor Domenico that recontextualizes his entire family history. His ancestor Domenico was an assassin who used the fortune of Marco Polo to impersonate a nobleman. He writes, "From that moment forward, I collected treatises on architecture, studied the classics, and took vocal lessons. I adopted the name Auditore, impersonating a noble at the Florentine court. Accepted as one of their own, I took on the trappings of nobility and constructed this villa for me and my son." He talks about getting revenge on the Templars before ending his letter with this. "To the Auditore that reads this, remember that you are not a nobleman. You are not one of the deceivers. You are one of the people. Avenge us." Well, this is a little awkward to have tucked away in some weird DLC that most people won't play. I don't know that Domenico would be proud of the direction the Auditore family has taken. Ezio is born into a privilege he never really examines, rebuilds it in Monteriggioni after it's taken in Florence, and when he meets his fellow freedom fighters from Italy's lower classes, this never comes up. Except for the one time it does with Antonio, and Ezio has literally nothing to say on the subject. And now we learn that all along he wasn't a true nobleman. His family name is stolen. His ancestor labeled the nobles as deceivers. Ezio is supposed to be one of the people. Of course, part of being an assassin is transcending those concepts. Nothing is true and so on, but Ezio doesn't. He holds on to his rebuilt fortune in this game, rebuilds it again in Rome and again in Constantinople, and in the Assassin's Creed Embers movie, we see he retires in a countryside villa with a massive vineyard attached. It's a weird inconsistency. He chastises others for their greed, for their collection of wealth for its own sake, and yet he does it quite successfully everywhere he goes, often by literally stealing from the people on the streets to build a fortune. I don't think the franchise has had an elegant solution for that dissonance. Building a fortune is a gratifying part of the gameplay, but unless it's eventually donated, it seems at odds with what the assassins stand for, and more in line with the arrogant, opulent brotherhood of Assassin's Creed 1. Earlier in the crypt, Domenico wrote, "Soon I could look past all the laws and illusions. I understood that mankind was being used by its rulers, that we, the people, deserved freedom." But Ezio is reading this as a ruler. He's under the small city he rules and taxes to tremendous profit. It's part of the game's larger reversion to addressing issues of class. If it's ever done, it's happening in the margins, like this note from Ezio's ancestor or Francesco Pazzi's and Uberto Alberti's apparent motivations. And it's understandable. Hooded assassins can't effectively fight back against social stratification, so we just get little moments that demonstrate their inclusiveness and their priorities, and we're supposed to be content with that. It can end up feeling like something is missing, however. Returning to Ezio's quest, one of his final targets is a preacher atop the Duomo. When Ezio climbs the building and takes him down, the man says,
"I led my flock astray. It's just... I wanted so badly to believe."
We all do. Vedrò compiuta l'opera di mio padre.
Ezio references his father there in his closing line, and I'm a little curious as to why that's here. What is it about this exchange that makes him think of his father? These men aren't Templars, nor is Savonarola, though I suppose these men are individuals who might be swayed by the Templar promise of guidance and control. It feels a little disconnected for me, but I might be missing something. Something you can miss here in Florence is what happens when Ezio returns to his family's old palazzo. When he walks in for the first time, his eagle vision triggers and he sees his family all around him, standing about where they were back in Sequence 1. They're not blue either. I don't think this is actually eagle vision, nor do I think these are literal ghosts, since Claudia and Maria are depicted, but it's such a neat touch. We know that the Animus can have trouble accessing repressed memories. That's why Desmond can't relive any more Christina moments in this game, so it's possible this is a technological side effect of Ezio's powerful emotions. We get to see Ezio remember his family, a final reminder of what it was all for, and there's a decent enough explanation for how this might happen in the fiction. One of the last targets on Ezio's list is the captain of the guard, who is monitoring a trap he set for organized rebels and other dissidents, one that Ezio walks right into. But Ezio is Ezio, and in a Doomguy-esque fashion, he's not trapped in a palazzo with the guards, they're trapped in there with him. The captain of the guard monologues down at Ezio as his guards fall one by one, and while Ezio is too busy stabbing to answer him now, it's a great setup for where he'll take his speech at the end of this sequence. It's kind of long, but I think it's worth it.
Am I to believe you're a champion of the downtrodden then? A hero come to free the city. A rebel leader intent on ushering in a new age. Fight for justice.
There won't be enough of you left to bury.
Which lie do you tell yourself? And do not be mistaken. These are lies. No matter what any of you say, you're all here for the same reason. The same selfish reason. You seek something. A glory, distinction, fame, rewards equal feasible, spiritual. So which are you? The validation you desire? Or perhaps penance for some ordeal? Did your father abuse you? Did other children tease you? Did a lover burn you? If I had to guess, I would suspect a form of insecurity. Why else do you wear the hood? Why do you hide your face from the world? From yourself?
This captain of the guard who uses Savonarola's revolution as a way to seize power cannot fathom that a man might fight for something or someone other than himself. Because Ezio is a champion of the downtrodden, a hero who came to free the city, a fighter for justice and liberty. He is all those things, and not for the glory or reward, but because he's an assassin. He's a blade in the crowd. The hood isn't just for style points, it's an extension of the Brotherhood's ideology. The work of the assassin is never meant to glorify the individual. And yet, he's so successful at being a blade in the crowd, at fighting for the people's freedom, that he's now become a legend anyway. He has glory, distinction, fame. We've seen him accept physical rewards for his heroic deeds. At this point in the game, we don't necessarily know if this man might actually be right about Ezio, until Ezio shows us who he really is in his speech. And that's really what every single one of these encounters and confessionals are doing, giving Ezio ideas to rebut, an outlook to counter. With Savonarola's major supporters now dead, the people of Florence gather outside his house demanding justice. In a last-ditched effort to maintain his control, Savonarola tries to use the apple, but is thwarted by one of Ezio's throwing knives. Or apparently Machiavelli, if you don't hit the button in time. And he's carried off by the crowd. Ezio retrieves the apple from a Borgia messenger in a moment of bizarre anticlimax, and then we arrive at the narrative high point of this game. Ezio ends Savonarola's suffering and then delivers one of the more interesting heroic speeches in fiction.
22 years ago, I stood where I stand now and watched my loved ones die, betrayed by those I had called friends. Vengeance clouded my mind. It would have consumed me were it not for the wisdom of a few strangers who taught me to look past my instincts. They never preached answers, but guided me to learn from myself. We don't need anyone to tell us what to do. Not Savonarola, not the Medici. We are free to follow our own path. There are those who will take that freedom from us. And too many of you gladly give it. But it is our ability to choose whatever you think is true that makes us human. There is no book or teacher to give you the answers, to show you the path. Choose your own way. Do not follow me or anyone else.
And the crowd hates this. They look at him with fear and confusion as he walks away. Nobody wants this, nobody's ready for it, and that's what makes it so brilliant. They wanted Ezio to throw back his hood and say, "The Auditore have returned, I am the hero you want." and now I shall lead us into the future. They want Ezio to be that kind of hero, to be like Perseus who towers over this piazza. But he's not. He's an assassin. He doesn't want to be followed. His speech is all about embracing and fighting for the freedom to choose your own path in a dark world. Something that's easy to miss about this speech is that he doesn't mention his name. Remember all the way back at the start of the game when he dramatically slays Uberto and loudly proclaims that the Auditore are still alive? This is him 22 years later, champion of the people for 30 seconds, accepting their attentions just long enough to tell them to look and think for themselves. This feels like an Ezio that's more in line with his ancestor Domenico. This version of Ezio is not a nobleman the way that this one still was. He's a champion of the people, and then he lays that title down. This is a fitting end to the arc that the game just kind of dropped after Ezio killed Vieri and Jacopo. This is a character who has clearly matured, who has likely studied the Codex, and who has embraced the assassin ideology at his core. As much as I would have liked to see more of how he gets here over the second and third act, this moment is still the game's strongest for me, and I think it's my favorite moment in the Ezio trilogy. And if we look ahead, Florence does choose a new path. They restore their republic and elect a leader, Piero Soderini, under whom Machiavelli serves as Secretary of War. The assassins wanted to let mankind evolve, and it did. And then, like the Templars might have predicted, 10 years into this new republic, the Medici return with an army and take the city. Piero is exiled and Machiavelli is banished before being imprisoned and tortured by the Medici. From the assassin perspective, it'll be such a violent regression that I wish that's the story we got in Revelations rather than the Constantinople plot. And that's why this ideological conflict can carry so many games, because so much of history seems to prove the Templars correct. This kind of freedom rarely ever works in the long term. Right now, mankind isn't ready for it. The assassins' ideas here are about 3 centuries too early. They're fighting a losing battle, but they're going to keep picking up their swords every time anyway.
Why do you persist? You put us down, we rise again. You end one plot, we forge another. You try so hard, but it always ends the same. Those who know you think you mad, and this is why. Even those men you sought to save have turned their backs on you. Yet you fight. You resist. Why?
Because no one else will.
The more I write about these games, the more excited I am to cover AC3. It might be the least fun to play, but it does so many interesting and gutsy things with its story. Ezio's speech here is a great conclusion to his coming-of-age arc. This is a fitting moment for the end of the Bildungsroman story that they dropped after Jacopo. Reader, I quelled the Florentine mob and then told them all to choose their own paths. You know, it's not quite as pithy, but it works nonetheless. In the base game, Ezio's sparing of Rodrigo was both a conclusion to the revenge story and Ezio's coming-of-age story. Those 2 threads came together at the end. In overcoming his need for revenge, in truly accepting the loss of his family and sparing Rodrigo, theoretically we conclude both those arcs in one beat. But because that action comes out of nowhere, it doesn't feel like the end of a long, thoughtful path for Ezio. It feels random. It feels like someone is pulling the strings of this story to align it with history or to set up a sequel. But with the DLC, Bonfire can take the pressure off the climax. Ezio has this fantastic, subversive conclusion to his character arc here, and the Vatican can just be a dramatic action moment with that riveting cliffhanger. So for now, Florence is saved, and the apple is back in assassin hands, which means they can finally return to their quest for the vault. In almost 2 years. Yeah, sorry, one last instance of time-related chicanery. Savonarola dies on May 23rd, 1498. Ezio won't infiltrate the Vatican until December 28th, 1499. I guess he just really struggled with that map puzzle. After 23 years, Ezio has assembled the Codex, acquired the Apple, decimated the Italian Templars, and is ready to deal with Rodrigo Borgia once and for all. The reassembling of Altair's Codex, especially when its reassembly occurs with the entire Italian Brotherhood present, feels like it should have been a much bigger deal. Functionally, it's a map to the vault, but thematically, it should be so much more than that. So much of Renaissance humanism originated from the study of classical texts. The Renaissance took the shape it did because of this rediscovery and redistribution of ancient knowledge. That feels like such a clear parallel to what's happening here, and yet the game never really connects those dots. The content of the text seems irrelevant to the Brotherhood. If they actually cared about the text on those pages, this would have been a clever line to draw. But because the Italian Brotherhood seems to have known everything in the Codex already, or simply doesn't care about what it says, we won't see Altair's writing alter their behavior at all. Altair, enlightened and empowered by the Peace of Eden, writes about how we're living in a world without God. Does this mean anything to Sister Theodora, who built her ridiculous brothel to help men reach salvation? No, because this is a map to the vault now, and nothing more. In turning this piece of serious writing into a map, it's reduced from a transformative text to a stepping stone in the story. Some of the Codex is just filler. My favorite is Altair just using a whole page to sketch Maria on page 25. I love the idea of Malik coming up to him and asking, "What wisdom can you offer us, brother? What new secrets have you learned from the apple?" And Altair just holds this up and says, "This is the lady I fought in Jerusalem. Isn't she cute?" But some of it is of genuine substance, including Codex page 4, which tackles one of the big criticisms of the Assassin's Creed. What follows are the three great ironies of the Assassin Order. Number 1. Here we seek to promote peace, but murder is our means. Number 2. Here we seek to open the minds of men, but require obedience to a master and set of rules. Number 3. Here, we seek to reveal the danger of blind faith, yet we are practitioners ourselves. I have no satisfactory answer to these charges, only possibilities. Do we bend the rules in service to a greater good? And if we do, what does it say of us? That we are liars? That we are frauds? That we are weak? Every moment is spent wrestling with these contradictions, and in spite of all the years I've had to reflect, still, I can find no suitable answer, and I fear that one may not exist. And the fact that that piece of writing is less important to our story than what it's hiding, which is the northern part of Norway, Sweden, and Finland, feels like such a waste. This story could have had both. This codex could function as a map for the climax and a catalyst for change, or at least reflection, in the current Italian Brotherhood, but it doesn't. They put such an emphasis on pacing here that they throw us right into the big Rome set piece. That speed helped cover some of the plot's blemishes in the base game, but with the DLC disrupting that lightning pace of our third act anyway, it ends up feeling like the plot just isn't interested in exploring the idea of a renaissance for the assassins.
No, it can't be. The vault. It looks like the vault is in Roma, then the Spaniard. This is why he became Pope.
Now I understand. It's not the vault alone he's gained access to, but the staff as well.
So the vault has been located, and for the last time all game, Rodrigo is one step ahead of the assassins. Ezio fights his way into the Vatican, killing over 20 or 30 guards in the process. You all know exactly why I'm counting, and before long he's made his way to the Sistine Chapel, where Rodrigo Borgia, clad in the papal robes, is leading a large group in prayer. The idea of this battle is more interesting than the battle itself. These two champions of their respective ideologies, wielders of pieces of Eden, clash in a supernatural fight to determine who opens the vault. This couldn't be further from their dirty, mundane brawl in a Venetian backstreet. This is operatic. The staff versus the apple, freedom versus order, but also a 68-year-old portly pope versus the talented duelist Ezio Auditore, who has never lost a fight and is clad in the armor of Altair at the height of his power. Or should I say, Ezio's at the height of their power.
Oh, is the fighter. just like your father. Well, rejoice, my child, for you will see him again soon. You will give it to me, as you wish.
Ezio knows that the best way to strike fear into the heart of Rodrigo is to make him look at all those disgusting dye jobs on the assassin robes. Why can't they ever recolor the red highlights? It makes most of the dyes unusable, the cape is always hideous. It's a clever inversion of the Altair Amwalim fight from the first game. Altair used cunning and trickery to overcome Amwalim's illusions, and Rodrigo will gain the upper hand on Ezio by using the papal staff to turn himself invisible, giving him the opportunity to snatch the apple and stab Ezio right in the gut. This is Rodrigo's last act of hubris. He doesn't just open Ezio's throat, he wants him to suffer, to die in pain, so he just buries a dagger in his gut and leaves him to die slowly. It's consistent with the short-sighted arrogance he's displayed all game, and it's one of the reasons I think he's one of the least effective Templars in the series. He takes a stupid chance like this, and Ezio, clad in the armor of Altair, ends up surviving. He briefly loses consciousness, but soon wakes and pursues Rodrigo into the vault. To be clear, Rodrigo being arrogant, being a bad Templar, isn't a mark against AC2 per se. That's just who he seems to be, that's the villain of this game. Where I found myself wanting more as a player was seeing how the Templars went from the cold calculation of the Robert era to this power-seeking, sadistic order. How could a man with as little charisma as Rodrigo rise to power inside the Templars? How could he lead so many other powerful, educated individuals from across Italy? How did this man ever work his way into becoming the Pope? He doesn't seem that cunning, he can't stop Ezio, multiple times he's been caught dead to rights, and the plot is the only thing that allows him to escape. We're almost reminded to fear the Spaniard, rather than feeling that more organically. And the timeline of the back half of this game makes it seem as though Ezio is making a deliberate choice to just delay pursuing him, diminishing his threat once again. The voice acting is good, he seems, I don't know, evil. But this is a one-dimensional villain that ends up feeling like an afterthought for both AC2 and Ezio, and it didn't necessarily have to be that way. Immediately, the vault feels unearthly, uncanny. It's the first time in the series we're seeing a structure from the ones who came before, and it's striking. Ezio finds Rodrigo banging on the door to the vault, denied entry despite having both of the keys. He's not the prophet. Whether it's witnessing Rodrigo fail in his mission, or his own weariness and rage after his narrow cheating of death, Ezio decides to settle this in a more traditional way. No artifacts, no weapons. It's chivalric, for one. Rodrigo's staff is now locked into the floor of the vault. He's essentially unarmed. This is Ezio giving him as fair a chance as possible, exponentially more than he deserves. But it's also interesting because this was the first thing we really saw adolescent Ezio doing, getting in a fist fight with Vieri and his boys back on the bridge in Florence. I don't know if echoing that was a conscious choice. If it was, I'm not sure what we can take from that. In another story, that might symbolize the unification of Ezio the man and Ezio the assassin. But he's already managed to bring those two halves of himself into harmony back at the bonfire. And that's also not really a split we've been exploring in the game. It could also be a sign that Ezio is, at his heart, still the same man he was back in Florence. But we've put too much time and effort into developing him for that to feel satisfying. What I think we're unfortunately left with is that this was both A, kind of cool, albeit ridiculous, and B, made it more plausible for Rodrigo to be able to escape with his life.
God. It's God that dwells within.
Let's say I was to believe you. What do you think you'll do when you open that door?
I don't care. It's not approval I'm after. Just power.
And you think you'll give it up?
Whatever lies beyond that wall won't be able to resist the staff and apple. They were made for felling gods.
God is meant to be all-knowing, all-powerful. You think a couple of ancient relics can harm him?
You know nothing, boy. You take your image of the creators from an ancient book,
A book, mind you, written by men.
You are the Pope, and yet you dismiss the central text of your faith?
Are you so naive? I became Pope because it gave me access. It gave me power.
What's interesting is that Rodrigo is wrong about the pieces of Eden. They're not made for controlling gods, they were made for controlling men. Even if there was something resembling a live god in the vault, it's far more likely that they could control Rodrigo with the pieces of Eden than he control them. We can learn that in the 18th puzzle left behind by Subject 16.
But what were the pieces? Why did they work so well? It's as if our minds were made for them, manufactured to obey.
It's a hypothesis that seems to be supported by the truth video you put together, during which you can see one of the ones who came before holding an apple as they supervise human workers. Again, Rodrigo is a terrible Templar. He's wrong here. Like the Assassins, the Templars seem to have lost the knowledge that there is no active god in this universe, information both factions had in AC1. Even setting that aside, even if we assume he's right and God is in the vault, his goal to tame God, to take or direct their power for Templar purposes, is insane, even if it would work, which it wouldn't. This is a man who barely held his faction of Templars together and couldn't stop a single assassin from taking them out one by one. It's a man who has presented no vision for what his future world would look like, and whose only way to gain power has been death and violence, and he still thinks that his authority superseding a god's is a great idea. Rodrigo being a bad Templar is a key part of his characterization, but his portrayal is so cartoonishly evil that we lose so much of the moral gray areas that Assassin's Creed 1 had. I will tame God, yeah, okay sweetie. Rodrigo Borgia might as well be an Indiana Jones villain, whereas both Robert and Al-Malim had a vision of a peaceful, liberated Holy Land. Stopping them meant preserving humanity's freedom, but it ultimately led to more lives being lost than had they succeeded. There's none of that here. Rodrigo Borgia is objectively evil. He's sadistic. Sean calls him a dark stain on human history.
A dark stain on human history. Rodrigo left a trail of blood a mile wide on his quest to unify Italy under the Templar banner. Anyone who opposed him ended up in little pieces inside a sack, or, if he was in a good mood, poisoned. Once he was crowned Pope, Rodrigo, or should I say Alexander VI, used his influence to wage war with any city that held out against the Templars.
So when Ezio finally bests him, I think it's fair to say that there isn't a character in this game more deserving of death than Rodrigo Borgia. And yet...
You can't! You can't! It's my destiny! Mine! I am the prophet!
You never were.
Get it over with, then.
No. Killing you won't bring my family back. I'm done. Nulla è reale. Tutto è lecito. Requiescat in pace.
And right here is where I think we should be able to say, of course he spared Rodrigo, because he grew beyond his need for revenge. He's accepted the loss of his family, and he's gained the wisdom to know that more blood won't bring them back. But we can't, because that's not the story this game has been telling. There's the practical hypocrisy to it, that to get to Rodrigo, to defeat him and earn this moment of acceptance and peace, Ezio has killed dozens of Vatican guards. They were professionals, doing a job, protecting a pope, the man closest to the god in whom they all believed. Most of them probably had families at home, families that are now shattered like Ezio's was all those years ago. Ezio's been killing anyone who gets in the way of his quest for revenge. To abandon it now, to assert that killing isn't the answer after all, casts a shadow on the trail of bodies he's left in his wake. And that could be an excellent story as well, but that's not where they go with it either. There's the philosophical absurdity too. Ezio kills for reasons other than revenge at multiple points in the story. He kills to protect his friends or his city. He kills guards to get codex pages or treasure chests or the seals of the legendary assassins. In the side missions, he kills because Lorenzo de' Medici tells him to. The game literally counts your kills for you and puts them in your stats with the rest of Ezio's accomplishments. But more than all of that, Ezio is a full-fledged assassin now. By this point, he's been an assassin for years. Part of that burden is safeguarding mankind's evolution, even when doing that requires getting your hands dirty. And the Grand Master of the Templars, the greatest threat to the freedom of mankind, is cowering at his feet. Seconds ago, he was shouting about taming God, and though he's been thwarted in that regard, he's still the most powerful man in Europe, and probably the most powerful man on the planet right now. And Ezio walks away. And that could be an excellent story too. Maybe Ezio doesn't believe that assassins can or should safeguard mankind's evolution. Maybe Ezio is rejecting the Assassin's Creed in this moment. But I don't think that's where they go with it either. If you go looking for it, you can see moments in the early game that might be building to this. Ezio's rage at Vieri, then his wisdom with Francesco, and finally his mercy and pity with Jacopo. This is a man who might be transcending his desire for revenge. Except when we get to Venice, Ezio's emotional and intellectual development grinds to a halt. Years pass, and the only time we get any insight into the man he's become is that moment at the start of Act 3 with Rosa.
It's been over 10 years since I watched my father and brothers die. 10 years hunting the men responsible. So close to the end now, but no closer to understanding what any of it was for.
You may not see it, Ezio, but it's better here now because of the things you've done.
He's literally wondering what it's all for, except Rosa answers. Ezio's the reason the cruel and vicious Pazzi didn't take control of Florence. Ezio's the reason the Venetian merchants are now free. Ezio risked his life to save the Doge and killed the conniving and power-hungry Templar replacement to give this city another chance. As much as I've lamented how poorly this game handles its villains, the one thing it does show us is that these are petty and evil men, and the places they try to control are better off without them. To conclude this arc without it feeling out of place, I think the story needed an Ezio in the back half of Act 2 and the earlier parts of Act 3 that saw the world marching towards a dark future regardless of his actions, or a world that was suffering because of the violence caused by men like him, whether that violence was justifiable or not. The Bonfire of the Vanities could have been a great example. He saves Florence from the Pazzi earlier in the game, but the Medici fall and Savonarola rises, and that's not just a result of the Apple of Eden. Savonarola's supporters were choosing that life. But then Ezio steps in. He returns the city to sanity and reason. He effortlessly becomes the hero they need, and then tells them all to stop following him and think for themselves. He's too exceptional, his agency too demonstrable, to make his cynical, what was it all for ideas feel palatable at this point. Killing Rodrigo won't bring his family back, but the same was true for the Pazzi and the Barbarigo and the Orsi and Savonarola. But killing those men made the world better, and the game has told us that through its side characters and shown us that through the world. Aside from that moment with Rosa at the start of the act, he never seems to weary of the violence or the death until right here. He even talks about killing Rodrigo not bringing his family back when he hasn't had a real conversation with Claudia in 20 years. There's a story to be told about family and acceptance of fate, or of feeling cynical and powerless in a violent and cruel world, or wanting to set a new example of enacting change through nonviolent means like Giovanni tried to, or mastering your emotions to such an extent that you can forgive your greatest enemy. But none of that is really here, and I've tried my best to look. There is a satisfying end to Ezio's arc where he spares Rodrigo. It's just not the story the game's been telling.
Nulla è reale. Tutto è lecito.
Before he walks away from Rodrigo, he recites the creed at him. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, and if there's any defense to be found for Ezio in the actual text of the game, it's there. Sparing Rodrigo, a man who has indirectly and directly killed thousands of people and is the head of an order that's never going to stop, is morally and logically indefensible, particularly when he's a man of such stature and importance that no other form of justice could touch him. But assassins operate free from the typical ideas of justice. Ezio is doing this because he can, because in this strange and climacteric moment, it feels right to him. And to be fair to Ezio, he's ultimately proven correct. Rodrigo really wasn't a threat anymore. Something in him changes after seeing Ezio open the vault, because we see a very different man in Brotherhood. Cesare likely would have attacked the villa, kicking off the events of Brotherhood. Even if Rodrigo died at Ezio's hands here, it might have just taken him a bit longer to figure out who was responsible. My issue isn't with the action, it's with the total lack of setup in this game and Ezio's inability to defend it in Brotherhood. If this was Ezio trusting his gut, living by his understanding of the Assassin's Creed, and sparing a man he has every reason to vivisect, then he should be able to talk about it, to defend it. His inability to do so makes it difficult to view this as anything other than a plot convenience to keep events more in line with actual history and to set up the events of Brotherhood. And these characters deserve more than that. They do get a pretty great final moment here in AC2 though. The conversation in the vault is iconic for a reason. The solar flare is confirmed, we meet Minerva, learn about humanity's origins and of its impending doom if the assassins can't act fast enough.
It is done. The message is delivered. We are gone now from this world. All of us. We can do no more. The rest is up to you, Desmond.
What? Who is Desmond? I don't understand. Please, wait. I have so many questions.
Minerva addressing Desmond directly is such a brilliant twist. The barrier between the historical and the modern day is ruptured in an instant.
What the f***?
One of Arthur C. Clarke's laws for writing science fiction was, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I always think of that when it comes to the early Isu stuff. How is Minerva doing this? How omnipotent can they be to not only predict Ezio's arrival, but that Desmond would look back from the future to see this? They have to have such an advanced understanding of time that it almost seems all-knowing, and yet they can't be all-knowing because they're now extinct. This is indistinguishable from magic, but we know it's not, and that furthers the mystery. It also opens up a dozen other questions because Ezio is the prophet here. He wouldn't have been here if Altair hadn't taken the apple from Al-Mualim and spent years pondering its secrets, creating a map in the Codex that only certain assassins could see. He wouldn't have been here if his father and brothers hadn't been killed. His father might have passed the quest for the Codex down to the older Federico. He wouldn't have been here if Mario hadn't convinced him not to sail for Spain. If he hadn't have saved the Medici and gotten information from Lorenzo about how to find Jacopo's conspirators. If Leonardo hadn't saved him on multiple occasions. If Rosa hadn't found the manifest the night before the apple came to Venice, and Leonardo hadn't translated those pages at the perfect moment for Ezio to put it all together. It all feels so tenuous, so improbable, and yet it had to happen. Or did it? Because this message starts when Ezio opens the vault and enters bearing the apple. It didn't necessarily have to be in this moment. Altair's map in the Codex could be read by anyone with eagle vision. So far, the only people we know who have eagle vision are Desmond and his two direct ancestors, as well as Subject 16, who I think shares DNA with Desmond. If Ezio comes here 20 years later, the message works so long as Desmond sees it. If Connor comes here 300 years later, the message would still work. Nothing in the text here directly addresses Ezio. The only thing that seems to directly reference Ezio is this bit from Leonardo.
The prophet will appear when the second piece is brought to the floating city.
So there does appear to have been some kind of space-time manipulation or omnipotence by the ones who came before, and we never really explore which it is. In AC3, I think there's the throwaway line from Juno or Minerva about reading the weave of time. They try to explain it from their side, but I want this examined by the assassins who experienced that apparent acknowledgement of determinism. I find that a little strange, seeing as so much of the Assassin's Creed revolves around freedom and free will. How can they safeguard mankind's evolution when those who came before have seemingly predicted their every action centuries in advance? It's a question I found myself wanting the series to grapple with, though Ezio isn't gonna have time to worry about this. At the first sign of peace, his life is going to be shattered by the Templars yet again, but that's a story for another time, and hopefully a shorter video. Desmond is pulled from the Animus, still in shock at being addressed by a centuries-old sci-fi goddess who said he alone can stop the apocalypse, and we notice the assassins hurriedly packing up all around him. Abstergo is here. But this is partly what Desmond's been in the Animus for. He's learned from one of the most talented assassins in history, and when Lucy tosses him the hidden blade, he puts it on with confidence. I love the detail that it's a historical looking hidden blade as well. I'm sure other assassins use more modern ones, but it makes sense that since this is closer to what Ezio used, Desmond would probably be more comfortable with it. Had the Templars not arrived when they did, this might have been a thoughtful gift, or part of a formal ceremony inducting Desmond into the Brotherhood. Instead, it's just chucked at him, and in a moment he's gonna be sticking it into some Templars. Oh, yeah, I could have phrased that better. We're not at Unity yet. Ayo. Ew. Down in the warehouse, we say hello to an old friend.
It's not happening, Warren.
You continue to disappoint in every conceivable way, Miss Stillman. I saved your life once, do you remember? And this is how you repay me?
You saved me so you could keep experimenting on people, destroying their lives. And for what?
Oh, this tired argument again. As I recall, you were there, at my side, every step of the way. Their blood is on your hands just as much as mine.
You need to stop him.
I'm on it.
Vidic knows threatening Lucy won't intimidate her and instead pushes a different button. Guilt. We know that Lucy carries a great deal of guilt for what happened to Subject 16. Vidic is throwing this in her face to weaken her resolve, and it seems to work. Instead of charging forward, she just turns to Desmond and says, "You need to stop him." I wish Lucy had a more assertive line there. It makes her seem powerless, or like she needs Desmond in this moment to win this fight, and we know both those things aren't true. It's also, okay, we have to talk about this, I guess. This is the last time Lucy and Vidic are on screen together in the series, and there's no indication, no hint, no whiff of Lucy's continued loyalties to the Templars. Their timing here, arriving the second that Desmond found the vault and we saw Ezio's apple get marked, is notable, and there's even a line from Jean that,
"It was only a matter of time before they discovered us. To be honest, I'm surprised it took them as long as it did."
They also don't bring guns, even though we know from AC1 that Templar operatives do use firearms. So that's a little suspicious in retrospect. But if this was an elaborate ploy by Lucy and Vidic, what is the end goal? Because Vidic doesn't bring enough men to stop them. They still need Desmond alive. If Lucy was in touch with Vidic this whole time, which Brotherhood and Revelations will imply that she was, why is Vidic here? Because without the twist, this works as an act of Templar arrogance. Vidic brought enough men to stop one fully trained assassin. He didn't count on finding two. He drives off, defeated, and we know we're gonna see him again down the line. But with the twist, this is just sloppy and nonsensical by Vidic. If Lucy is feeding him all this information anyway, they get it faster if Desmond can keep working in this warehouse finding answers. We've already seen how committed he is to this, how he's willing to risk his sanity to find these answers. And there are some answers still to be found, in the form of Subject 16's glyphs hidden all across Italy. Desmond can work his way through them back in the Animus, and there's a surprising amount of world building contained within them, except I find it tremendously hard to care at this point. The vast majority of it hasn't really come up again in this story, or it's been retconned, or it's just awful. So out of respect for all our time and sanity, I'm not really gonna cover it. The end video shows a distant past where two humanoids, Adam and Eve, flee a futuristic looking city with an apple of Eden. It's an interesting way to end this game, a moment in the same spirit as the Vatican cliffhanger, or Subject 16's messages written in blood at the end of AC1, a small answer that leaves us with bigger questions. Surely there's a plan for this, and seeing how they bring all of this together... Okay, yeah, I don't know why we'd really bother pretending. It's disastrous, and the series quickly grows to feel ashamed of this area of their lore. But some of the individual parts were cool. That counts for something. Maybe. Right? I've probably called this game fun about 100 times over the course of this critique, and I think that's important to center as we bring this video to a close. It was an enjoyable experience at release, and I would argue it's held up pretty well as the years march onward. It's almost a testament to what you can get away with if you really nail the first act. And it won't be the last time a Ubisoft story does this, though I do think it's never more effective at hiding the narrative cracks than it is here. After a strong first act, Assassin's Creed 2 kind of becomes a mess. Two-dimensional villains, forgotten character arcs, unexplored relationships, all capped off by an underwhelming climax. And we're not even talking about the difference between a good story and a great one, we're talking about the difference between a bad story and a competent one. Rodrigo Borgia is a boring villain. This grand conspiracy is both functionally and, I guess literally, a list of targets. Ezio's arc is ignored for about half the game, and to top it all off, the basic plot structure is so poorly planned that we have birds apparently distract our master assassin. We have the entire Brotherhood deciding to let a defenseless Rodrigo run away unimpeded. And we have bizarre leaps across time that make the apple seem harmless and mundane with how lackadaisical Ezio is about its recovery. Its tensionless climax falls utterly flat and gets sheepishly swept under the rug in Brotherhood. I don't think this is a great story or even a good one, but the parts it does well are so well done that I end up really liking it anyway. Looming over all of this is the sense that this game's original story was sacrificed to leave possibilities open for AC Brotherhood, and if that's the case, I'm not sure that trade-off was worth it. Giovanni's persecution of the Pazzi rather than outright assassination, the humanization of the guards in Tuscany and later Venice, Vieri and Uberto as maybe not tragic, but certainly complicated characters, and then the big moment of peace at the end. There is so much in the early parts of this game that suggests Ezio was going to end his journey as a more non-violent character, that he grows to share the same idealism of his father, even though it got him killed. Altair evolved the Brotherhood, let it grow beyond this cold, fanatical organization into something more diffused, something gentler. He sharpened the focus of the Creed on the things that really mattered in the long run. And when we see the Brotherhood centuries later, Giovanni seems to be trying to do that again. He's seeking Altair's codex, and he's working alongside Lorenzo de' Medici, even though his hold on the Florentine Republic would have probably made him a target back in Altair's days. Giovanni's support of Lorenzo suggests that the assassins might be moving away from this all-or-nothing, total freedom approach, that they might be evolving their creed and their methods into something that can survive, that can be more effective in a more civilized world. And then we drop it in Act 2 and Act 3. We see that violence and assassination is, time and time again in this fiction, effective in begetting positive change. Ezio becomes an icon to the people, not a curse on the streets. The virtue or the cost of Giovanni's idealism is never discussed. Machiavelli is introduced, a perfect ideological foil, and he's, I guess, light spoilers for Brotherhood, a total bore. Not until Revelations do we reach the end of the arc that I think half of this game was originally building to. So Assassin's Creed 2 is a pretty fun adventure with a lot of great dialogue and exceptional voice acting that gets lost in the middle. And as a consequence of that, our third act just feels unearned and absurd. But many players won't agree, or notice, or care because of just how enjoyable it is to spend time with Ezio, how fun it is to run around in these lovingly recreated worlds. And I'm one of them sometimes. I really do love this game, but I don't think it's great. If I could somehow separate the art from my inherent nostalgia-plagued adoration for it, I'd be curious to see if I would even call it good. But the high points are high. Ezio's speech during the Bonfire of the Vanities is one of the best scenes in the series, and it doesn't even involve him stabbing anyone. This game's first act is confident, it's patient, it's cinematic. It's easy to overlook how disjointed this story gets when you're soaring over the rooftops of Venice, or weaving between the crowds at Carnival. And most of all, it does what entertaining stories do. It excites us, it compels us. If you approach it with a healthy curiosity, you'll end up with plenty to think about. It's not a masterpiece, it's not perfect, it's not great, it's not even as good as it should have been or could have been, but I don't know, it's fun.
I've just drawn an irresistible comparison between Mentuhotep V and Branson. I'm thinking of drawing Branson as a hieroglyph. What do you think?
I think maybe you should get quite a lot of sleep.